It is hard to believe that in less than a month, the doors of Boston's MGM Music Hall at Fenway Park will swing open and welcome the world of Rainbow Six Siege. 20 teams from across the globe will come together to fight for the greatest honor our esport has to offer, lifting the hammer and becoming world champions. Welcome to day 2 of the North American LCQ, everybody. I'm Jonas Willinger. North America has the privilege of adding the 20th and final team to a stacked roster of 6 invitational teams. This morning, EU MENA LCQ added the final team. G2 put a whooping over Asparagus, I believe was their opponents, and they earned themselves a spot. So it is all down to this. One of the 3 teams remaining will be going to Boston. If you missed the action yesterday, we had 3 best of 3s, each more exciting than the last. We'll give you an idea of our updated bracket picture now. It was hectic. We started the day with Wildcard and Team Cruelty going toe-to-toe. It was a pretty easy series for Wildcard, and, well, they moved on to the winner's bracket final. On the other hand, Team Cruelty, they moved down to the lower side of the bracket, meaning that they awaited the loser of the other matchup in the winner's bracket. That, of course, was Oxygen and Loyalty is Scarce, the, well, T2 challengers coming in and trying to make a statement. Fair to say they did make a statement, taking Oxygen to 3 maps. Round 15 on map 3 was needed to decide that series, but Oxygen ended up sneaking away with the win. According to LIS, just needed 1% more in the tank to get themselves over the line. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it. They went down to the lower bracket where Team Cruelty woke up, and we saw the true potential that this Mexican roster has in store. They beat LIS in another 3-map brawl, sending Loyalty is Scarce packing and moving Cruelty on to the next round of the lower bracket. That brings us to the schedule for today, because we start things off with Wildcard in OXG on the upper side of the bracket. The winner straight to the grand final with a chance to play for 6 invitational glory. We move then to the loser of that game, plays Team Cruelty. Again, another best of 3 to determine who will meet the winner of that first matchup in the grand final. There is a very distinct possibility here that the loser of Wildcard Oxygen could beat Cruelty and go for a rematch in that grand final, meaning that this opening matchup, very important to see what kind of play we get in front of us and which one of these teams can take the win. No better way to start this thing off than to welcome in our amazing casters who ended the night with us last night, and we'll kick things off for the 2 best of 3s to start the day this evening. Of course, alongside V Light Rose Kohler and Aiden Happy Connolly, we are looking to get this thing started. You guys feeling good? I mean, last night the energy was high, the match was electric. You guys somehow recovered and ready to start day 2?
I don't know if I could speak for V, but me, myself, I personally am feeling better than ever, all things considered. V, I know you've got other things that you are checked out on just a little bit.
No, we're locked in. Happy, we are locked in for the NALCQ. You and I get to do this best of 3 and the next, so there is nothing but Siege in front of us.
And I'm glad that we're getting to see the other side of the bracket here, because obviously last night you guys saw the lower bracket and how much of a brawl that was. But here we look at the winner's bracket. Both of these teams still have a second chance if they were to need it. It is Wildcard and Oxygen to kick things off. And we know how important this one is going to be because, well, we could see this rematch in the grand final. The winner of this matchup could end up being the one going to the 6 invitational. But Aiden, I want to start with Wildcard here as we hone in on this matchup, because this was a team that made a statement yesterday, a swift, a dominant 2-0 against Cruelty, very confident in their post-match as well.
Yeah, they've seemed like the team that's destined to win this qualifier since we saw the closed quals play out, right? They beat OXG in those closed quals, albeit a couple of those maps very, very close and very hard fought on both sides, but they still managed to eke out that win. They looked dominant over Cruelty in round 1, and they haven't lost to that OXG roster since March in Stage 1 of the North American League. That seemed like the only other team that was at their level, and yet again, both of these teams proving it in round number 1. And so Wildcard, yet again, look like that top-tier team, but I don't think OXG are the kind of team you can count out of a position like this, and it has been an unfortunate year for Wildcard. A lot of times where they've come up just shy of qualifying for a major, or for EWC, or even from winning their own restart event or Element 3 over this summer. So a lot of just shy finishes would be insane to see them finally pull something off when it's time to qualify for the best tournament of the year.
But so far, they have decimated their opponents. They beat Oxygen in a 2-0. We already talked about how one-sided that Cruelty game is, and if we do have a repeat of that Oxygen game, we'll have to see what maps we go to, because I think that's going to be pretty important, and they probably would be the clear favorites, no matter if they play Cruelty or if they rematch Oxygen in the Grand Finals.
We'll dive into Oxygen a little bit more in a second here, but first, I want to take a look at, again, the qualified teams for the 6 Invitational. As I mentioned, we are now at 19 of 20. We are almost all the way there. You see in the bottom right corner of your screen there, V, G2 added this morning after a swift victory over Asparagus, their opponents in the EU LCQ. We now have Raza Company, CAG Osaka as well, and only one team left to join them.
I still think people are going to be questioning G2 because they have had some very early exits in the tournament this year, and most likely, given the fact that they did squeak in on an LCQ, that's going to be the expectations. But if anybody remembers SI23, G2 barely squeaked in and then walked away with the hammer at the end, so you can't count anybody out here.
A lot of these LCQ teams just generally going to be questioned. I think even the team out of this, right? Wildcard or OXG or Cruelty. I mean, Cruelty, the LATAM team, obviously if they make it, they're going to get questioned no matter what. But Wildcard and OXG never being able to qualify for lands. Raza Company were formerly E1 Esports. You know, maybe they don't quite have what it takes to stick around. They qualified for the first major, didn't quite do so well there, went 0-3 in the Swiss stage, and then ended up getting booed at home. And then obviously CAG. As a CAG lover myself, I do need to be realistic. They're not always considered favorites on the LAN stage, so it'll be exciting to see whoever goes. I think we've got 4 teams eager and ready to prove themselves, making their way out of the LCQ, because I know the 3 teams we have left in this North American LCQ certainly looking to prove themselves quite a lot.
Yeah, maybe it could be Oxygen, right? We did see a battle from them yesterday, V. Let's talk maps first. We know that this is likely to go to 3 maps. I mean, based on these teams and what they've done to each other in the past. What do you make of this? We start with Cafe.
Ooh, so these are going to be new for a matchup. It's not going to be new for Oxygen, who was there on Cafe and Border yesterday. These were the 2 maps that they won against LIS. Border barely squeaking that out in 1 round, but we'll have to see how they fare against each other. I think it's going to come down to attacking. How these teams can attack, given that we had a map that did not have a singular attacking win. Cafe and Consort are really going to demand that of these teams.
And interested that OXG pick into Cafe. Yes, it is a map they won yesterday, but it's also a map that Wildcard won yesterday, and in quite dominant fashion over Cruelty, as that whole best of 3 very dominant. Wasn't quite as dominant as it was on Bank for Wildcard over Cruelty, that being a clean 7-0. But even still, OXG picking into that, while they didn't quite look as impressive on it yesterday as Wildcard did, has me a little bit concerned, but the professionals know what they're getting into, and I'm sure we'll be getting into a fun series no matter what maps we end up on, whether it's 2 or 3, all things considered. But V, we get another Border map number 3. This is the 3rd time that Border has been specifically the 3rd map in a series in this closed qual out of the 4 series we've watched.
Yeah, Jonah did say that we've got a good chance at going to a map 3, and we'll see if Wildcard's first chance at Border will be their only chance as we continue on throughout the night.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, Wildcard in their win yesterday, and, well, Spiker in the post-match interview, they exuded a ton of confidence. Now, the question I have for both of you, Happy, I want to start with you here. Is that confidence warranted after what we saw from them and after OXG struggled against LIS?
I think certainly. Confidence is warranted on everybody's parts here because these two teams have dominated everybody else, right? I think Wildcard have made their way here and Oxygen have made their way here by beating everybody else except for specifically OXG against Wildcard, taking that one loss in a series that was very, very close. But all things considered, I think both of these teams have reason to be confident because they've played each other so many times. They've caught on to each other's tendencies. And on top of that, they know that they can and will prove that they are the Pro League level team who deserves to get to that grand final at the very least if they won't be able to make it out. And though it does feel like Wildcard just a step ahead of OXG, we have no idea how many steps these teams have taken since recently, and given how hard fought the series was against LIS for OXG, I think they might just be really ready for another hard fought series here today.
Wildcard, they are the favorite. They did get that 1 seed. They've decimated everybody, and I think everybody on that team has great self-esteem, and then they can really work around each other, and the off time in between the last major and the last NAL stage and now should have been enough time to tweak things, and we'll have to see if it gets the job done.
Well, I think we actually have some numbers to look at here to, put a little bit more substance behind our words in terms of the performance of these teams yesterday. We can take a look at the stat line that we saw from these guys, starting with Wildcard. We mentioned, of course, Spiker, who we spoke to in the interview, Aiden, the MVP of that matchup, leading the way, 21-9. But when we talk about this team, you cannot look past someone like Bosco, who has a ton of international experience. He's been at every single 6 Invitational until 2024, and, well, 2 World Championships under his belt.
And a 7-1 entry KD in the first game of the playoffs. That is phenomenal for someone who, Twitch and Warden are ops where you're going to take a little bit more fights, but in recent years, it feels like Bosco has taken a little bit more of a step back towards kind of more of a supportive role than he had in the past. Obviously, as you get older, up there in the years, you're not gunning with the young ones anymore. But even still, proving that on his entry engagements, he can and will step to you if that's what he wants to do. The experience really coming in handy here.
What about Oxygen on the other side, V? Because much like we saw from Wildcard, there were some heavy hitters. There were some big moments where Diaz, Gomez, Newers, they were popping off and leading the way.
That's going to be how they win this, is whether or not Gomez and Newers are going to be able to contend with Bosco and Bay. I think these two teams have a lot of frag-heavy mentalities, and that is backed up by who they have on their team. And those entries still look really good, especially because Oxygen did play one more map than Wildcard, so they do have a bit more of a sample size. But overall, I still think they look really good for how close that series was.
Here's what I think. We got to talk predictions, because that is the final order of business before we go into this matchup. Of course, I heard the confidence earlier, V. It seems like you think Wildcard are going to take this. If you do you think they're going to take it in 2 maps or 3?
That's a difficult one, because Cafe is kind of a toss-up. I'm going to play it safe and say 3, but I've harped about the attacks, and I think those attacks are going to make the difference in between Oxygen and Wildcard. The way that Oxygen set up their defenses, Wildcard can do a great job at spotting these individual gaps and just wedging the roam and the anchors apart. And especially on a map like Consulate, you can do that in wonders.
Okay. Aiden?
Honestly, I want to say OXG. I feel like it'd be fun to see this series flipped on its head just because they haven't had a lot of success lately. But getting the defense side start first on Cafe, or not even if it's just defense side start first, whatever side they choose to go to first, having that pick on a map you already know you're so good at from yesterday against Cruelty, that makes me think that Wildcard are going to take a big advantage early on. And yes, you do have to attack first into Consulate, but I am going to say it'll be a Wildcard 2-0. I just have a feeling that this map pool seems to favor them a little bit more in my eyes.
Even Cafe, you think? The map that we know that Oxygen have played, the Oxygen that they picked into.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Wildcard win it yesterday. 7-3 over Cruelty with a 5-1 defense half to start. So with Cruelty making that same mistake yesterday, kind of leaving Cafe up into them and actually picking into it over Wildcard. Wildcard have already punished one team for it, and I could totally see them punishing somebody else for making that same mistake again.
V, if we do get to Border, Do Oxygen have a chance, or is it still going to be wild card?
I still think it's wild card. I still think that they are going to have the mechanics.
All right, well, here we go. Diving into map number 1, winners bracket final. Take it away.
Thank you, Jonah. Welcome back to the gameplay. What we've been waiting for. I know it's been a long, grueling couple of hours since Europe finished up, but hopefully this one going to be a little bit more competitive than G2 waltzing their way to the 6 Invitational Finals. 2 shields off of the board early, V. We saw a lot of double shields in our last game last night. Our first game last night, but the last game on the stream last night. And we won't have to see the Monty-Blackbeard combination walking at anybody for this best of 1, or for the first map of this best of 3.
I do expect that we will see more Monty-Blackbeard bans. It is just kind of a unified agreement that even though Monty isn't as strong as he once was, he enables a lot of specific attacks that when you take him off the board, those types of attacks just kind of fizzle out. Even if you bring the Blitz, it's not going to have that same firepower. And I do see it on Oxygen. Not going to bring it up just yet because I want to see if they're going to swap that off as wildcards start on that reading room site, which kind of feels like it's been propelled into almost a primary site. It duels with kitchen some of the times. It depends on what the team feels like, but almost all sites on Cafe, you are going to have to hold a floor above, with the exception being bar, as there is no floor above that. And you bringing that castle, bringing the Malusi Legion, those are all going to assist the cocktail hold. But the Pulse is always a hit or miss. You sometimes might see him, you sometimes might not. And Kansas needs to make sure he stays alive so that he really can enable this wildcard defense.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Well, you mentioned it, even slightly alluded to it, so naturally they're not running the Blitz anymore. As OXG, I'll have to switch off of that.
That's why I didn't mention it.
Well, you said I'm not going to mention it, and I feel like that's enough illusion to get the curse enabled. Either way, clearly OXG expected a different site first, so outside of us trying to think we're the center of the universe, just the Blitz not as applicable on this site, at least not in their eyes. So they elect to start from that top down into this reading and dining defense. Always very important to clear that third floor first. And while establishing Dios on the cutoff angles, waiting to see if anybody tries to give him a little bit of a swing so we can take a first kill off an over-aggressive wild card. The rest of OXG are going to start to establish themselves towards the top red side of the third floor.
Oxygen's attacks are kind of throw everything at the opponent. That includes drones, that includes utilities, man count, and hope it works out. It doesn't here. Bay is there for the kill. You might be able to get a direct trade, but Spiff stays alive inside of the freezer, and Bosco collects one as well. And so far, this first attack just sputtering on its entry.
And Newers really wants one back. He knows Spiff's just around the corner, but he just can't find the opportunity yet. And that castle eventually going to have to give himself up. Good damage on his death, though, for Spiff. Couldn't quite find a kill, but it's fine, because 2 of his teammates already have one. And that leaves Oxygen at a disadvantage. Hat still outside, waiting for someone to walk down white, but the pressure not quite on. Only 1 player left upstairs. And the Deimos tracker for Newers nearly assists him in the kill. There we are! A double for Newers off a clean quick peek, and Bay sent packing back into the 3 versus 3.
That's just kind of a game of chicken there. You both know where each other is. You're both just gonna keep angle peeking with about 1 shot, and eventually, with how good Newers is and how nice and snappy that revolver is, it's not a shock that the attack is able to come away with the top floor, getting the kill onto the player. But now you've only got 45 seconds. You have cleared out the top floor, but you don't have a lot to actually work with on it. You thank your lucky stars there's no Warden alive to counter that Candela, but Wildcard, they play this very, very tight, engaging onto the players onto the second floor. They can't lose a body here.
Newers nearly makes sure they do. Shots to the floor, not quite gonna land enough of them, but does deal some damage to Spiker. Plant going down now for Yaga, and Bosco could make a play through Pillar, but Hat kills his teammate. Triple kill for Yag though. Actually, no, not quite. It's a triple kill for Newers as he finishes off a down player. Hat needs to try and cover this plant going down as Bosco and Kansan have teamed up in a very predictable position. Hat with a big one. And now, but the case is down. They did to get the down on the Yaga, so now Bosco just has to make the play. He didn't quite realize it first, but it was a formality of a round waiting to happen, as there's no way you're getting that plant down now. Wild card with a big first round.
I feel like there was just some confusion among, like, potentially like the keybinds, because he was trying to get in close, maybe attempting to pick up the diffuser. There's no way he's attempting to get the revive with 2 seconds left. Happy. I just don't believe that Oxygen would be able to do that. But that's a first round that is kind of bookmarked by the entry game. It is Bay to strike first. They actually are able to get 2, and they eventually trade out the remaining members on the top floor for time, which is usually a very good trade depending on how much time you're able to sacrifice for those bodies. They're going to go over to train, doing almost the exact same thing. You do need to extend a little bit more into piano this time, because the site is going to be directly under Cigar and Freezer. And for Wildcard, you would expect almost the similar positions, probably not the exact same, but Oxygen are probably going to go through the same motions as well, but this time they're not showing the blitz, they're running.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
And likely running straight in off the back of it as well. It was a good start for OXG to pull that early rough start back to a 3 versus 3, so you had a good first half of the round or so. Couldn't quite conclude that round the way they like to, though. A little bit slow. That was kind of a theme that we saw between these two teams, and it makes sense, right? 2 Pro League level teams, both very intent on capitalizing on the other's mistakes, so they want to anticipate it as much as they possibly can, but perhaps a little bit too much waiting for the other team to do something wrong in that last round. For OXG, now early forward control for Gomez as he'll open up the piano window, staring down the cigar shop, hoping to flush out a player in CS, playing that closet, presumably with the mute jammers, but it doesn't look like anybody's there anymore for Wildcard.
One of the issues of Oxygen's attack is they use a lot of utility and drones and are able to get rid of the roam, but because they've thrown so much at the opponent early on, they kind of leave themselves stuck if they don't have a lot when it comes time to execute. And so far, they've been okay. You can kind of see at the top right of your screen, they've still got a lot of flashbangs, a frag grenade, 6 drones and smokes as well to potentially utilize once they clear this top floor. But that is if, not a when. It is not guaranteed so far, as Bosco takes a little bit of chip damage. He's able to get away, but Spiker is still up there along with Bay and Spiff, and half the round is gone, and Oxygen haven't really shown themselves as wanting to initiate, but this could be it.
The Yaga trying to make a forward play now. Damage dealt to both Bay and Bosco, but it's Spiff to get the first kill on Newers. Tucked in the corner, Spiker ends up with another one on a Yaga. Bosco with a good C4, and not even capitalizing until very late on his Hat, so he finally finds one. But it's a 2-player advantage to Wildcard, and nobody left on the 3rd floor to be cleared out. They know they have their advantage, so take the money and run. 50 seconds for OXG to respond.
Yeah, you might have a lot of utility, but there's only 2 players alive. That utility is still in those dead players' pockets. You're unable to pick that up, and this round is really just going to come down to, can Oxygen somehow force the diffuser down? I think that's going to just put a period on that round. The C4, followed by Bay, just picking up, getting that kill. Looks really good from Wildcard. I just don't think Oxygen have really put together a strong attack, and whoa, Bay, the alpha male energy.
Yeah, I mean, that guy.
Be
that
careful.
Guy isn't alpha. Be careful. It's the is that I can't remember if that's like something that was a Rocket League reference at some point. I don't know. That was random.
It? Oh, I don't
that was random. I think there was an exclamation point on that though, and that's probably not what he was going for.
No, there was not.
So.
It was just a hard period.
No, that one had a period. That's why I kind of gave up on that halfway through. Anyways, OXG with a good timeout, and I think it's very valid, right? Time to talk over what you want to do into the next round. When it feels like at the start of these rounds, they're trying to figure out what they want to do for way too long. You kind of highlighted it right before they went to push that extension. We went through more than half the round, and OXG hadn't really established any control over a part of the map that wasn't free. They took Cigar Shop and Piano, and then kind of just stayed there for a little bit, maybe hoping that Wildcard would overextend, maybe waiting for, some timing or some lurk from someone to reach the perfect spot. But all things considered, not only did you not win the fight on the extension, but you didn't have enough time after that to even have a hope at coming back in that round. They had to cut corners, and in the process of that, the player in reading kind of shuts the whole attack down himself. So good couple of kills at the end for Bay. And all things considered, good round for Wildcard, but OXG, hopefully talking things over now, can cut out some of the fat, so to say, from that early round, because it feels like they're consistently taking a little bit too long to get anything going on these attacks.
So it's going to be a very different attack, though, because we are on the 3rd floor. Remember, there is no... Well, technically, there's the roof. It doesn't really count as an area of attack. So it probably will be a much more horizontal take. I'm looking at Yaga potentially on the buck to go underneath and try to root somebody out. So far, Oxygen, this is probably the best bet that they have to get themselves back in the game because it's a very different defense as well. So potentially Kansan, Spiff, on the roam will have to be engaged upon, and that could be a way for Oxygen to find some momentum. They drone them out, go for the 3-2-1, get rid of that, put Yaga underneath, and suddenly it starts clicking.
Yaga underneath, Newers too. Those death marks so lethal through the floor. Part of ever since his addition has become really obnoxious to try to anchor on specifically this bomb site. As a result, not a ton of teams playing it to the extent they were before, as it was always the most popular site on this map. Giving up a drone to the Mozzie Pest, maybe just going to shoot it out afterwards, but all things considered, forfeiting that info early, already 3 drones gone for OXG. And they're just going to walk Yaga up red, try to deal with this player downstairs, as there is a heavy presence on the 2nd floor. 2 players down there for Wildcard, and Kansan nearly cut off on his rotate.
They have pushed these players out, though. I haven't gotten the kill, but I think in about a minute, getting control of that 2nd floor, especially with the buck, is a victory. And so far in these first couple rounds, Oxygen needs some sort of victory, because in the previous ones, any engagement that they had to, like you said, try to take map control that isn't free just kind of ends up being squashed. And that wasn't free. It was cheap, 99 cents, but definitely was not free. But now that they've taken control of that 2nd floor, what are they going to do with it? Newers is underneath. He's got 3 players that he can ping potentially with the death mark, and Yaga in the main corridor now using the skeleton key. I feel like it was taking a long time for them to actually start using the underbarrel shotgun. But Oxygen, even now, I feel like they've got the 2nd floor, but they still don't really have an idea of what they want to do.
Dropping the case over there indicates to me at least that they want to go for a cigar take, possibly pressure down below the site itself. Pop some of those death marks, pop the floor open, and see if you can get any kills. At the very least, flush anybody out of Cocktail, but Bay through the floor. No, actually, he just dropped down. He's in the reading room, and he's killed Newers. Bosco with his C4 and a hat, Kansan with another calamity of errors. Just before the play comes through for Oxygen, Gomez with the response, but again, it might just be too little too late as Diaz. Unused utility all the way up by the Cocktail balcony. Now they have to run it in. Gomez, no time to check the corner, but Spiker exposes himself for long enough so that Gomez can find that kill back in. And with the case up by this skylight, they could possibly try and catch them off guard, but Bay too quick on the trigger. And now it has to be the 1 versus 3 for the Ying. 15 seconds to get it to go. And 3 Candelas now left in hand. C4 out, but he was ready for that. But it is going to waste more precious seconds off of that clock. And Diaz needs every single one of those that he possibly can. I'm with Spiff here. Diaz has got to do something, but it's nothing at all. Kansan to close it, and Wildcard, a perfect site rotation through their first 3 defenses.
I don't even think that's just a singular player Fake. That's all of Oxygen. Push. Like, please do something. Have some sort of execution onto the site, onto pivotal map control within a reasonable amount of time with a good amount of utility. They are just kind of walking around the map, around a easily obtainable piece of map control. They're not doing anything with that map control, nor are they doing anything outside of the building that's contributing to a potential execution. It looks bad. Happy. I'll just kind of say it right now. Oxygen look completely just dead on their attack right now. And so far with Wildcard, remember, we had an entire map where nobody won a single attacking round, and the current pace, Wildcard would just need to get one if they complete another free site rotation.
5 seconds left.
Second time through every bomb site, at least presumably, does at least give Oxygen the opportunity to adapt, but just when you think they might have the chance to adjust. A big change up for Wildcard. I like this call a lot. You bring the Tuberal along with the Kaid Claws, because number one, you can kind of rely on the attack, not necessarily bringing a ton of hard breach on this map. Especially if they're not going into the first floor, they may not think they'll need to run a ton of breaching potential. They do actually have the Thatcher on board though, so really good spot for Diaz to bring that, all things considered. But I like this call from Wildcard to try and play to heavily deny those walls, because they're just playing to waste more time, waste more utility. And V, what are the things that we keep talking about with OXG? They have a lot of utility, but they're not necessarily making good time enough to use that. So wasting more time and taking that utility out of the picture seems like the perfect adjustment from a Wildcard defense.
There's been a lot of opportunities where Oxygen have encountered a Wildcard player very early on. I'm going back to this hold that Newers had, that Kansan was just able to skirt by. Now that's Bosco who's taken a bit of damage just by the fireplace window. So there's been areas where Oxygen have been so close to netting themselves a free entry, but it's just kind of escaped their grasp. And instead of going for the top floor like they did in the first round, they're going for a bit of a direct take. Already in train, Newers uses that revolver to open just a small little walkable hole, but just straight on entering the site would be incredibly risky. They're gonna take some time, drone it out. You see Hat and Newers in the first floor as well. The ROU and the Candelas, they're prepping it. I think they're hitting the go button.
And I think it's very telegraphed. You can see all of Wildcard ready for them to make this play. Newers gonna walk up the staircase, but it's Hat to die first to Kansan. The ROUs are gonna help a ton in getting that plant down, and Newers so far forward. Great shots on a Bosco. Plant is down, an advantage now to Oxygen. As Diaz kills Kansan, good trade back eventually from Spiff, but it's not long-lived as Yago will get it back. Spiker another onto him though, and with his cover outside, Wildcard might just have enough time to do something about it. But they need to act fast, because it's going to be tough to bait out a swing from Gomez, especially with Diaz still alive. They're going to try and combat Diaz first inside of mining, but the Thatcher has the upper hand on his first swing, and from the window, Gomez rears his ugly head. Diaz to lock it out. Oxygen finally on the board, and in perfect timing.
There is an opportunity where taking your time is actually okay. You're setting yourself up for the execution. It's what you expect from a team that is going to take a lot of time, drones it out, uses their utility to set themselves up. It's like a pitch perfect explanation of what Oxygen can be, but that is also just a bit of a surprise take. They spotted a small gap in the Wildcard defense, and because of the Sens buff, nobody's going to be able to see through that. Wildcard didn't have anybody set up on the second floor or excuse me, the third floor or the first floor to potentially counter that plan. So it's great for Oxygen that they're able to spot it, but as we head to a new site, there's no adaptation that can be done here. You're heading here for the first time. And they're still flashing the Sens, which hasn't really... We haven't seen it much on Cafe. We did get to see a little bit yesterday, but I'm wondering to what end they're going to use that ROUs. Is it going to be a potential freezer drop? Is it going to be an entrance from service door? There's a lot of areas that can get use out of the ROU. You just need to use it with precision.
And I like, oh, wait a minute. Aggressive play from Bay early to get a spawn peek. I was going to say I like to switch up to the first floor because clearly OXG are adapting well to different, or the same site twice. So bring the one you haven't brought yet and also switch that up. Wildcard quickly change that pace. They've been so slow, so patient, just waiting for OXG to execute. Normally to their own benefit, so you're not going to expect a spawn peek here. That's exactly why it's so effective, and they take away the ram. That is your sole vert operator, at least specifically for the vert. You have a secondary shotgun, you have some breaching charges. You can work verticality a little bit, but it's just not going to be to that same extent as it would be if you still had that ram alive. Big play for Bay.
Just the third entry he's gotten so far in this game. It's 1 onto Gomez and 2 onto Newers, and Newers is 0-3 on the entry. And he's your big guy. He's been on this team for a long time and has probably been the only consistent from team to team, whoever they've picked up. It's kind of been based around Newers, and Wildcard have done a decent job at shutting him down pretty early on. And like you talked about the impact that the ram can have. And for Oxygen, they do have control of the second floor. What are they going to do with it? Clearly they're using some super shorty, but Bosco just shreds Hat. And now, I mean, you don't have almost anything that you can use because you just have one breaching charge in Gomez's pocket.
Well, Diaz at least going to use the Bravo drones to some good effect, but shot instantly as it gets through the door into the site. Is that clutch? One more left in pocket, or at least one more left alive. But all things considered, OXG, if we thought they were slow before, this one's going to be a whole new issue. Caught out a couple of times trying to advance, and not only is that going to make you a little bit more timid, a little more scared to make plays, but it's going to take you longer to work this verticality because you don't have Newers alive anymore. Electing to go down red stairs towards Bakery with this play because it seems like that's the only option they have. Actually, not even. Diaz might go for reception. Very fragmented take as OXG are just going to spread out and look for picks. And OXG still with a little bit more time, but a play has to happen soon. They're telegraphing this though. The drone in through the door, or in through the window from reception is going to give it away. Nice shot for Gomez, but Bay with a good trade. C4 does a bit of chip, but knows that Diaz is coming through, so it's all to the same effect. Yes, Yaga has a trade, but no, he's not going to win the round. Great shot on the second. Might just make me look silly for a moment, but no, Case and Control can still make this close. But I just don't know if it's going to matter. 0 seconds left on the clock, and he's only halfway through. Surely Bosco can close that out. Wildcard back on track with a win in round 5.
Back to the good old issues for Oxygen. Granted, that one is probably impacted by the kills a lot more. It's not something where you could just blatantly say, yes, this is Oxygen with all the opportunities in the world and they're just hurting themselves. But Wildcard have been so in your face. This is a common thing for the team to do. They will run out on you. They will spawn peek. They will flank. And if you are not ready, which Oxygen clearly has not, they are going to get slammed. Newers is the only person, or I guess he is the one person who is close to positive, and he's had 3 entry deaths so far. I talked about how mechanical this game is going to be. Wildcard have the upper hand so much, and it is Bay leading the charge, and I do not expect that he's going to stop anytime soon because there's no adaptations that Oxygen have made to actually stop him. There's no Nomad, no Gridlock, flank drones, anything of the like, because that's just not what Oxygen does.
They had a mighty good adaptation to go direct into dining in that one round, but it's clear that first time through sites is not it. The only attacking round they've won is one where they've repeated. Fortunately, no more sites to go to for the first time for Wildcard, so hopefully Oxygen can make this a bit closer of a match by taking round number 6, as it's their second time through the mining and dining attack. Their 4th time through a site that includes dining, as it feels like maybe Deja Vu having to attack towards this part of the map again. It looks like Newers wants to start off with a lurk up round, but quickly opts to decide not to, as thinks better of it thanks to the barbed wire in the way. And OXG will have to try and make this work from the vert. Blitz on board, though, to hopefully try and spearhead the push sooner than usual.
Use Buff the Legion is reading as Newer steps on a goo mine. It's gonna have to pull that out as Oxygen set up some players on the windows trying to get an angle. Bay looking the wrong way. It's the first entry to go the way for Oxygen, and Newers doesn't win that fight, leaving Kansan in reading. The potential hatch drop could go bad for Oxygen unless they can get the kill. They will, and now we're even at a 3v3 as Oxygen does take the man advantage.
And Yaga keeps trying to run more players down, but everybody running down white stairs before him. Hat with that vert, just holding some angles, waiting for someone to give themselves up, but it is zero control over the site for Wildcard. They have completely pivoted. With Spiker walking up red now, Kansan spotted walking up white, and he knows he's so low, so he cannot challenge an area of the map that it seems like Oxygen will be watching. And now that lack of flank watch that you mentioned before the round may come back to haunt OXG. Because I'd imagine some attempt has to be made at getting back into this round. Otherwise, Diaz going to get another kill on a Kansan, and it'll leave Spiker in a 1 versus 3. Hoping on the jump through the window for the Blitz, but as he gives himself up to Blitz, likely thinks better of it. Yaga knows not to challenge Spiker like this. They're going to re-drone this Oxygen. Wise for doing so. Does get another drone shot, but precise information as to where the sentry is. And as they walk towards him, 2 goo mines hit. Hat actually downed by 1. And Diaz all the way out in Pillar, but it flashed out by the Blitz. And so that little bit of hope that was almost there for the Wildcard fans fades real quick. 4-0 on sites the first time through, but OXG successfully changed things up 2 times to at least keep themselves alive on Cathay.
That round definitely does inspire some hope for the fans of Oxygen out there, because I think that one was simply won on guns. They set themselves up on the window, and I'm a little confused as to what Bay was doing there. He seemed like he wasn't interested in the player on the window, which I assumed that he knew that a player was there, because Oxygen have done that in these previous rounds. But once they get that entry in, having that man advantage just enables them so much, as a lot of teams who get an entry do. They feel a lot more confident. They have a lot more purpose with what they are doing, and I think that's what was missing from Oxygen's attacks, is they weren't getting the entry, they weren't getting that man advantage, and it kind of allowed them to spiral within themselves. Confused, dazed, not having a good idea of what they actually wanted to do on their attack, but getting that final round does calm a lot of nerves, because now it asks if Wildcard can produce some attacking rounds, which still was the weak link in their previous game together.
Absolutely right, especially on Bank that one time through, but Wildcard, a team that have proven that they can win defenses like no other. Thus far through the closed qualifier, that was their worst defensive half, and they were up 4-1. They were up 3-0 at some points through it, but because they started so dominantly against Cruelty, this can technically be considered their worst defensive start of the LCQ finals thus far, and it looks like they want to start this attacking side off really fast with the Nook to try to lurk somewhere. Glaz set up towards small big window in a blitz with the shield on his back, trying not to give away his presence. The only factor they're waiting on is Bay. Can he spot an opportunity to make a lurk in through tables? For now, he's just gonna wait. Selma's out already for Bosco, but it's Spiff to die first to Hat, who's getting pressured now by the Blitz, somehow allowed to see once more, but Bosco will punish him. Gomez has also been knocked down. And so this is actually a little bit more of an advantage to Wildcard. Shoot out another Echo drone in the air and take your control. They're playing for a little bit of a reset here, though, as OXG can reset Gomez. Wildcard want to reset that tempo.
I'd love to get that down onto Gomez, but I just don't think... Or actually, no, it might not be possible. The way that Gomez is, you would have to enter line of sight to be a huge risk, but you might get a huge reward. And it seems like they're just going to let Gomez die out, be the living drone to signify, yep, they're not entering the site just yet. That enables Wildcard to have a man advantage with the Blitz and the Glaz still alive. I think that's going to be vital. Eventually will get finished off, but where does Wildcard spin from this? You see the 2 players inside of Bakery, and I believe there is another player walking over towards White. I want to say that is Bosco. So they want to go for a little bit of a pinch, but I don't know if they actually have the map control to do that just yet.
They don't have the case control, but I like this decision to reset for Wildcard. Check if anybody on Oxygen's going to get over aggressive, and then reset while they're all looking somewhere else. Diaz aggressive swing, but now he can get caught out in reception. Somehow not dead yet. Actually evacuates to the bar, and he'll be just fine for now. The next one on his teammate to die is Yaga, but Newers with a trade to keep it within 1, at least in the man count. Swing ride for the blitz, and Spiker somehow not killed. Newers just a couple of inches too far wide, and as a result, he'll die without getting another kill on the board, leaving Diaz in a 1 versus 3. Could have died in reception. And if they lose this clutch to him, they'll be kicking themselves over letting the Wamai live, but only 15 seconds, so they've got to stop thinking about it, what-ifs, and start getting into the site. Blitz with a good flash. He still somehow gets the kill, but Bay there for the follow in good timing with another flash over the top just to make sure there's no hope in the world it's seeing a thing. And Wildcard just as clean on the attacks, it seems, today.
Wildcard's pause in between when we had the actual execute into Bakery and when the final execute came onto Coat and Freezer is a little bit like what we've seen from Oxygen. Well, Oxygen will initiate, they'll lose some bodies, lose some utility, and from there they can push onto the site or wait, drawn out, whatever. Wildcard, in the brief respite, repositioned their players and clearly had an idea of what they wanted to do, which was push over through Coat Check and into Freezer. I am still a bit confused as to what role the Glaz played, because I don't know if you saw that. He didn't stand still at all to look through the smoke, so it was just kind of like staring into the void. But regardless, Wildcard still played really well around the Blitz. And they're not going to bring him again simply because I think this is not going to be a direct take. It's going to be a top floor take, similar to the attacks that we've seen from Oxygen so far.
An OXG with a very unique defensive lineup. The Soulless not often broad. The Sentry does have its utility, but a lot more operators that maybe you wouldn't see as mainstays. We don't have a Smoke. Obviously a Zombie and Mira banned, so you can't bring them, but no Smoke, no Fenrir. None of the, like I said, the mainstays. Soulless in 2025, Castle, Vigil, very clearly an obvious intent for OXG. What exactly it is, not 100% sure yet, but excited to see. I'd imagine with that shotgun, Hat going to try to contest a plant from below, should they take that. But they're obviously contesting that top floor first, and I like this tech from OXG. Contest the top floor, and then have a win condition in the first floor later on, because that just feels like too much map control for Wildcard to take over the course of a round. So Wildcard seem like they're going to start with that roof instead of starting from the bottom up. And OXG perfectly content to wait for them.
Interesting that Hat is playing in train, almost like a pulse on this site. Maybe to catch any players that are droning. I think it is odd, because not only did you kind of call out the Soulless in 2025, ooh, scary. She also doesn't really know what the gadgetry is going to be. So I think it's just mainly going to be, is anybody on their cameras? The IQ scanner as well has been very, very popular today on Cafe. So far, halfway through the round, nothing really happening from Wildcard. A Boss G shot goes straight, doesn't hit anybody, and eventually Bay collects yet another entry combined with Spiker's Claymore kill into Gomez.
And it just does not look good for OXG at the moment. Newers tries to run down Bosco, but he barely even aims in before he's shut down himself. 2 versus 5 for OXG and Wildcard. Take the roam clear in good time, with plenty of utility still left to work the site and at a massive man advantage. Hard to imagine a way back in for OXG, as Diaz and Hat are just walking around the second floor hoping somebody peeks them a little bit further forward, trying to find whatever they can from their teammates' comms. But all things considered, Wildcard playing this so well, just waiting to try and make the right timing on their execute. But Hat still swinging the hatch, hoping someone gives themselves up to him. Top red, maybe it'll be the hatch, maybe it'll be the window. somebody needs to be caught on a bad timing. If Wildcard don't make any mistakes, obviously this will go their way. And that's exactly what happens. Great pre-fire for Cans and his shutdown hat. 1 versus 4 now that Diaz shuts down the first. And he wants to deal with the White Stairs lurk as well. With the plant going down, he's got to be ready for Kansan around the corner, and he isn't. Wildcard. Match point now over OXG with 2 straight attacks.
One of the things, if you remember, about yesterday, LAS's attack is they kept trying to force opportunities when there weren't any, and when they calmed that down, made their own opportunities due to positioning. That's when they played a lot better, and I think that's what Wildcard are doing very well on the attack. That's the second time where they've had that entry and then had a brief bit of time to recollect themselves and then send an idea of what they want to do with the remaining time and the remaining players. And in that one, it is to push into train itself, or I guess that one would be mining itself. And Oxygen just don't have the communication within each other, nor do they have the man count. It was a 2v4. You cannot play the trade game, something that has been really present, or excuse me, has not been present on either side today so far. For Oxygen, I think you really just have to go next. Hope that Consulate, which I don't think it will be somehow better than Cafe.
5 seconds to insertion.
This is the map OXG picked too. Just hoping that the map that we didn't get to choose will be better than the map that we did get to choose. Feels a little odd, all things considered, but if there's any consolation, you got to pick the start side on Consulate. 99% sure that's defense, because why wouldn't it be? And there's a good spawn peek, at the very least taking a lot of damage onto Spiff. I think they want to go for the reswing just to confirm it. That's Gomez. And I think he's just going to give up on it. Still over towards Pillar, but he actually does choose to fall away, content with the damage he's dealt. And he'll have to be for now. Spiff, at the very least, a lot of time wasted as he just crawls back over to Kansan in precious seconds off the clock for Wildcard.
Health is health. That's still time wasted off the board. I don't think it's a bad thing. Get anything you can at this point, honestly. For Oxygen, they're big fraggers, Hat and Newers, sitting big negative on the board. It's not abysmal, but it's not what you need right now compared to Bosco and Bay. 10-2, 10-5. Can't believe Bosco's only died 2 times so far. Now he is the entry onto Red Stairs. He will be the first to die, make that 3 now. It's an entry that Oxygen really need.
It feels like a while since we've seen OXG look this solid, and Wildcard halfway through the round, they barely have anything. They have Spiker in VIP corridor, and that is about all. That has to be the X factor here. There's only 2 players on this first floor. Spiker hoping he's already in a bar. Wait a minute. This lurk could be insane, as Diaz might need to fall off right into his angle, but he actually elects to take the fight against Spiff. What a shot! Newers with another, and now the lurk that I said would be so important. The only attacker left, even if he gets a kill. No case control, and it feels like no chance at getting back into the round. Spiker just has to hope that someone gives themselves up, but I don't think it's going to happen, buddy.
Diaz, the MVP of the game against LIS, showing up when they need him the most. It's Newers clearing it out, and Oxygen. It's a bit of fire in their stomach, something we really didn't see. Even those attacks didn't look like the Oxygen that we've known throughout the NAL and throughout the LCQ so far, but that looked different. They looked confident. The fact that Diaz goes for that second swing on Red Stairs with the player there, with the track stingers, and still comes away with it as... I'm gonna say it, as lucky as the hip fire headshot gave him, because there's a little bit of luck factor in there. That is the thing that can put Oxygen back into this game. It is a little bit risky because you're essentially playing very solo, just kill hungry type of gameplay. But what Oxygen have done so far just is not working. Wildcard are running in circles around them. None of these rounds really looked close, but when you got Diaz shooting like that, Newers back to close to being positive. maybe there's some hope for them in this map after all.
10 seconds to insertion.
Something that worked really well for OXG on Clubhouse was finding those early picks and getting in the face of the wildcard attack early. Because wildcard, as we have seen, if you aren't going to pressure them, aren't going to stall out. That was what we saw early on when they won their first attacking round. They got the control they wanted fast, figured out what to do next, then they got the rest of it. Round number 2 of the half, so round number 8 total. They got the control that they wanted, figured out what to do, they started going for it. They're not really hesitating when they have all 5 alive, so it's good to see OXG really try to get in their face and disrupt the rhythm that wildcard can very easily find their way into. Gonna need to be more of that, but up on the 3rd floor it can be hard to find those early opportunities because there's just such little map space on this one floor. And only one player off of the floor, that's Yaga, all the way down on white stairs. So, interested to see how that lurk will work out for OXG.
There hasn't really been an in-your-face wild card moment in this round. On their attack, they have been very composed compared to the defense when they would push as much as they can. But off of the information, Bay's able to get that kill on Newers. That's big. Cannot collect onto the second of Bay, but that clears the Pixel player. I don't know if Oxygen are going to have somebody reassume that position. Seems like they might. Don't exactly see it, but still, that's wildcard getting a little quick stab in, but they do lose Bay.
Yeah, Gomez does bring up the Pixel Shield eventually. With Cat in Cigar Shop, this is good. But you only have one player towards Cocktail. And so, if they choose to go Skylight, if they choose to drop that same hatch, there isn't really anybody to respond to that immediately. Yaga's going to have to respond late with his C4. And Diaz going to have to take care to watch the drops down the hatch. You can hear a Grimby popped. Just to try and get a little bit more information before the play comes through. And wildcard, aware of these gaps, but also aware that OXG aren't just going to give that stuff up immediately. Bosco very hurt on his drop. C4 out, 4 Hat, but a nice shot onto it by Kansan. Not going to matter much, though, because Hat's still alive, and Gomez took a kill into a member of wildcard. Yes, good, there's a response for Bosco, but only a minute to go when the diffuser is on the roof. They need to recover that soon. Otherwise, it could be a problem. Spiker now rappelling down, and they still don't have that case control. Kansan all the way downstairs trying to contest Gomez. He knows he's here, but Gomez barely skirts around the corner. Flashes down to possibly go for an execute soon, but wildcard hesitant to make that play. Secondary shot downstairs could be big for Gomez, but instead he's caught on his way back up. Big play for Spiker. Still on that cutoff angle all these minutes into the round. Now he'll go back up to the roof, recover that diffuser, and they can start to get a default plant down. What can OXG do about this? There has to be a play made, and that's something that wildcard are aware of. The Grimbees to spot out Diaz. He will, in fact, get spotted out, but he re-ups the position for the drop anyways. Damage dealt to Bosco as well. And so even though Yaga's dead, I think Diaz might just have it under control. Bosco so low on health, he wants to fake a diffuse plant, but the Bee's no longer giving away where Diaz is. I think Bosco might just have all of this. The red pings to help, but not quite enough. The other side of the bar. It's Bosco with a bearing. He's been in positions like this before. 2 invite wins after all, and Diaz needs to hold his nerve to clutch this out for sure to keep OXG alive on their own map selection. Bosco just waiting, knows he has the advantage, and he does! Just barely holding on to that round or wild card, and Bosco closes us out at 7-3.
Really did feel like Diaz was the big difference maker in a lot of these rounds, and he almost keeps Oxygen in it, but just barely loses that one out, and wildcard win Oxygen's map pick of Cafe.
It was wild. I was waiting for the defense to completely flip the script. I was waiting for Oxygen to have a response, but Aiden, it just seemed like it was wildcard all the way.
Absolutely. That's what I was talking about before the show, right? They're so good at defending on this map. They're so good at defending in general that on a map that they're confident on, letting them choose the start side, I think it might have just been wraps from there. OXG did look not bad on their attacks. They definitely looked really good once they were able to kind of know what was coming, as they never lost an attack their second time through an objective. But between the early struggles on defense to figure out what pace wildcard we're going to go at, and the struggles the first time through every single bomb site, there just wasn't quite enough good in that map for OXG, and now they are down a map heading into their opponent's territory.
And while Oxygen did put up a couple more rounds, it felt a little bit, especially in that last round, like it was Diaz making the best of a bad situation. He was put in a lot of these situations alone didn't really have any help. And because he has been so good in this entire LCQ, he's almost able to single-handedly keep Oxygen in the entire map. But I think Wildcard had more than one person. It was Bay who went ludicrous in this series along with Bosco, but like Diaz, no help.
It was crazy, the just dominance on the entry that we saw from Bay. I think maybe 5-1 overall. We'll take a look at that in a bit when we get to the stats. On the other side, though, you saw someone like Newers, who was like 0-4, who just did not get going and struggled to find the footing. Typically, a core component of the OXG attack and defense is Newers being that rock, getting some entry kills, V.
He wasn't able to. Bay being as forward as he was with the assistance of Wildcards, because it wasn't just him that was being very in your face of Oxygen. He was just a lot of times the first person who would do it, the first person who would be able to get that kill. And Newers just wasn't ready for it. I don't think all of Oxygen was ready for it, and they need to really just get into position and learn that Wildcard are going to be as aggressive as they can, or they're going to get knocked down into that lower bracket.
And it could happen before they know it. This was their map pick, not supposed to go Wildcard's way, but not supposed to be this one-sided. Aiden, I mean, we talked about before we got into this that Wildcard, they're likely the favorites here. They're coming in with confidence from yesterday. They looked stronger, but they really delivered across the board.
Oh, absolutely. I think just in general, exactly what you wanted to see out of Wildcard, proving that if you give them the time and the space, they will 10 times out of 10 make you regret that decision. The only times it really felt like we knew that OXG were going to be in the driver's seat, or not even we knew that OXG were going to be in the driver's seat. The only times it felt like they held their own destiny within their hands was when they either got aggressive and didn't get punished for it on a Wildcard, instead punishing Wildcard, getting in the face of the attack, or when they kind of were able to cheat a little bit and say, okay, we saw this last time, what do we think the gaps in this defense might be? But when we were just seeing these two teams go head to head, who can adapt more in the middle of a round, who can make the right calls in the right moments, it felt like it was always Wildcard. And so a little bit worried, but Consulate defense start could be exactly what we need to get OXG's momentum back together.
Well, I mentioned we'd crunch the numbers, and here they are now. We'll take a look at our stats to actually get to the bottom of maybe any other pattern that Oxygen could try to grab onto to see if they can bounce back on that second map. I mean, V, you mentioned it, Diaz doing well, doing anything he could to try to keep OXG in this fight. He went 12-7, but aside from that, everyone else negative. On the Wildcard side, it was just a lot simpler, a lot cleaner.
I think that's going to be hard to change going into Consulate, considering this was their map pick. This is an area that they've played before, felt comfortable in, and that's a lot of times what I think has to do with mechanical skill. If you are comfortable, I'll bring up Alex. He hasn't played a lot. He was on LIS. Maybe he's not as comfortable. Maybe that's not why he did not do as well. But players like Newers have been in these situations for years at this point. There is no reason why he and the rest of Oxygen should not feel comfortable on their own map pick up against a team they have played countless times.
Alex isn't even in the tournament anymore, and he's still catching strays.
Look,
I feel bad for bro.
He is the person that he provided a prime example of like who the opposite of Newers should be.
I gotcha. But even still, I think a big thing to highlight for Wildcard as well is just how many people do well on the entries. It was Bosco in their first series, Bay here today. Spiff's normally the guy you think of as that entry player, and he hasn't needed to do super well. Great to see that at a Wildcard, letting everybody show, not just in general, but specifically in those entry fights.
Well, clearly, Wildcard are firing on all cylinders. Oxygen still need to find something. Maybe they can do it on Wildcard's map pick of Consulate in just a moment. We'll see, but Oxygen, they need this one, or it is to the lower bracket they go. We'll be right back. Another day, and well, apparently some more wildcard dominance. OXG needing to find something on map 2. We have Consulate coming up here in just a moment. V, obviously we've talked a lot about Oxygen and what they need to do. You mentioned, especially on the attacking side, is Consulate going to be any different than Cafe?
I think the map itself is going to punish Oxygen for their lamenting for their just lack of presence around the map and lack of actual ability to push. That combined with the entry, unless they can fix that, I think it's just going to go all the way down to the lower bracket.
All right. Well, the last thing to do is send it over to you guys, waiting to see if Oxygen can find the play we know they have in them. Aiden, let's see if they got it.
Certainly hoping that they do, as it would be a little bit of a bummer to go out so soon, so quickly. They will still be alive in the bracket, but obviously 2 Pro League teams enter a lobby, and you'd hope for it to be pretty competitive, especially with so much on the line. Grim taken off of the board after the Dokkaebi. So we go from 2 consecutive shield bans to no shields getting banned. That could very easily change the pace quickly. That might be the exact change of pace that Oxygen were looking for. But seeing as they're starting on the defense, I highly doubt it. More weapons in position for wildcard. But I will say, V, just yesterday, it felt like map number 1 between LIS and Cruelty was going really, really poorly for Cruelty, but they get back onto the defensive side, start on a very defender-sided map, and that was all that they needed to start to rebuild that momentum. Wonder if we're going to see anything similar today.
That's funny. I felt like Cruelty actually their skyscraper defense was okay at best. It was really
they won 3 rounds in a row. They won a couple rounds in a row at the end. Listen, they got some clutches on that side, and I think that's what they got the guns shooting again. I'm trying to create a narrative.
Oxygen. Oxygen for hero plays, you like them, that's not going to be a path to success. Diaz cannot continuously be doing these one man on stairs and one man in a 1v3. Like, it's just not going to be repeatable over this map and the next map. There needs to be some core changes that this team has to help them out. You talked about how starting on the defense is going to be very big for them, a lot better for them, and I think it will, and it potentially enable players like Newers to really lock in and get some of those entries.
10 seconds remaining.
Certainly will help. They've got Newers on the Ella, so all things considered, certainly looking to enable him with a very comfortable gun, as you're not often going to bring the Ella for the util. Plenty of other operators in the game with proximity-based activating, whether it be mines or explosive canisters or what have you, or just proximity mines that can, activate when someone's in the vicinity to just make noise. So you're bringing the Ella because you want that ability to know where people are lurking up, but you also want to activate someone with the Scorpion. And Newer's the right person to try to get on that lifeline. As, like you had mentioned, last map was really only DS who was able to get going. So, all things considered, Oxygen need to start to make their way back in, but it's Wildcard who need to make their way into the map first. Looks like they want an admin over clear, but Newer's looking to contest them early for that control.
It's not too shocking. This is pretty normal for a lot of teams. They do like to go admin over. It's just up to the defense how much they actually want to contest that. I mean, it's either going to be this or essentially playing with an Amaru going for default plant, and well, there is no Amaru on the board. It's mainly just going to be a lot of smokes and the ROU light wall as well, as it seems that Office is clear for that entry. Spiff realizes that, hops on in, and with some drones, they actually might be able to push even further, which you would expect their first optical to potentially be vending. There is no shield, so probably no player hanging around there, so then they can push forward past that, and then their actual first roadblock.
And so far, they've taken a lot of time to encounter this sort of not even really a roadblock, as you had put it, because OXG will just fall off very quickly. And all things considered, not the time that Wildcard would have liked to make, but still not the worst thing in the world. They could use the rest of this time to try and set up some more positions across the map, likely towards top spiral as well. They'll send Spiker, and an early use of the ROUs, but because of that ability to reactivate them later, I like that. Just setting it up for the execute whenever it can possibly happen, rather than having to chuck it out when you want to make a play.
You can see now time ticking down. They have used one fireball. All the Roteros are going to get used. It really is starting to tick down. But Bay, 5-1 on the injury. He starts with the death, immediately gets traded out, and it seems like the execute is here.
And Spiker able to get something back, but the down and the finish from Yaga will continue. The OXG dominance within this round. Spiff trying to walk up on reception, but nobody there to meet him, and have Oxygen forfeited too much control too fast. It's Yaga in the corner who needs to make a play. He'll die, but had to trade it from behind the bomb chassis. Now his position known, he needs to be the one to step up, but they're not even going to walk at him. Spiker instead wants to challenge Newers. He won't die to him, he'll die to Hat instead, but Newers still gets his kill as the second player up. The one to die to him, the last one to fall, goes to Hat. Double kill for the smoke, and a great start for Oxygen.
I really liked Oxygen's defense. I mean, granted, it didn't provide much in terms of utility, but it was there in terms of guns. That's really all that separated Wildcard from pushing on into the site, because I mentioned they didn't have a player playing in office. They didn't have a vending room shield. There wasn't a lot of actual destructible utility that was needed to get taken off the board. And that means that Wildcard were just kind of at a standstill once they reached that vending hall. They tried pushing forward, but with no easily accessible way of entry, I think they just kept slamming themselves up against that brick wall. You started with Bay's death, you had that trade immediately, but because there was no real coverage from anywhere else, there wasn't really anybody by Spiral, pushing up through Yellow, it was very one-sided, and Oxygen did not have to worry about anyone pushing from anywhere else, which is kind of atypical of Wildcard, but is also typical of this type of push. So I'm wondering if Wildcard are going to adapt and maybe try to throw in somebody for a sort of flank, jeez, with Spiker on the Nook.
Certainly be interesting for sure. That extra element of surprise, perhaps what was missing in last round for Wildcard, as it kind of felt like OXG knew exactly what was coming. That admin side take with a little bit of a reception lurk. Very normal recipe for attacking. Maybe not recipe for success on that side, as it didn't quite work out there for Wildcard. Going at the map from the same exact side yet again, though. Not the same site, but still want that admin control first. A nice and easy, mostly uncontested part of the map to try to make your entry in first. Wrong one. That was not what he wanted to take out, and he just lets one rip. One nade down.
Some house just blew up a mile away. Stray frag grenade. It's kind of comical. You really hope that doesn't hurt you down to it, that you don't need that frag grenade. But I mean, there's not a lot that you're gonna be able to use it on. There's like a BP, the shield of Hat, potentially some Banshees, and the Vulcan canisters of Goyo. But there's also, I just realized this, 4 operators that have frag grenades that Wildcard are bringing. So no, I don't think you're gonna miss that frag grenade. But overall, this attack is kind of still sputtering. They've got the drones in, but they still haven't pushed Oxygen out of anywhere that they need to. Kansan hasn't been the player to engage upon these defenders, and I worry that that's going to start to hurt them when it comes time to execute.
It certainly hurt them at the start, and Gomez went too early on to swing this quickly in favor of Oxygen. Yes, Spiff does have a response, but can there be more? Yes, out of Gomez, a quad out of Gomez, and Hatt'll shut it down. Such an early conclusion to a round that felt like it was going nowhere fast for Wildcard. It definitely went nowhere, and it certainly was fast.
Are we really gonna have another series where we have the opposing team win the enemy's map pick? All right. Well, so far, I mean, Wildcard are showing symptoms of what Oxygen had in the first map, where they don't really have a lot of intent with how they push. They just are throwing out their drones, having a very medium, actually small amount of utility, maybe some basic air jabs as well. And it's letting Oxygen find comfort, ease. That's why Gomez has been able to get the kills he has, why Hat is currently 3-0, because there's no actual presence from this wildcard attack. It's just scary drones, and drones do not have guns. At least not in Siege.
No, yeah, that...
10 seconds to go.
I think, I don't remember if it was just like a mod that someone made or something, but I feel like I've seen a video of that happening and it was scary. So, I'm glad they don't, all things considered. OXG down in the basement looking at...
That's an incredibly funny idea, but I feel like that would be incredibly unbalanced.
That's a new operator idea. Yeah, that's a terrible idea. I kind of twitch, I guess, but just very much not lethal. About as balanced as that idea can be. Anyways, back to the basement for OXG. And right now, heavy presence on the first floor. You could fool most players into thinking this is a first floor defense. A player up on the second floor, and only Diaz in the basement alone. There is some util on that main wall to deny it from getting open immediately. But there's no active tricking going on, and so they're just going to be able to break this wall open real quick. The impact trick not successful, and Wildcard with some very good presence established very early on, and an opening kill is Bay. Back on the board in the openers. They're really enabling him on the Ash today. Another for Bosco, too. Wow.
Wow. I feel like there's nobody actually in it. Bosco is inside. He does have some assistance with Spiff, but being the ace with the diffuser, that's what I was worried was going to happen. Was that you were going to have the spray down goes your ace, down goes the diffuser, and suddenly things look a little scary. A great little trade there. I love how Wildcard set up their attacks so that they're always just around 5 feet away from one another. The track stinger is going to go down, and Hat's going to push forward. This is a hugely bold play. He's looking back and forth, and he just looks the wrong way, leaving Diaz in a 1v4.
A little bit rough for him. All of his teammates dead on the roam, and in very resounding fashion, this one swings back in favor of Wildcard. And all things considered, by this point, getting around on the board, kind of the expectation, but not necessarily too bad for Wildcard. C4 out won't do anything, and the nade rolling right towards the S will unfortunately not do any damage, but even still, they got him on a drone, they had him on a death mark, they know exactly what he's up to. No case in control, but I don't think they really matter. They're just going to hound him down, and the kill goes to Spiff. Wildcard are on the board for the first time on console.
We didn't really get to see it, but I want to know how those initial engagements happen. Because especially the first one, I believe that was Yaga dying as well, that Oxygen just kind of offered themselves up. Especially that second one. I think Wildcard did a good job at getting that roam clears. I think we do have, I would assume, a crash, because this has been a very common occurrence for Oxygen. Currently playing all from the same house, and crashes just have been really disruptive for them. I don't think it's some controversy that we saw in the EU LCQ. I don't know if you heard about that, but Oxygen would love to continue with the good momentum that they have.
Almost certainly, right? And you starting off your opponent's map pick, you want to be able to establish that, especially after you lost your own. You have no other hope other than to just make a lower bracket run and hope on it again. But kind of to call back on the EU qualifier as well, we saw the difference between Asparagus, the team with a wonderful name, who you got to see them in the upper bracket final and then in the grand final, but they were like 7 maps down by the end of the day, and you just get so tired. You don't want to be the team that ends up through the lower bracket. You want a little bit of time to reset, maybe grab some dinner if you haven't gotten anything already. Instead, loser of this game sent packing to that lower bracket, and you'll have to play another one within like 20 minutes or so. And you don't want to be that team. So getting established early on Consulate going to be the key, especially since the attacks for OXG looked a little bit rough, and attacking this map can be hard enough as is. So every single round counts on this defensive side.
And already, Diaz and Gomez, those are two players who really, really present. Hat as well, he also got some early kills in those rounds. that needs to be transferred on over to the attack if you're able to enable those entries, and I worry that that is something that they're not going to be able to do, but it's hard to speculate on because we're still technically 3 rounds away from going to that attacking side.
We've actually got a little bit of a highlight to show you of the player highlights so far, so we can pull that up, and very excited to let him know how that's been going so far. But all things considered, it's been a very solidly contested map so far, and I do think that we can get into it. I do want to mention again that we did have the graphic, so we can pull that up and let everybody take a look at it. There we go. And a very interesting leaderboard about the most players, where the players with the most kills at the 6th Invitational. So just a fun little tidbit to add in a little bit. Highest KPR goes to Shaiko on this leaderboard, which is the most kills per round. Nesk with the most kills in history. Super exciting, and a lot of Brazilian dominance up there. The top 3 players all Brazilian. Just a fun little tidbit. But we actually have the game ready to go, so didn't need to stay on that too much. Ready to hop back into Consulate between Wildcard and OXG.
Yeah. Luckily, we don't get to lose the kill stats, because I do want to lean on that as we get into it later, because I think it's a good example of who's locked in, who's not, comparative to that first map. And so far, Oxygen getting that 4-2 would be very good, and if the pattern holds, we would probably see another 4-2. But as we head back up to that top floor, this would be something that Wildcard are either going to have to change where they attack from or how, and it seems like they're doing both. Going for the Amaru window plant with the Finca. So there's going to be a lot of fakery, probably some underneath play you might expect as well, but it really is chaos when it actually comes down to it. It's kind of exciting.
Oh, absolutely. So OXG back up on that 2nd floor. They elect to go for it once more. And Wildcard, with the Amaru, like you said, can kind of just turn into chaos on this site if you choose to go for it. All things considered, though, I feel like it might be a little bit different, because they don't have a ton else that really indicates they want to go for a play like that. I mean, normally, it's just a few operators you might see on this. Grim, though he's banned. Buck and Deimos, neither of which is being brought here. Any other kind of util spam, like a Ying or a Sens, but instead, they're just bringing the Amaru with a case, and I think they may go for a fake here, as they're really trying to get OXG to think this is going to be an admin overside take. But Bay is on that garage roof with the case in hand, so I would imagine that's what we'll see coming up.
Committed with Spiff. Potentially, I mean, you get yourself an entry. That's going to make that actual execution a lot better. And have the time as well, with the actual execution taking about 3 seconds. Zip in that window, boom, plant starts going down along with that Finca boost. So use the amount of time that you have on the board to potentially get some sort of pinch, so some utility. It's mainly just going to be Spiff on the inside. Everybody else is still on the roof. A couple players droning out, which I think is probably going to be for the best, but I worry that it's not going to be enough on the actual execution.
And Newers starting things off strong, making sure the execution itself not going to be so effective, but here it comes anyways. Bay in the backside, and nobody looking for him at all. He could start to sneak a plant down, but there's a Goyokan, and that he has to account for, and 2 of his teammates have already died. Hat'll make sure that he abandons the case in the middle of this site. Spiker with a response, but it's still 2 players down, and OXG don't need to swing anybody here. They have firm control of the case in the middle of their bomb site. Hard to draw up a much more winnable situation than this. Maybe you could leave 1 player alive on the attacking side and 5 players alive on your defense, but you'd really be nitpicking at that point. As Bosco re-droning to try and see if there's any gap they could take advantage of. But for now, not likely to find too much. Nice shot for Spike around the corner. A double for him in that little sequence and a triple on the round. And now he might just pull his team back into it. How do you keep doing this, Spiker? It's Yaga now alone in a 1 versus 2, and yet the case is still abandoned in the site, but they have good info on the castle. It may just be an ace to the Flores, but Yaga falls off just a tad. Flores around the corner, not quite able to land the shots at first, but Spiker eagerly looking for it, but he'll actually have to play the plant. Wants to go for it now, so Yaga can't call his bluff and advance too early, but Spiker plays for the kills. He was hungry for the ace, but Yaga just baited him off. So well played by the Castle, and as close as they got out of nowhere, it's still a round to Oxygen.
Well, what a believable clutch that could have happened from this wildcard team. Did not happen. Could have happened. But to get there in the first place, I think a lot of things go wrong. Wildcard, they have the player hopping in onto the office side that's going to be Spiff, but they don't have a lot of assistance for him. The walls get open so that he has some angle, and then some drones, and then nothing. It's just Spiff alone trying to have a sort of distraction play, and it works a little bit for like the first second. And then after that, Oxygen realized that, oh, no, okay, so there was an Amaro. We just refocus our efforts on over to the window. And because Spiff is all alone, Nours is able to pick him off. It's a play that, when it works, it looks really good. But when it doesn't, it just looks like Wildcard are trying to stretch themselves way too thin.
I think they just might be extra time to talk things over going into round number 5. But on that top floor, you kind of see the issue that can come through with those fakes, especially on a site like that, especially with the defensive comp that OXG were running. You don't have to have a ton of emphasis on that lurk, but if the plan is to just lurk Bay in through console window and have them start sticking to plant, the Goyo cans will give the defense plenty of time to realize that that's what you're going for. And on top of that, you had to leave Bay outside the entire round before that. So you're basically extending or attacking into an extension in a 3 versus 5 or a 4 versus 5, depending on where you had the other players. And even though, yes, there was a valiant effort by Spiker to get back into it later, just a hair off of killing Yaga with about 10 seconds to go and securing that round himself, we still see OXG back on the first floor. And even worse for Wildcard, because this might have been their worst attacking round so far. This was the one that it felt like nothing happened for half the round, and then in 15 seconds, everything was over.
And also as well, we've repeated sites, and those were the ones that Oxygen were able to win. They made some small adaptations, and were able to get them over the finish line. So far, Wildcard have made one adaptation, and that was the way that they attacked. Here's another one. Kansan on the Spiff, Kansan on the Nook this time instead of Spiker on the Nook, who is instead on Blitz, and one would assume that you would use the Nook as a way to get a pinch in simply because avoids information. All you need is to get her inside, and then your attack does all the work from there, but it fell apart very early the last time. The entries for Oxygen have been lights out, and unless Wildcard have changed how they can actually get their Nook or their Finka, who is inside, in the building and in the right spots, they're going to be left with yet another loss.
And they keep re-droning this first floor, making me think they want to go for a direct take. Look at all these drones inside the site itself. And you may be thinking, well, why can't they? There's only one guy in the site. Everybody else is on the second floor. Well, dear viewer, the entire roof above this site, that is the floor of the second floor looking into the first floor, it's all breakable. So every single line of sight that Oxygen could possibly want to have onto the first floor, they can have if they make it. They have players with the secondary shotguns upstairs, I believe, as at least Yaga should have one on board to make more holes in the roof with impacts too. Player spotted out in closet could be a pivotal opening kill for Wildcard, but they can't even find that. And so not high expectations moving forward, although Bay with a good kill onto Hat. Now they can start to work their way into the site. Spiff will die next, but this lurk from Kansan will need to be successful. Bosco with another one. They've spotted out an extra player inside of the site, and they've dealt with him too. And if everyone on OXG just keeps contesting these players, the direct take might work anyways. Yaga has all those lines of sight I was talking about, but between the smoke canisters and him not being the warden, I think the plant's gonna go down. New holes made to give away where he is and not find any kills on anybody left. And Wildcard just allowed straight into the site. They're ready for the hatch drop and no kills to Yaga as he tries to get back in the 4-on-1. Wildcard allowed free access to Piano and Expo, and they take round number 5.
And that attack looked very similar to what we've seen. They drone a lot out, don't have a great idea of what they exactly want to do, and it's not clear to us as the casters, as the audience. and they drone out the Goyo about 4 times with a bunch of different drones, and yet still they don't collect an entry kill on him, and kind of displayed in your head, okay, time's going to tick down, the players up in the second floor are going to be able to shut down the direct take, but Wildcard get the entry that enables that confident play, and due to that plethora of drones that they threw into the site, they're able to get a really good foothold inside of it, play around the blitz in a way that left the defense just kind of stumbling, looking for a way to counter the attack that was now in and planting. And Wildcard have confirmed themselves for a 4-2, and they get to attack the basement site, which is something that they won previously, only allowing 1 death on their side.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
And even if Wildcard can make this 3-3, that is an insanely good start. All things considered, 4-2, not too bad at all, especially given how good Wildcard have looked all tournament long on these defenses. I'd imagine Consulate might be the most defender-sided map they've played thus far. They've only played Bank and Cafe, which I don't think are as defender-favored as this map can be at times. And so all things considered, Wildcard, I would imagine, with their best still yet to come, and they might want to just go for another quick play, recognizing all this roam presence. But the Tuber Owl brought this time to try to cancel out that quick breach. And it looks like OXG playing this a bit closer to the chest. They've got DS inside of Garage with Hat on the basement floor, as well as another player just upstairs to possibly help out from up above. But DS has delayed this breach for about as long as he possibly can. But I do think it's going to be a quick play in, at least soon.
Do have smokes. Spiker's over in yellow, so it's probably not going to be actually used for, I would say, the entry, but he does have the diffuser. It's not in Kansan's pocket. So I am interested to see where this goes, and his Hat drops. Spiff, Bosco down as well. This is a bold play, and if they can just get the plant down, I think the round changes in total.
They kind of stopped trying. Another C4 goes out, it looks like, and it will take down Spiker. Bay finally finds Wildcard their first kill of the round, but they're losing 3 fights early, and Kansan lost almost all of his HP, so I don't feel like this is a round they could turn back to their own favor. With the case abandoned in the middle of the site, wouldn't be the first time they've had to try and recover a diffuser and make it work out of a 2-on-4. Specifically a diffuser that's abandoned in the middle of the objective, but it will be the first time they've done it out of a 1-on-4. DS with a nice kill, and Gomez with another. Gives that round to Oxygen, and they do salvage that half to a 4-2 defense advantage.
Wildcard, with 2 players down, still committing to the blitz pushing in through yellow and plant is so incredibly bold. And for a second, I thought it might work, but the C4s available from the side of Oxygen just completely shut that down. And it seemed like the coverage for the plan also really wasn't there, because you would expect that a player would be potentially over in yellow or potentially in piano, able to get the coverage who's going to shut down the plant denial that the defense has. It was a long shot. I'm going to be honest. Happy. There wasn't a good chance that they get it down, but if they got it down, then things change completely. But we end at a 2-4. Wildcard now onto the defense. Remember, last time we were here, the attack really didn't find anything for Oxygen, and now the ball is in their court. They have the lead. If they lose this map, they're going down to the lower bracket. Have they fixed their attacks?
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, last map they managed to win 2 attacks. Here, that would be enough.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
So all things considered, hope definitely not lost for OXG. Then we go back to Border, would be map number 3, and we've seen OXG win that this tournament. So keep the hope alive, but obviously need to see fast progress. Consulate, a slow enough map when it comes to clearing it, a difficult enough map to clear in quick timing, or even just get your way into the building on. And so we need to see some fast progress made by OXG, because their big problem on Cafe was that lack of timing later and stalling out in the early or mid round. And so far, nobody into the building just yet, so not quite indicated whether or not they're going to go much faster here.
Still have the IQ. I think would be nice, but Newer is just spending a lot of time making it nice and pretty. Seems like he doesn't have much else to do, which, you know, might be an issue. But he is inside, and now he's going to drone himself. It is a little bit of a solo lurk, but that gets shot out. Signifies that there is a wildcard defender inside of this server area, and that could be a big point of entry if Oxygen can actually clear out the player, which is Kansan, who is backed off into the locker hallway. Now we'll slink up the spiral stairs and we'll get away from Oxygen's grasp.
Same kind of thing we kept seeing on Cafe. OXG would take a long time to contest some map control, and Wildcard were perfectly happy to fall back because of how long it took OXG to show any presence at all. Now Oxygen haven't even tried contesting the second floor control on an attack into the first floor, which I promise the second floor control is important. I know Wildcard kind of made it look trivial whether or not you even walk anybody upstairs, but OXG would help them to try and make that play. Gomez into reception needs to be unexpected here, but it seems like Spiker at least wary of the possibility of someone being in this position. The Brava is going to take a kill, but now Spiker looking to reaggress. But in that meantime, Gomez has fallen away. Another kill on a Spiker as he kills both of the players upstairs. And though there's a response from Kansan, that's the second floor control and the basement, all in favor of OXG with some time to work with.
They gotta make sure they use it. Do have some breaching charges in the pocket of Diaz.
Oh my gosh!
Well, getting that kill onto Bosco is huge and opens up a lot of angles. The round is not over just yet. We have seen some big plays on both sides, and I worry that if Oxygen don't set themselves up right, these two players of Swift and Kansan could go wild.
Spiff nearly given an opportunity, and now Gomez has to take a Gumine out. Good timing, but Gomez just quicker on the trigger than Kansan. As a Capcan trap triggered, it will bring it back to a 1 versus 2, possible for Spiff, but Gomez is so clean this round. Oxygen win their first attack in emphatic fashion, thanks to the para from Gomez.
Gomez has really stepped into his own on this map. Currently, he has 3-0 on the entry, and he is one of the players leading the charge when it comes to getting inside of the building. He's winning fights that he probably shouldn't. I'm looking at that one over Spiral, barely sticking the goo out of his leg. He's still able to get the kill. Oxygen needs to continue to lean on him if they want to win this map. 10-4 right now. The closest being Hat at 6-5 on the ace as well. And Wildcard, they set themselves up to play 4 trades of sorts. I think it fell apart just enough so that Oxygen really could collect when they actually attacked on that top floor.
Have to agree, and it's such great timing for OXG to go for just that. A little bit bigger of a map, it feels like, than Cafe, and maybe that expansive size allowed Gomez to find that way in and spot that gap exactly as he had. And OXG, the kind of team where if a single one of the players on this team is able to hit the gap that they needed, then you can very easily punish, and they will take advantage. Rather, they will punish, they will take advantage, because 5 very talented individuals on that OXG side who have all played at very high individual levels themselves in past years. LMG on the Finca at the moment, and Hat walking up with the case. It looks like we might see a little bit more of a console window side take with a lot of early attacking presence over on this side of the map.
Got player repelled on the window, as without any Amaru, but still the Finca as well. It's hard to say how they want to enable this attack. It's probably going to be helped by Yaga underneath. He's opening up that floor, making it so that Wildcard can't push up if they want to, let's say, Spiker or Spiff with a Mossberg to shut down the planter. That's not really going to be possible with the skeleton keyholes that are made underneath. Hat is going to take a little bit of damage, and now with the surge, Gomez is going to be able to get 1 kill, but immediately dies.
And Yaga with another one from downstairs. Yaga with 2. Getting kills, holding his ground, and making sure they can't flush him out of this first floor. C4 prepped for Spiker to try and have a response if they choose to go back in the window. And that's perhaps the only bad thing about this attack for OXG, is that Wildcard are just going to wait for them to shuffle through. Wait for them to walk into the choke point that is that console window or the other choke point that is yellow. Someone has to find somewhere else to go, and it's Yaga walking up the spiral stairs at the moment. Seems like he might want to commit, but for now still on the first floor, and Spiker gets one of his teammates down. They do get into the building though, and good timing on that air jab. C4 picked back up, and it should be good to go, and it does do damage, but it won't quite kill Hat. Trusting his teammate on the cover, they can hear him close though, and they can also hear the player on the window. It has to be Yogg to make a flank play. That's what I'm waiting on, but that's what Wildcard are waiting on as well. Turn around at the wrong time for Spiff. He might get caught from behind, and they're not even going to matter. No time for Yogg to activate because Hat just kills them both himself. Hops off the plant and holds his ground. Oxygen, 2 rounds in a row attacking Consulate.
Do you see what I mean when I say how the entries are enabling whatever team gets them? Gomez is in, and even though he's immediately traded out, Oxygen still maintain advantage due to all the other players finding their rhythm. And it looked a little bit scary when they had 3 players all around the same window and still couldn't protect one of them. But having that flank made it so that Wildcard just had a little bit of pressure in the back. It's like, okay, he's not here, but when is he going to strike? And the coverage on the window is just so nice on that site. It's why you a lot of times will have that basically be a default plan, because the coverage on the window allows for a decent angle that if the defense wants to swing it, they have to engage with the player on the window. Now Oxygen put themselves at a pretty nice lead, even better than what was on Cafe. 6-2. They can close this one out, head to border, and really test the metal and see if they've changed.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Guess you don't want to change, all things considered, as last time through that map just yesterday. Albeit narrowly, you did get the win. Reception, oh, they spotted him. Newers knows, and you've been talking about the impact of these entries, and he might just get one for free. Bay caught a little too far forward, and it's taken a little while, but eventually the finish sure to be found as he's just tucked himself into the corner. And just a little bit of a, yeah, it's his kill. It is his kill, and he's just got to be ready for 2 players just around the corner to try and make a play off of it. Finishes with the shotty and ducks back out just in the nick of time to get away from both Kansan and I believe that was Bosco waiting on the staircase.
As well, we've seen Gomez have a really good game. Newers is also a lot more present on the entry, but it's Bay who has kind of taken a lot of the hits, and it is kind of the negative of what we saw on Cafe, the opposite, where Bay is the first person to engage most of these times, and on Cafe, he was the first person to collect, but now he's the first death a lot of these times. Spiff able to get away from the Blackbeard. Don't know how much of that was intentional or how much of that was just the get out of jail free card from Gomez. And now with Wildcard, they don't really have a way to get a kill onto Oxygen. Oxygen have flexed onto them, gotten that map control, and can now work their way onto the first floor, where there's still a lot of Wildcard defenders that they can take for their own.
And so far, the walk up is going to give away where Spiff is, and he's just hoping he can get away safely. Kansan with a good kill on a Gomez, though. And that's the Blackbeard down. And Kansan making his way back down to the site. Wildcard so content to take that man advantage away from OXG and at least make it neutral, as now they can play their site hold and play it confidently. Both the Buck and the Deimos able to work the verticality here, though. So OXG content to maybe give up a ban if it means they can start to work this verticality over the site and set themselves up for a plant and garage. Nobody nearby to shut it down. A couple of C4s would have to be the win con, but with how much area being cleared upstairs, I think the C4s might just be too far away.
Hard to see where Oxygen want to engage. Hat and Diaz on yellow stairs. They do have one smoke that they want to use. One will be thrown out as Hawk takes a lot of damage. And where's the C4s that you were talking about? Where are they?
Not going to shut down Hat yet. He gets the plant down. They're finally going to shut him down afterwards. But now this verticality can really start to punish the Wildcard defenders, as Spiff caught way too far ahead. Another one noticed. Another one down. Another tally on the kill total for Newers. He's at 8. and could possibly get to 10 if they give him all 5. Spots one get into the pillar and has a great angle on him. But once they start to hit this case, surely they'll shut him down. No, Kansan with great cover. They're dropping the hatch. They're right into Spiker's, or right into Kansan's line of view. They need to shut down Spiker. They don't get him. He's just tucked in the corner. What on earth?
We'll say happy that vertical control, amazing. However, it leaves one line of sight that is really, really important. You can't see the player onto the diffuser. And so it's a double hatch drop. And because of the amount of time it takes, the player remaining on the side of Wildcard, they're able to play around it so that the hatch drop is kind of a funnel of death for Oxygen. They played it really well. It's just unfortunate that how the map is set up, how the vertical was set up, they just could not see the actual player on the diffuser.
It's not quite. And there is a vert angle you can have onto that post plant spot, at least I believe. I just figured that would be more of a formality. They planted it in a spot where they couldn't really hold for later. And just, I guess, not enough time to fully think about the plant spot, fully plan that out. And that's kind of the impact of Wildcard wasting so much time. 2 minutes already gone off the clock by the time OXG get to open up some of those angles in the roof. And then by the time they decide, oh, let's go for a plant, let's try to make a play, hat just not in the right spot so they can hold it from the post plant. Disappointing, all things considered, for OXG, but Wildcard keep themselves alive. Barely, though. And really just a sign of mercy more than anything else. Wildcard let live another round on Consulate. But all things considered, OXG still with some room to breathe and a lot to be happy about that last attack. So still not much to worry about.
That's the thing, Cap. It was a 6-2. Wildcard now have to win 3 more rounds. So they would have to complete a full site rotation and would have to re-attempt basement, one would assume. And the last time kind of came down to just one small mistake, of which Oxygen controlled almost the entire round. They've changed their tune. They have a good idea of what they want to do on content. They seem a lot more comfortable on that basement attack, especially the ability to control that vert and use the Buck or the Ram or whoever they bring to throw the defense into disarray. And now Oxygen are going to have to attack the second floor. They don't have the Finca. So are they still going to go for that default window plan, or is it going to be an office over like we've seen a lot from Wildcard's attacks?
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
We have seen quite a bit of it, and hasn't quite seen success for Wildcard when they would bring it out. It was some of the earlier rounds, and they didn't quite make it work, but it is nice to get a little safe entry point, all things considered. A lot more utility brought to try to dump it in, but not really going to use that for that console side over, at least not in theory, as it doesn't look to be the case. Newer's already into admin, so all things considered, good forward control established fast, but Wildcard really looking for this kind of a take. Their only their only condition to deal with the console window seems to be the smoke. Other than that, they've got the Wamai and the shield and a lot of other teammates nearby, all prepared to hold this vending machine shield as long as possible. But it looks like it's already gotten blown up by Newer, so good job to get that done so soon, but he's not ready for Kansan! Make it 2 for the Wamai, could even make it a 3rd, but not ready for the player and managers. Instead, just a 2-player advantage to Wildcard. Still very happy with that. No XG need to retrace their steps.
I mean, you give up map control for 2 kills onto the attack. I take that deal any day of the week. Happy, how about you? Like, it is something where now Oxygen, have 2 shields with the Candela. So it is not over. There's a lot of ways that they can deal with these leftover players. But that one might just be the dagger on this round. Candelas aren't going to mean anything against the Warren. It's a flawless round for Wildcard. And now that's looking a little scary. That is after the timeout.
Yeah, OXG looked so good on their attacks. Even all 3 of them, realistically, just barely missing out on the attack on Garage. And now they call the timeout to talk things over and hopefully just put the little cherry on top of their dessert. And then Wildcard ate the whole sundae. It's just gone now. That was flawless for a wild card, and now they seem to be the ones in the driver's seat with no tack timeout left for Oxygen. Just a matter of wild card expecting exactly what OXG were going for, noticing that, okay, OXG aren't the kind of team to do that console window take 2 times in a row. Let's put all our eggs into the basket of the vending machine side and station 1 or 2 players and some passive info gathering util on the backside just to make sure we know when to pivot. But OXG just walked right into what they wanted, and if things weren't good enough, cans and wide swings for 2. And that just felt like the round done there. So, really rough start for OXG. They've been starting these rounds off consistently well, and it has been those opening kills, like you have mentioned time and time again, that really feel like they're dictating these rounds. So for OXG, enabling those entries again, going to be pivotal. And fortunately enough here, more map control to contest for, so you don't have to worry about getting stuffed the instant you try to get into the map, like what kind of happened last round.
We could see another office overtake from Oxygen, because that is a take that a lot of teams like to do when you do have to control the second floor. They have the Blitz and the Blackbeard. I'm really keeping my eye, because I just don't think that they would try to go for an admin over. It seems kind of typical, and like you would expect Oxygen to do something like that. And as DS on these windows, they've already opened yellow. We could see that push on over, and as Spiker and the rest on that second floor readjust their positioning to all the shots being rung out by Oxygen on the roof. Still don't have an exact idea of what this attack wants to do. And Oxygen, they have the time to cause Wildcard's brain to scatter all over the place.
For now, Hat looking for an opportunity. Everybody looking for opportunities towards that first floor. On the exterior of the building, opening up different windows and just generally trying to establish themselves on some cutoff angles before seemingly rotating it up to the top floor. And I like that. Establish yourselves on the first floor and then suddenly pivot real quick. The Blitz to go in top. Spiral flashes out Spiff, and that oh so important first kill found against Wildcard in favor of OXG. And the walkthrough meeting, nobody's seen. It's a player in the corner, a console with another one in the connector. And they're going to have to stop for a moment here. He needs a bit of assists from his teammates, but Newer's on the backside, needs to make a play, and he does. Can barely even see, but it's just fine, because we may just see map 3 all the same. Bosco's C4 up the floor is going to get something back, and he was the one to save them on the last map and closed it out at 7-3. Can he keep his team alive on Consulate? Lowest HP player in the lobby, and plenty of time for OXG to re-drone this, but not plenty of drones. 1 still up for Oxygen Esports at the moment, with Bosco still searching for a kill up those floorboards. I don't quite know if he's going to find what he wants. And OXG just waiting. They don't have to give anything up. They don't have to do anything stupid. So they can drop the hatch at the same time. No util left. This is what you talked about a lot on Cafe. They run out of util early because they try to use it so fast to try and pressure people out. Newer's dealt with through the floor, and wait a minute, this could happen. Gomez is in the site. He may not look the right direction, might not expect the wrapper on the hallway, but he gives himself up, and Bosco's gonna die for it. Gomez just ready. Now that the Capkin goes for the pre-fire. Oxygen force map number 3. As we yet again have seen a best of 3 in which map number 3 forced out because both teams took the map the other chose to go to.
I feel like this happens so often when you're least expecting it. A matchup of this caliber with this level of stakes. OXG, much cleaner on that map, and be safe to say exactly what we needed from them to take this to this third map.
Yeah, this is a pro league team. To not have them go to a map 3 does feel a little bit like a disservice. You had these players who were really dormant in that first map. Suddenly, they are wide awake and they're shooting you right in the face. Gomez with that quad. And he's also getting the entry in a lot of these rounds. He is a big reason as to why Oxygen were able to jump out in such a massive leap.
And it was DS alone trying to carry them through Cafe, but this time it felt like we barely even had to say his name, because Hat was doing well. Gomez, like you'd mentioned, doing incredibly well. Newers was showing up a lot more often, and the gun's so much more alive for OXG, and it really did just feel like all they needed was a very good side to start with and just get their feet back on the ground, get the confidence back that they needed to really get in the face of Wildcard and shut them down early and often. Those opening kills kept dictating the way these rounds went, but they kept going to OXG on this map.
We mentioned it, almost 100% opening kill to round conversion. I think just one round didn't end up going the way of the team that got the opening kill, but not a shocker that the team who ended up coming out with the victory was OXG when they were dominating in the entry game, on the complete flip side to what we saw on that last map. This time, both on attack and defense, V, we saw OXG cleaning it up. We saw some great vertical play from them, some just great team play, and overall, a much more well-rounded experience.
We saw a renewed Oxygen in this map. And you talked about the entries. I think that enables confidence for them. They feel a lot more comfortable walking around the map, taking these gunfights, having an idea of what they want to do, because in a majority of these situations, they also have the man advantage that they can work with. And it's something where Border, I think it's really just make or break, entry or bust.
Exactly. That's what Border has always been. It's what it will likely continue to be, given the way this map has been going. On the flip side, though, Happy, right, we talk about the success of OXG. You got to look at Wildcard, and yeah, maybe a couple of the shortcomings they had there. One noticeable shift, of course, was Bosco. We were praising him from his top of the leaderboard performance on map 1. That did not translate to map 2.
No, unfortunately not, and all things considered, just generally the performance not quite translating over for Wildcard. It's crazy to think that they picked that map as well, but the defense is easily the worst they've been all qualifier long, and hopefully Wildcard not having an identity crisis at the wrong time.
Yeah, well, we mentioned those entry stats. You can see it here. Gomez leading the way on the OXG side, 4-0 to kick things off. Newers going from 0-4 to 2-1, so stepping it up in a big way there. V, this is what we asked for from Oxygen, and we got it. And if you're looking at this series in terms of, well, I don't know, maybe a bigger picture in terms of momentum, this is exactly what you want to do, the kind of stat line you want to drop when going to a map like Border next.
It does feel like Oxygen have kind of sucked all the oxygen out of the room for Wildcard. You win map 2 and using that momentum push forward. I mean, I think this would be the third time. If Oxygen are able to claim map 3, we saw LIS win map 1, Oxygen won the next 2. LIS won map 1, Cruelty won the next 2. Oxygen won map 2. Does the pattern hold?
Interesting to see whether or not it will, but I feel like the hot hands are just going to dictate this next map, right? Who gets off to a better start, not just overall in the map, as we feel like we've normally been continuing that trend through the map of whoever gets off to a better start is holding that advantage early, but again, like we talk about, whoever's winning those first fights. In a game like this, between two teams at a very similar level in terms of Pro League and their capabilities, what happens first off and who has to try and force opportunities with a man disadvantage, with both of these teams being both so patient and so willing to take advantage of mistakes and overextensions on the side of the opponent. It really does just feel like that opening kill and who can be hotter earlier is really going to dictate who wins on Border.
Well, still clearly a lot of questions to answer, and well, we will be able to do that on map 3. One thing we know for certain, well, our expectations can be thrown out the window. This one not as open and shut as it seemed. Map 3, Border, coming up next. Well, we get back into the action here with map 3, the final opportunity here for Wildcard or Oxygen to go straight into the grand final. For the loser, still a chance to go to the grand final, but if they want to do it, they'll have to play 3 best-of-3s back to back to back. Aiden, I think we can all recognize that that's something no one wants to have to do, to go into Cruelty, who have been waiting for you, watching and hoping to fall into that trap.
Yeah, I'm sure plenty of us could play 7 or 8 maps of Siege in a row, just, for fun, on your own time or whatever, but around this time of the night, you gotta get dinner, you gotta reset mentally. It's gonna go late and late. Like last night we were up till like 1 in the morning on the eastern seaboard over here. So we realistically could see us go incredibly late into the night as well, and having only maybe a couple of 20-minute breaks in between that, not what anybody wants. And so Wildcard, hopefully not thinking about that too hard, as they seemed to take a little bit of a step back on their own map selection. Now coming into Border, you gotta reset the tempo.
Well, Border is a map all about tempo, right? It's one of the more explosive maps we have. In the 2 times we've seen it already on day 1 of this LCQ, it delivered exactly that. It was chaos at times. We saw some wild moments. We saw the same thing last night at the very end of that series. Based on what we've seen so far, do you expect Border to devolve into that same chaos?
I do. I think it is really just going to be a bare-knuckle brawl. Who can show up when it matters early in the rounds as well. I don't think it's going to be super pretty, but somebody's got to come out at the end of it a winner.
I honestly don't think it will, though. I feel like these 2 teams are so structured. I'm kind of interested to see how Border plays between the 2 of them. It's so small, and these teams have been waiting until later in rounds and trying to take their time and play things out as meticulously as possible, that I feel like we could really see an interesting style of Border. When we look back at the couple of times we've seen it already, Loyalty is scarce playing at both times, a team who we know can fall back on TDM meta kind of strategies, more so playing into the guns and the talent and lack of expectation. And Team Cruelty, who they were playing against last night, also do that on occasion. These 2 teams, I haven't really seen a ton of that from them so far today. So really excited to see if we do get a little bit more TDM action and it is kind of chaos, or if these 2 teams play a very calculated, strategic Border, not something you see every day.
Right, chaos or not, there's one thing that we know for sure, and that is opening kills are going to be a defining factor of this match, because so far in this series, they were, right? We saw the same thing on map 1 as we did in map 2. The team that really dominated at the forefront of these rounds ended up dominating in the overall round count. And Border, it's a map that can also fall into a similar trap, especially when you think about clearing that top floor, taking CCTV, taking map control, clearing out even really from anywhere on this map. It is about who can get in the building quickly and secure those kills.
Yeah, on map 1, that was Bay. On map 2, it was Gomez. Who is it going to be on map 3? There's no real idea of who is going to grab this map and potentially run away with it. If it's going to be close, if we are going to have one player who is just running over the enemy, picking up all these entries, it could be completely even. There's so many what ifs, and we can only go off of what we see. It's hard to say who has the edge here.
Well, there's one thing, Aiden, that I think we know for sure, and it's not a what if, that is Cruelty is certainly sitting by, glued to the screen right now watching this game. They've played this map, they know what's going on and exactly what strategies at least they wanted to bring to the table here, and they know that the loser of this map will head right down to the loser's bracket and wait for them. Of course, that map we're still waiting on in just a little bit, and we don't even know what maps we're going to go to in that series. But put yourself in Cruelty's shoes for a moment before we get into this one. What is it you're looking for here in terms of gaps to exploit? Both of these teams, Oxygen or Wildcard, they're going to be the favorite going into that matchup against Cruelty. How can Cruelty manage to turn the tide?
I'm really just looking at defensive setups and trying to figure out what we think is consistently working that these attacking teams can do. As Oxygen on map number 1 showcased both of their attacks the second time through bomb sites, that if you get a little bit of time to soak in these attacks, or soak in these defensive setups from Wildcard, you can win. They were 0 for 4 their first times through, 2-0 their second times through. So I'm looking as Cruelty at how far away are defenders playing from each other? Do they have a lot of utility on their gaps to know whether or not we're hitting those gaps? Do they seem to be expecting those gaps early on? That's what I'm looking at if I'm Team Cruelty. Looking to exploit those later.
Yeah. And as well, is Mutombo, Pyrox, Fatal, everybody going to show up there?
All right, well, we dive into Border now. It is Oxygen Wildcard Winners Bracket Final. The loser, elimination on the line against Cruelty. The winner, well, they're going to be looking to get into the 6 Invitational in that grand final. Happy? Light Rose, it's all you.
Much appreciated, Jonah. Our last map of series number 1 with another one still to come for us, and then another one after that on the same stream. So don't you dare go anywhere. You can maybe take a little bit of a break, but there is plenty more Siege to come. So if you're going to be busy in a little bit, don't worry about that. I'm sure it'll still be running by the time you're done, because I don't know what plans are going to end at like midnight or 1 in the morning. Either way, into Border we go. And like I was talking about the pre-show, V, like we both got to touch on, this map really exciting because it tends to kind of turn chaotic, but these two teams feel so structured and calculated and have so much respect for each other. I don't know if that's going to happen.
There have been opportunities for hero plays, and I think just Border is going to enable that, though, which kind of does invite chaos, because whatever structure you have, when a player is hitting 3Ks and unbelievable shots, you're not going to be able to counter that. It's incredibly unpredictable, and it is kind of exciting. Like, there is some fun in the chaos that happens when you have 2 red-hot players on one on each side just kind of going back and forth. But those are all hypotheticals. We'll have to see with what we have on our screen. It's Wildcard starting on the defense. This has been a very preferable side. We saw Oxygen jump out on console since they got to start on their defense. And it is going to be an Armory, no surprise there. But Oxygen currently are kind of hinting potentially an Archives push with the Osa, with Blitz, Ying, and Glaz. And it seems like they will stick to that, as there are no changes as we get down, ending the prep phase and starting map 3 officially.
Impressive. You touched on the attacking operators. Well, they still had time to change it, and they didn't.
If they changed it within the last like 3 seconds,
that would have been wild. Yeah. Like at that point, it's just impossible to talk about. But yeah, I do see what you're seeing with all of this spammable utility into Archives, as well as the Osa. You're not really going to run the Osa into Armory lockers. So it seems to be a dead giveaway. Not 100% yet, as there are still players getting established across the map, all things considered. But OXG probably just not wanting to give it away so soon. Gomez in a really creative spot to throw the Candelas in, but Newers is going to die to Spiker towards the top of East, where we'll find that first kill. And it's time to start taking a notice of whether or not that opening kill leading to a round win trend is going to continue on to Border.
It's a bit of a killer, too. Almost no opportunity to use that scan, have those drones, secondary utility as well. It throws a huge wrench in your plans, especially because you do kind of have to change some of your plans. Hat takes a lot of damage and now a big pinch, but her Oxygen's plan's going to work to fruition.
Gomez with a good kill on a Bosco. He has been knocked down, but Diaz with another one. And Yaga could possibly go for the res here. The case is alone by the Archives Balk, but they've walked into Armory with this. Not a wild card was expecting. I could see where everyone was on the map, and I wasn't even really fully expected for it. And now, with Yaga and Diaz alive, it has to be the attempt to pull this back out of the 2 versus 3. They're actually kind of forfeiting the case here. So Yaga can pick that up. Diaz needs to cover. And they have full sight control here. Diaz with a good cutoff angle in the middle of the objective, and that's such a strong sniper rifle, only good to get the first. Yaga has to hop off the case plan and try to isolate the Warden while he can, but it's a Warden still too close and punished for it, but no! Bay at the perfect time from the backside. Perfect shots out of Yaga, and it has to be a little closer than that for OXG to take that round.
And it seemed like with the knockdown onto the Warden that things might get dire, but the long flank up through meta, you're able to finally get the kill onto the player, onto the Blitz, and make it so that Wildcard, there's the entry converted into a round win, as Newers just did not get to play in that round. And transferring on over to Bathroom Tellers, I don't think there's going to be anything too surprising when it comes to strategies. It's just going to be about what is the attacker's strategy in mind, and are they going to be able to implement that with ease? Do they use their time well? Do they use their utility well? Because that's kind of how Siege is played. The defense sets up, and a lot of times the round is dictated by at what pace the attack takes and whether or not they're actually doing what they should as an attacking team. And so far, I mean, in that round, I don't think that's a good descriptor of how I think Bordeaux will go. We saw a very good entry early on, and Oxygen tried to still just fit the mold, get their attacking in, and it just kind of spiraled off without other members to help their attack.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And starting things off on Border, opening kill, opening round win for Wildcard. OXG with a very different sort of attack, less execute utility. Still a shield though. They put Yaga on the Montaigne instead of the Blitz, coming into round number 2. And they just want to establish themselves very early on in many different spots on the map as the Bathroom Tellers attack relies on a lot of different control. You want to take the verticality if you end up in Bathroom. You also got to try and focus on Workshop. Maybe you need to get the waiting side. There we go. Call out finally came to me. Maybe you needed to take that control. Who knows? But Newer's losing a Brava drone early and not even getting the fend for it. That's a disappointing start for Oxygen. Small, but disappointing.
I don't think he's mainly going to be the point of attack. You would expect Yaga on the Monty, as Spiker is still on this east stairs. It's where he was able to get that very early entry onto Newers, and he's actually assisted by Spiff over in waiting. It seems like there's a player either on rappel or walking towards the Monty, but otherwise, Yaga is kind of alone. There's not a lot of players that can actually help him out, at least right now. It seems like they are trying to change that, and Yaga is not pushing it. Okay, that's... I don't know what to say besides that, but that just feels like a big misplay.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. And 2 more now for Wildcard, as the misplay turns into misplays. And OXG, in a desperate attempt to try and find a kill back, give up 2 more and leave 2 attackers alone against the front of 5 defenders. Still almost completely undisturbed, as Bosco very low on health, Spiff somewhat low, but still low. But everyone's still alive on Wildcard, and Newer's just hoping to get a swing that he wants, a swing to advantage himself. Wants to spot out the helmet, barely missing the opportunity. And so much time spent fishing in the wrong lake. Good kill for Diaz, but they with a trade back immediately. Nice shot, Newers, but now 1 versus 3 for him. Feels very unlikely with the clutch drones all completely gone. Relying entirely on the para. Nice flick, but a little bit too far off the mark. And the T5 for Bay, looking in the right spot and gets the right kill to make it 2-0 to Wildcard.
All right, maybe it is a little bit more of a descriptor of how this map will go, because that was just poor. They didn't click at all, and I'm only assuming that Yaga just did not know Spiff was there, which is why he was content on pushing Spiker out of East, because in his mind, yeah, you get the Azami out of East, maybe push her back into office for essentially free, and that's a good amount of space that Oxygen are then able to take, but doesn't know that Spiff is there. There's no players directly on the outside balconies, and there were about 2 to 3 seconds after Yaga had actually gone for the engagement up against Spiker. So that's 2 rounds now where Oxygen have had a pretty crucial entry death, and then all their attempts to get back into the round just feel half-baked.
10 seconds remaining.
Wildcard 1 round away from that full site rotation at the very least. Oxygen going to get a chance to look at every site in the rotation. And we know how important that can be for OXG. It was important on map number 1. Not so important map number 2. OXG were just kind of winning there. We may need to get back to more of those direct, quick plays that were working better for Oxygen. Even still, comparing those first 2 rounds to each other, the faster play where they tried to get right at the site, they definitely got a lot closer in that round 1 than they did in the last round. So all things considered, OXG seem to be on the same page as I am, as the Blitz already with the case right next to that west main entrance. And ready to hopefully break into the site very soon. Only one player on this floor, it's Bosco over in Custom, so they'll walk in on an empty site, but can they make something happen quickly?
I don't exactly see the vertical that is being made, but I would assume, based on the way a couple of wildcard defenders are playing up at the top floor, that they have some set up. And Oxygen are hinting that they are going to go for a very direct take. They have 2 smokes in Noor's pocket, but Kansan on the Warden would directly counter that. You see Hat highlighting that, goes for 1. Now he could see the engagement and will, along with the Kawan.
And it's time for Kansan to make a play because he's the one who can see Hat through the smoke, but it's Bay and Bosco dead. Kansan can't do anything yet. He's been EMP'd out and he can't have a single shot on the diffuser. Hat does get down, now finished off, but the case is down as well. And that is important, rather planted. More specifically, nobody really pressuring this top floor control, but it doesn't really matter. OXG can hold this post plant. Player outside the double door, player outside the window. The Kiba barriers enable the retake, but they're now starting to pressure in. He shot out 1, Yaga with a kill, but they're still on it. Good kill, Newers. He needs to shut down this plant, though, and it finally gets shut down. The defuse narrowly not allowed to Spiker. Almost got it off, but instead, Oxygen, their first round on border, making sure this is a close contest.
We have seen direct counters to the Warden by throwing the EMPs. It shuts down those glasses. You cannot see through the smoke and makes it so that you get down the plant without a hitch. And that is a brutal sight to retake because you essentially have to play against the outside advantage that the attack has. I really liked that from Oxygen. They droned it out, used the Twitch to see if they could potentially catch any denial that was in play, like Vulcans, Banshee, anything of the like. And once that is all done, they don't waste too much time, throw in the smokes, use those EMPs, and shut down Wildcard's top floor hold without actually direct taking. It is incredibly gutsy. Doing a direct take is always going to be just a risk, a gamble, and it works out for Oxygen when they really need it.
10 seconds left.
Certainly one they needed, right? Because at this point, they were already going to be down big. We saw them down 3-0 to start off Cafe. They just couldn't make the comeback. This time, though, those quick, fast plays just working so well for them so consistently. At least it seems like. This time around, though, no indication that they're going to go for a play like that. Instead, very obviously, want to go for this kind of longer map clear. But another opening death. And so far, we have continued to follow the opening kill towards the round winner. And this time, it would indicate that a round to go to wildcard.
I believe technically the entry went to wildcard, but
I
it was like
I thought Oxygen got the first one last round.
I thought Gomez died first, and then it was like immediately dropped. It doesn't really matter because there were so many kills traded off so quickly that it kind of didn't matter. But that is just a plain as day. That's an entry. There's no trade from Oxygen, and they have no hard breach. So you can't really push through office unless you're wanting to go through the door. I think the armory wall is going to be soft simply because that is how a lot of teams play. So is there going to be a redirection towards that wall, assuming that part of it is soft? But Oxygen are still kind of angling towards east stairs and office. There seems to be no adaptation due to the fact that their only hard breach is off the board.
Newer's tapping away towards top east, but not being given a single opportunity. And this is where these teams want to be. They want to be the team that gets that first pick, but specifically these two, because they're so much more comfortable waiting for a play from the other side. They know their structure. They've been together so long, especially compared to even the likes of Cruelty and LIS. With LIS not being together very long and Cruelty still recently, somewhat recently at least, adding Skimsy to the roster. Not quite that same duration as either of these two squads. And you can see it now in Wildcard, so structured and so patiently waiting for Gomez to walk into the waiting arms of Spiff. It's 2 kills now to Wildcard and nothing to Oxygen.
What do you do from here? You have no utility that you can utilize. I mean, you have 2 axe charges, but There's so much you can destroy with that. It almost feels overwhelming, and I don't think it's going to really help you on this attack. Yaga's able to get one. They clearly have information onto Bay inside of CC, and if he peeked, he could get his head ripped off. That would make it a 3-3. So Oxygen does have plans on what they want to do, but time is slowly creeping up, and this player in Office could be huge, but it's still Wildcard who end up on top.
Newers gets a frag. That's big. And it looks like he wants to walk towards Archives. DS alone with the case, and now completely alone. As I was just meant to say, he was isolated from his teammate, but his teammate dies, and now he'll die too. And Oxygen cannot respond when they lose that first fight and aren't able to trade it out quickly. Technically didn't win the opening fight in round 3, but they managed to respond fast enough. That round, though, they just kind of sat there and couldn't find an answer.
It's memories of Cafe. A Wildcard would break open these doors, break open these windows, and take off a player on Oxygen's head. And so far, momentum has been unbelievably massive. Cafe, team who's able to get out in front, wins it. On Consulate, team who's able to get out in front early, wins it. It's now 3-1. It's going to be an Oxygen timeout. Don't think you could ask for a better time to use that. But Hat is currently sitting on 0-4. It's not really helping too much. Gomez, who was the guy on map 2, 1-4 as well. And we've talked about how they haven't gotten technically a single entry so far, combined from except for like round 3 where they were able to get a trade off of that. And you hope that this timeout is the one that really kicks them into gear. It shakes off all the previous results, makes it so that they're even. You can start winning these rounds and go to that grand final to go to Boston, their home, of which they are from. Oxygen.
Yeah, that's where the esports organization is based. Like, I think, Robert Kraft and all them. I don't know who owns it, and I think they still. It doesn't matter. But Oxygen would have the extra home field advantage in Boston, even compared to teams like Wildcard, who I think is whether Dallas or Houston. I think it's Houston. Either way.
I think they're Houston.
Yeah, that sounds right. Anyways. OXG, last time we saw them take a tactical timeout, didn't go so well in the round following, as they ended up getting smoked out by Wildcard, but very soon thereafter closed out the map, and it was Consulate attack, so not every round is going to go your way for sure. Ironic, though, that we've seen OXG struggle the least attacking Consulate, the map they didn't pick into, and I feel like historically is the hardest to attack. So all things considered, it is probably just going to come down to how can you enable those early fights to go your way just a little bit better. The info has looked good, but so far, 6 drones gone already. And that is a big key for Wildcard. The more drones you can deny earlier before the round even gets started, the harder it is to find those opening picks for OXG, and the less likely it is that they'll find their way through the round.
And I talked about it way long time ago, that Oxygen use their utility very early and often to clear out those roamers, and so not having 4 drones that they can use to potentially drone out this top floor, one would assume that they would utilize that. Now it's down to 5 if they can clear this top floor, and we're still relatively even on the end of it. How are they going to get information on the actual execute? It's gonna be a very their info face check style of play that they're going to have to use Newers on the Blackbeard, and that frag grenade just does not connect. Second time should be able to break that open. And Newers, he is the man right now who seems to be getting these entries along with Diaz, and he's going to be very pivotal for this attack.
Most certainly on that Blackbeard as well, you know he's going to be the spearhead of the attack. And so far, you can tell OXG hesitant. They know how much that first kill matters, and they almost found it. Spiff nearly caught from radio, but instead Gomez just barely misses out on that frag opportunity. Spiff holds on to his life, and Wildcard hold on to this 5-on-5. It looks like Newers wants to hit up that east stairs door and break the back of the defense. Cut off the rotate back from this extension, but OXG taking so long, and yet again, seeing these tendencies of OXG to stall out early, and Wildcard happily falling off that extension because they've already wasted 2 full minutes of the round.
A bomb has been located.
Now you got to worry about flanks as well. I think how late
wow.
into it. Getting the kill into Bosco, though. That's the first true entry that Oxygen have been able to get. Can they pivot that into a round win? As we have seen time and time again, there's reinforced walls, there's Kiba barriers, there's a lot of utility that OXG are going to have to drain very quickly. And now Newers is gone. You have one drone. You are essentially going into this completely blind.
And you don't even have the shield anymore, like you said. That's going to be a problem. Bay almost getting caught, but he holds on to his life. That pivotal as well. Narrowly missed opportunities. Spiff and Bay could both be dead, but instead we still stand at a 4-on-4, and OXG need to figure out and execute, and they need to do it now. 15 seconds to make a plan happen, and Spiff goes wide for 2. Diaz with another kill, but Bay finds more. Yaga with a trade back, but where is this case going down? They don't even have control of it anymore, and Spiff's got another. A triple kill for him, and Gomez needs a response, but he can't stick the case because Bay's in the way. And a 4th round for Wildcard.
Feels predictable. Feels like that's how it should have happened. When Oxygen don't have anything to help them with the actual execute, even though they are able to get that entry, I don't think getting the kill onto Bosco is going to be that big of a kill, considering how many players are still inside of the site and how little Oxygen's attack was actually flexing onto this wildcard defense. And now there's been a 4-2 that is guaranteed. It feels like we're slowly walking towards an inevitability, given the pattern of the previous 2 maps, that it would be wildcard to finish it out. And OXG, the struggles of attack past are here.
How do we start things off strong? The question for Oxygen, but even there, like you said, they started it off with the kill, but it's just so much time spent, and again, that kind of feels like such a tired thing for Oxygen. I thought they had gotten over that with Consulate. They were taking control faster, they were contesting wildcard faster, they had more info for their entries, and their entries were going better. But even still, OXG there, just kind of so slow to take any map control. And then by the time they start contesting it, wildcard, so content to fall off because of all the time they'd wasted. And now if it's another round win for wildcard, a 5-1 half might just be too far gone. We've really only seen 4-2 halves to start these maps off, and even then, no one has come back from being down at halftime through this series as a whole. And this feels like the weakest we've seen either team, though still time for Oxygen to recover. Just about going even with what they did on Cafe. They could get a second here. I don't think we can count them out of it quite yet, but no fast play for Oxygen this time.
The issue seems to be that they're just not helping Newers. They're not helping Yaga Diaz. Their entries are kind of alone in a lot of their entry into the actual building and their entries in terms of how they engage with their opponents. And it's an issue that's kind of happened to all these teams in the LCQ, where the more they play alone, the worse the team looks. And when they kind of center themselves and actually unify, there seems to be some sort of goal. Gomez looks the wrong way, but they do find a kill on Debay. It's actually Spiff who collects on Hat first, who's 0-6. So it is not clean on either way, but it is Wildcard who strikes thrice. And they go up 4-3 on man count.
And of those 3 kills defined, with 2 of them going to wildcard, yet again it's that early deficit that we keep hammering home on. Even last round it wasn't enough to win them an attack, so can they win from that early deficit? Trying to catch one in small office, but Gomez looking the wrong way. Spiff with a 3rd. DS does shut him down, but it's a 2 players left to 3 alive on wildcard scenario. Spiff demanding them to clear him, and he gets 3 kills on his own with a minute to go. OXG yet again in this position they struggle with so much. How do we figure out how to get in this site?
There's no reason Gomez should be the one peeking at. There's 2 Oxygen players behind him. He opens up to his only weakness, his giant glaring bearded head. And now it's a 2v3. They got rid of Spiff, but they have nothing to help them on the attack. Yeah, 1 EE, 1 D-scan. That's really going to be the one thing that just unlocks this anchor compared to the smokes in Spiker's pocket, who can completely mask the drop. And reminder, the health on Oxygen, they can only really take 2 to 3 whiffs of that smoke before they end up dead, and the drop is here. Is it enough?
Oh. Diaz drops into a smoke, but somehow able to avoid it. Good push forward, and Spiker had no clue. He thought his gas was in the right spot, but now Diaz can go for a plant. Yaga has to cover. He's to the side on main stairs. He's leaving his teammate open, and Yaga died to Kansan. Bosco shuts the plant down. And Wildcard do hold on, though Spiker was lost out of the 3 versus 2. The 2v2 looks just fine, and a 5-1 advantage after the border defense.
We're planting alone now, Happy? Hey, you have 2 players alive. Use that. Plant with coverage. Don't go alone and try to have a hero play, because Oxygen's want of hero plays is seeming to be the one thing that just puts them to bed. I don't understand why all 5 players feel like they are the ones who can change the tide of the game. Like, if I peek Spiff inside of small box, I can completely change the game. If I go around the stairs, I can be the one to change the game. They're not playing like a team, Happy. And Wildcard are absolutely exploiting that. A 5-1 feels like what it should be given the struggles of Oxygen's attack. And for Wildcard, even if they still struggle on the attack, like what this entire series has kind of been, they only need 1 to guarantee overtime, and they need 2 to shut it down. And momentum has been such a big thing in this game, it wouldn't be too shocking to see Wildcard close this out very soon.
It certainly wouldn't. It's back on the defense, or first time onto the defense for OXG. Clear emphasis on holding security and break, just like Wildcard before them, just like is very meta at the moment, to try and play heavily across that second floor and really contest everywhere you possibly can. And all things considered, it feels like a repeat of Map 1 when you look at that scoreboard yet again, as Diaz on top of the leaderboard and nobody else above neutral. As it's Yaga 5-5 and everybody else below going 1 for 1. And that was what we saw in Cafe too. You hate to think about it, but it might just be an issue. At this point, OXG still somewhat setting up the defense, with Wildcard very much establishing themselves quickly. Finka boost in, along with some Grimbees, and it looks like it might be a quick play into the site. Kansan with a good kill, but OXG respond with 2, make it a 3rd for Hat, and the walk into Army Lockers shut down for Bosco. Bays walk in, not shut down, but the only person on his team to be so fortunate on his walk into the site. Newers, Yaga, and Diaz stand against him with no case control for the Ash, because of course you weren't giving your Ash lurking control of that diffuser, but maybe you shoulda, because everything else went horribly wrong. And those breaching rounds already burnt out, so you gotta melee down the Kiva barricade. Has good ideas as to where to expect these defenders, but getting some slight peeks here and there, not able to capitalize. That's gonna be a problem, and Newers from behind with the perfect timing from top metal keeps Oxygen in this, keeping Wildcard off of match point, and series point 1 round at a time.
That distance does give you the opportunity to kind of forego, maybe some standard attacks, because if you can catch your opponent off guard while they clearly are at their low point, why not? Go, maybe throw a little bit of a rush there, catch them off guard. Because initially, I mean, they did get the entry. It was just after that, not having the Blackbeard inside of the site, I think, hurt them a little bit. Because usually the Blackbeard is supposed to be assistant on the entry. Not the player directly getting all the kills, but to help them draw fire away from those actual defenders. But when he's not actually in sight helping the team, I mean, his main job isn't really doing anything for that attacking team. So I wouldn't get too worried just yet, considering they did have a 4-round lead at this point, and now is where we would have a very normal attack. But one thing that does do is I think it gives Oxygen a little bit of confidence. And confidence has been so important in this game because it gives them a lot more breathing room and a lot more ability to actually take and win the gunfights.
Yeah, so Wildcard give it to him fast and easy there. they walk into the site real quick, trying to make a play into it, and Oxygen so quick to adapt, so quick to adjust the defensive setup. And that's what you love to see at the end of the day. A sign of life still being there is the players thinking about the big picture, thinking about the win conditions, not just thinking, how can I play my spot, but how can I help my team win the round? Well, in that case, it's get back to the site, all hands on deck, and fortunately, they keep 3 alive. So moving to round number 8, where they like to go to bathroom and tellers. Certainly what Wildcard would be expecting. And the composition and this start seems to indicate yet another, or not yet another, but a slower take on this round as opposed to the quick play they tried to make up last time.
And contrary to Wildcard, Oxygen not running in a zombie, but we saw Spiker do on East Stairs to be kind of the first line of defense against this team. As Wildcard droning out, spotted the Legion, who now knows that he is droned out. Did get to see Gomez inside of Office at the last second. His first EE1D goes out, doesn't connect on anything, but as long as Wildcard are going to take the space given to them and get the kill, the opener, it hasn't been 1-for-1 in this game, but without a direct trade from Oxygen, Wildcard takes that any day of the week.
Absolutely do. And they take the control down into waiting as well. Goyokan is popped, so Oxygen are going to know, or seemingly are aware of this control. Taps for Newers and sprays just can't land a thing, and Bay shuts down Hat. Newers trying his best, but it's all in vain. Bay with another triple kill for the DMR, and 11-3 on the Twitch. And it really is like map 1, because Bay's showing up and showing out, and Diaz basically abandoned on the site. Flawless round for Wildcard, and just when we thought Oxygen showed their first sign of life in a while, it's match point to Wildcard.
Bay hasn't been dormant, but he hasn't been the star of the show in this map. And just then gets the entry and spirals that into even more. And now Oxygen staring down the barrel of a 7-2, has to win 4 defenses in a row, going off of a flawless round. They do not have a tactical timeout to give themselves any breathing room. They just have to rush into this, knowing that there is a lot of pressure on them, because if they lose this, they would have to win at least 2 more maps, potentially out of 3, and then play Wildcard again after losing 2 maps to them out of 3. It's a slog. Jonah has said it on the desk a lot, and it's not something you want to do, but it looks like it's almost an inevitability for Oxygen unless they change things.
You mentioned the 2 BO3s in a row that they've lost to this team, but lest we not forget the BO1 that they lost to this team at the end of the closed qual, 7-4, and the BO1 in the NAL a few months back that they lost in overtime. It has been so long since Wildcard have lost to this OXG roster, and OXG would be coming back into the series after playing another map, another series. In the hypothetical that they even get into the grand finals again, if they can beat Cruelty, they would have played 5 to 6 maps in a row. So, put up or shut up time for Oxygen realistically, because the odds get even worse against you in this case if you can't make it happen here. And Diaz off to a rough start in this round as he's taken a lot of HP. Spiker not nearly taking as much, and early control for Wildcard towards jail.
They're taking it. Why not? You've been given to it by the opponents, but Diaz, the one in sight. A great Capital bolt from Kansan. Down goes the player inside of the site. There's nobody on Oxygen who is dropping, so they are set on holding this top floor, with Kansan having 2 smoke bolts and Bay having 2 smoke grenades. There is no Thatcher to shut down Newer's goggles as the warden, so you cannot rely on something like that. But it seems like Wildcard are taking the time given to them. They've gotten the entry, and now they have a minute 40 to decide whether or not they commit to a direct take or try to root out the players on that second floor.
Mine ready.
And Oxygen doubling down on the second floor. Nobody on the first floor, and not a soul inside the site. They all stop just in time for the E1D. And they're waiting for this push in. They know that's where Wildcard are looking. It looks like Wildcard also going to pressure them out on the second floor as well. 2 now make it 3 players stacking up on the Armory Lockers balcony as they want to make a quick play up there. It's even Bosco who is one of the players up there with both Spiker and Kansan. Spiff in Customs trying to cut anybody off who rotates back to the site, but Oxygen aren't doing this. They just want to play this vert. And with 50 seconds, we need a play to be made out of Wildcard. They're actually going to abandon it. They don't think they can contest. They just wanted Bosco to open up the wall, so they had a line of sight, and now in goes the play. No EMPs to counter a Warden upstairs, and the Gumine getting hit means they're going to know he's in the site. Bosco has to walk out and barely holding onto life thanks to the Gumine. But if he walks back in again, they'll have his number. They're watching him through the server hatch as well, and Yaga with a good kill. It's getting better for Oxygen, but Bay responds in kind to bring it back to 4 versus 3. Bosco's so low though, and it doesn't feel like he has anywhere to plant because the vert pressure going away. But Bay still in the picture. A second kill for him in the round, and he might just single-handedly dethrone Wildcard here. But Spiker's shut down and is walking to his site. That'll give up where he is, and they have to rewalk. But they keep walking at him. They just feed Yaga, and they're gonna give away their hopes with it. It has to be the walk back onto the case, but who but Yaga to save them? Staring at the door, and he gets fed 3 in a row to keep Oxygen alive.
I assumed that got the entry, that's it. Book is closed, Wildcard are going to enable this. And then they just wait. And they wait. And wait. Way too long. They had the smokes, but they didn't use them almost at all. I was looking at Bay, still had the smokes in his pocket. The Warden was dead, still had the smokes in your pocket. That would have been wonderful when the one line of sight is the thing keeping you from actually getting the plant down. I believe there were 2 players who died thanks to Yaga on that second floor. And I feel like Wildcard, they had it all. And especially getting the kill onto the Warden could have really just thrown their smokes in and gotten the plant down in potentially an unconventional area, masked by the smoke. But maybe it was just too chaotic. And didn't tell that it was the Warden down, didn't know. And now they still have that 3-round lead happening. So there is a good cushion, and clearly they've shown that they can outduel Oxygen in most of these one-on-one gunfights. It's just in the last round, Oxygen did have that advantage of that second floor vert.
That advantage everything at the end. But when Wildcard have gotten what they wanted in terms of contesting the map control, it was more pivotal. It feels like it's consistently gone their way towards the end, right? And I feel like still reason to believe they're definitely in the driver's seat. Maybe lose another, you'll start to doubt yourselves, but for now, I'd imagine Wildcard very confident in how they can finish this map out. DS looking for an early C4, not quite gonna find it. Aggressive towards the Armory Lockers wall, the only one inside of either objective for the moment. If he were to die, they could possibly just walk straight in. So he's playing it very carefully, but you'd rather have him there than anybody else. Maybe Yag you'd like there. Both of them tied on 10 kills, but for now, Oxygen all playing these spots very carefully so as to not give up that first kill. Oof, not quite.
Kind of surprising how much it's changed. I think we've had now 3, 4 rounds that have been recovered by the team that has had the entry deck. Spiff runs on in. It's Gomez to collect on the first one. Gonna deploy another Kiba and barely misses Kansan's head. Is there any sort of response from Wildcard? No, Kansan dies.
Yaga with another one. It's Hat making it 3, and it is Oxygen full court pressing this Wildcard attack. And they have gotten stuffed as soon as they try to get towards the other side. Bosco, the last one alive with the case in his hand, with the lowest HP of anyone left in the lobby. Getting swung on by everyone, does get a nice shot in the DS. But that's only so much. At this point, it just feels like he's going to grasp at straws and might as well just wait. So Wildcard can together talk things over. Shots from Newers are going to shut down the drone, so he can't even drone himself out. Not even allowed that. Feels so basic, so simple, but they won't let him have a thing. Bosco gonna have to forge his way through this round. He already had a huge clutch to win the map 1. Could it be map 3, falling by the same fate? Pre-fire through to see if anyone's towards the box. Does have pings on a player inside break. Move over to offices now. Spotted out. Barely missing the shots is Gomez, but it's Newers to land it. No Bosco clutch to win in the map. OXG, fight another day.
All right. 2 rounds, Happy. It's slowly getting closer. And Wildcard seem incapable of finishing it out. I was just about to call for it. You've got the tactical timeout. Use it. Oxygen clearly are on a hot streak. And Bay and Spiff, it feels like they are still doing a lot, but they have to have something more than just the entry, just a player hopping in, getting kills, because Oxygen are winning the utility game. The defense, the structures that the Kiba barriers are putting up, they seem too much for Wildcard, who I think already have their mind set up on whatever happens after this. Okay, guys, we went up 6-2. It's basically ours. No, you gotta finish it out. You can't clock out when the game is still going. And now you've let Oxygen get kinda hot. The one round, I mean, maybe. But the previous round was absolutely Oxygen working their magic and shutting down Wildcard.
Magic worked back. It would really be magical if they were able to bring this to OT. That would be when the magic is fully worked. But for now, it's just staving off elimination. Not even elimination, staving off, I suppose, relegation. Being demoted to the lower bracket. The fate that befalls the loser of this game. But it'll be another one right after it for whoever comes out on the wrong end of this against a hungry and ready Cruelty who were firing on all cylinders last night against Loyalty is Scarce. And OXG, back to bathroom and tellers. Not a sight that went so well for them last time I remembered. And Wildcard, if they closed it out last time here, surely the thought is that they could close it out again. What can Oxygen do to adjust to make things better in round number 11?
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
Flawless round last time. That's how bad it was. Happy.
Yeah.
So I'd be surprised if we saw something like that, because this is kind of similar to a workshop. Well, definitely not the same thing, but almost akin to reading site and mining site on Cafe. It's a little bit what bathroom and workshop are. Still see the Kiva barriers on East Stairs. It's the first enemy. Oxygen struggled on their attack. Wildcard have been struggling so far. They're actually not engaging on the East Stairs, though. It seems they're trying to go through Passport and almost directly into Square. Could just be a direct take instead of trying to go for that second floor.
And so far, very slow again for Wildcard. Both of these teams so good at staying disciplined and patient. Not all the chaos that we might have seen a couple of other times through this map. With both Cruelty and LIS being featured, these two know each other like the back of their hand. The number of times they've had to play through the LCQ process, far more than I think they could have anticipated. And so far, it's just Wildcard waiting to be given away and just narrowly sneaking that Selma by, the popping Kiba in front of it. That is going to open up that single wall and make that position a lot harder to play, but Gomez still sticks around and he gets the first kill on his Spiff. That's massive.
Entries have been very big for Oxygen when they've been able to get it. Another peek happens. Bosco almost dies, and that might have been the nail in the coffin if Bosco had... Actually, I think Bay almost shot him in the back there. That almost got catastrophic. And with 60 seconds left, you see all of Wildcard. They are changing what they want to do, and they don't have a lot of time to do it. Potentially going for CC. It would have to be a fast entry, but they're able to clip Yaga. A big play there. It's all equal, but I still think the time is going to be their biggest enemy going forward.
We'll have to wait and see. Yaga caught out in the bad time. Bay just keeps catching everybody out. He's on 16 now, and the newest member of Wildcard wants to be the one to send them one series away from the 6th Invitational. Maybe he was the solution. 30 seconds left, even less than that now. And they've got to work their way into this site. 2 players in bathroom, and Gomez still lurking upstairs, but he's caught out. Kansan with a big one, and the time low. But OXG's man count even lower now. As 3 kills in a row, they haven't found the player tucked in by the stall, and the missed shots for Newers are going to be crucial. Diaz with 1, but they're all caught out. Wild card, close it on the bathroom teller's attack. And OXG are going to need to fight Team Cruelty coming up to see if they can get one more shot at the grand final.
Bay is Bay. Map 1, he was him. Map 3, he is
even
him.
better.
I mean, yeah, no, somehow he did better. He was more consistent than he was in map 1, and it looked dire, and it seemed like they would need Bay and somebody else if they actually wanted to close it out, but when he opens the door, wild card, they do not manage to close it. They finish it out and get the job done.
And it feels like that's the similarity, right? We'll get a chance to look at the stats in a little bit, but it was Bay opening these rounds consistently on both Cafe and Border. And though Border a slight bit closer than Cafe was, especially once OXG got onto that defensive side, still pretty clean, all things considered, for Wildcard. And Oxygen needed to rely on some of those faster plays on attack when they would play the fundamental game. Yet again, it just felt like Wildcard were a step ahead of them at all times. And valiant efforts from everybody on the OXG side, but they've got to head down to the lower bracket. And for the first time this bracket, we're going to get to see Oxygen Esports against Team Cruelty.
Yeah, we did see a best of 1 seeding wide, but overall it has been just the Pro League teams flexing their way around everybody, and I'm excited to see what happens there as we get to see the replays of Wildcard, what was a dominant defensive side, and then they got to that 6th round, and then just it encroached slowly. We got to the 6-4, and eventually Bay's mechanical prowess, he was just too good in this entire series for Wildcard to not win it, honestly.
Oh, absolutely. And I would imagine, just based off instinct, he would be the MVP. But all things considered for Oxygen, their MVP, I think it's fair to say, either Yaga or Diaz. They were both the two who showed up on the map number 3. Diaz, the only one who really showed up big time on Cafe. I can't remember who was the best performer on Consulate. It was just kind of a general team thing. I know Diaz was a bit further down the scoreboard than everybody else. But all things considered, they won the map, so it doesn't really matter all too much.
Let's go, Mass.
Yeah, well, okay, gotcha. But even still, you know, all things through the series, the MVP for Wildcard can get revealed in a moment, but I think we have our suspicions as to who it might just be, because that was a very impressive series, and for the 3rd time now through this circuit, Wildcard have bested Oxygen. It feels like this is just the same story over and over again.
And if you're on Wildcard, you feel great. Okay, you can either play Oxygen, who you have now beat twice in a BO3, or you play Cruelty, who you throttled in a BO3. Both paths seem like they lead to Wildcard winning the LCQ and going to SI, denying Oxygen their home return trip. And honestly, Oxygen kind of didn't seem like they deserved it, given what we saw on the 1st and the 3rd map. They were just way too inconsistent.
And we can take a look at the statistics from that last game, the stats to show everybody how things went on the last map. And overall on Border, and overall through the series, it was Bay all day long. Kansan, an impressive series, kind of flew under the radar for me, all things considered, but the rest of the team just holding up where they had to. And I really do think that addition of Bay is starting to become the X factor to turn Wildcard into one of those permanently, hard stuck, just barely missing out on majors, just barely missing out on lands. I think Bay might be the one to change that, and he is showing up when it matters the absolute most.
I mean, even with Bosco and Spiff going 0-3 and 3-6 on their entry, that's really just minor spots. They still did decent, getting over 50% with their cause compared to Oxygen, who there was only one person who went positive, and it was Gomez, who had a nuclear consulate, but everybody else either went even with Diaz on the entry or negative, and Newer's 2-6 is pretty bad, considering who Newers is and how good he has been throughout the years. It's not the performance you would have wanted to see against Wildcard.
It was really only Gomez stepping up on those entries, and the rest of the team so much further down. But you look at Wildcard, Spiff and Bosco not having the best day on the entries, but Bay, Kansan stepping up big time. And it was Bay, the most valuable player through this series. The cost, 75% of rounds he was having an impact, survived to almost 40% of them, and more than half of the kills he found were with headshots. That, very impressive, just lets you know. Not only was he just feeling good in terms of positioning, being in the right spots at the right times, but his shots were precise. And we're going to get a chance to talk things over with a member of Wildcard. An interview is going to be coming up with them in just a moment, all ready to go. So why don't we throw it over to Jonah with an interview with a Wildcard member.
Thank you, Aiden. It is, of course, the match MVP. I've got Bay here. First of all, congratulations, dude. That was a heck of a performance. 34 kills over 3 maps. MVP from the most recent addition to this team. How does it feel immediately after?
It feels good. I mean, we got another BO3 to play here in like an hour or two, so it's kind of more what we're focused on.
Well, at least for this one, an opponent that you might see in that grand final, as you said, in that other best of 3. Did you feel like OXG put up more of a fight than you were prepared for, or was this just another wildcard day?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there's 0 chance we lose to those guys. I'm not gonna lie. Hat's a bum. That guy MVP'd for us. He was the MVP of the series, honestly. They should take it from me, give it to him. He went 15 and 4 those. Hat. But I don't know. Yeah, that's all I want. Just wanted to throw that guy in the dirt.
Of course, you got to do it. But then I guess right back at you. Then your map pick of Consulate, they take that from you. What happened there? If they're such a team that should never take the win over you.
Those guys, I'll give them that map. They were doing some good attacks. I mean, they have pretty good strats cooked up there, but yeah.
All right. Well, what can we expect? Do we expect the same thing? 3 maps over OXG or over Cruelty in that grand final?
I think either team we play, as long as we're just being our normal selves, I think we'll come out on top, and you'll be seeing us in Boston.
All righty. Looking forward to it. See you in that grand final, Bay.
Thank you. See you.
All right. Thanks, man. Well, a dominant victory there, at least on that 3rd map wildcard. Make it happen. Maybe dominant's a bit of a stretch, but a 3-map thriller with Wildcard and OXG. Maybe Wildcard feel like it was a dominant performance. At least for me, OXG did enough to keep me at the edge of my seat for a moment there, especially after their Map 2 performance V. It really was much better than I think we expected after OXG's performance against LIS just 1 day ago.
Yeah, it was overall a pretty tight series, given everything. I mean, I kind of said it after Map 2. It really felt like it could have been anybody's game going on to Border, and it just happens that Bay was that guy who I said, like, we saw Bay, Gomez, who is it going to be on that 3rd map? Surprise, it was Bay. He did it twice.
Aiden, is what Bay said, in your opinion, what's going to come to fruition, right? Dominance again in the grand final, OXG potentially beating Cruelty, and then they do it all again. I mean, at some point, you got to think OXG are able to find those chinks in the armor, find a way to push through.
I don't think it's going to happen today, at the very least, right? OXG looked good, but generally wildcards seem to be a step ahead. Now you'll have to come back. Even if they make it back to that grand final, you have to play another best of 3 just to get there. They're going to be tired. I think if anything, it'll be even less likely that they make it happen in the grand final.
All right, well, a long road ahead for OXG. Wildcard get a nice break. They get to sit back and watch our lower bracket final take place. That'll be OXG and Team Cruelty. One team eliminated the other to the grand final where Wildcard awaits. We'll see that after the break.
There's no host.
Wait a minute.
Where's Jonah?
Yeah, well,
Jonah's gone.
Where did Jonah go? Oh my gosh, my friend Jonah's gone. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for the second match of the day, the second of our third series, and it's Cruelty playing against Oxygen. All things considered, the matchup that I think a lot of people expected, with how Wildcard have been so dominant over OXG, and how Cruelty have, all things considered, already locked themselves in here. But do we really think that it's going to be super close? Jonah, what do you think? Since I'm the host, what do you think?
I think that it's going to be close. I think OXG don't want it to be, but I think it is going to end up that way. Because here's what I think, and I'll throw this one to V as well. We've got a Cruelty team who is just willing to fight tooth and nail for anything, right? We didn't expect Cruelty to show up so strong against Loyalty is Scarce, and yet they did, winning that game after defying expectations on map 2. V, what do you think?
That was without Pyrox, remember. So, but one thing about Cruelty is that they always have been inconsistent. They clearly showed up last night. It was great to see. It was a really fun game between them and LIS. But are they here today? Actually, technically, it is the same day, but might as well be a new day. But now they're playing heightened competition with Oxygen.
Well, we can already dive into our map veto. We know where we're going here, at least in this best of 3. Earlier, of course, we saw this one go all 3 maps here. In Cruelty versus Oxygen, well, Aiden, I said it might just be the same case again. But if not, we'll start things out on Bank, and then we'll move to Consulate. OXG goes to Bank, and Cruelty opt into the map they just watched OXG play.
And I like this. I think this is a bold move because you're picking into the map that your opponent just did so well on. But like I was talking about a little bit in between maps 2 and 3, if I was Cruelty, I was watching that map thinking, what do we think we could exploit? What do we think we could take advantage of? And all things considered, I'm a big fan of this move because you just got to see the other team play it. You know, it's fresh in your mind. You just have to hope that their strat book isn't deep enough to account for the adjustments that you're going to make going into it.
And the Oxygen choice of Bank as well isn't too surprising. Cruelty most recently publicly played that against Friendship Team and Element, and they did not look good. They kept tripping on their own shoelaces, but that was a Cruelty that wasn't ready to play. I wonder if potentially we're going to see a different variation of Bank that Cruelty is actually ready to play, that knows how to play, but that is Oxygen's pick, and clearly they are ready to rumble there.
Well, Cruelty playing for more than just their spot at the 6 Invitational, playing to make a little bit of history. For those of you who don't know this roster, we'll remind you of these names now. This is a team that, of course, could be the first Mexican roster to compete at the 6 Invitational. We've seen plenty of LATAM teams, but all from Brazil. They historically have dominated the region, and so Cruelty are playing for a chance to do that. Hopefully we can give you their names and their stat lines from yesterday's competition. Thankfully, we got to see this team play 2 best of 3s already. 5 maps, 2 maps against Wildcard, 3 against Loyalty is Scarce. And as you mentioned before, V, well, this is Oxygen Esports. We know a little bit about what Cruelty looks like when they start to thrive. Of course, Oxygen, on the other hand, we know a bit about that too. We just saw them play against Wildcard, and we know what kind of instruments, when they're clicking, how it sets them up for success.
Yeah, I think it's like a lot of teams. I've said it so much that a team that plays alone doesn't look great, but when everything is just working for this team, I said they're fun to play. They are pretty good. They're better than the T2 team LIS, and so far they have the chance to prove that against T1 talent.
Really excited to watch Cruelty, though. It has not been this close of a team from Mexico making it to the 6 Invitational since Estral Esports in 2021. Nearly qualified, but lost in the final. So I hope that Cruelty can make some history here.
Well, it is Bank to start off this series. Once again, this is the losers bracket final. You lose, you're done. Your 6 Invitational hopes dashed. You win, wildcard awaits in the grand final. Take it away, guys.
Well. find ourselves watching Cruelty once more. Fortunately, not repeating any ground that we've already treaded through the qualifier. As Cruelty don't have to go up against Wildcard again, and I'm sure they're grateful, but they do have to play Bank once more. And this was where they got 7-0'd. So, only up from here.
Yeah, it's looked very miss for Cruelty. And I hope that they do put up a fight. I think it would provide an exciting tale for the drama. That it's like, oh, everybody expects Wildcard Oxygen, but here comes Cruelty with a steel chair. Oh my God, no! It would be enjoyable, especially with how good Cruelty looked against LIS. Then if everything is in place, and then Pyrox comes on in, ooh, maybe there's something here.
Certainly could be something in the making for Cruelty, but I think we go into this knowing the favorites, right? They are fresh off a loss, OXGR. They are fresh off of being shown the door yet again by Wildcard, yet again being sent to lowers, yet again being sent packing, only winning a couple of maps over the past few months against that roster, and not one of them being enough to win the series, whether BO1 or BO3. They just can't catch a break there. But they are still the favorites for sure coming into this series, and they come into it on their own map selection of Bank. Cruelty, though, with that defensive start they chose to go with very early on. And this will be, I'd imagine, a very drastic change. We just got off of a series of... It's kind of like the one video of the soccer pitch with, like, everyone moving in proper formation, and then the video of, like, the CGI babies hitting each other. That's kind of like what it feels like to go from Oxygen and Wildcard after having watched LIS and Cruelty, and now we're getting each one of those teams against each other.
I find that very funny. Thank you for that comparison.
It's just the perfect way, upper versus lower bracket. Like, it is exactly what's happening.
Yeah. With Oxygen starting on the defense, we harped over and over again how important entries were, and Oxygen were lacking that on their first map. And, well, clearly, right here, person who struggled within the first series in total, starts it off with a kill on the Pyrox. How good can it be?
Well, can't get much better of a start than that. Very comfortable here for OXG, and they're the kind of team that isn't going to give up those man advantages quickly. Cruelty, though, not much like Wildcard. They're a lot more loose, they're a lot more crazy and unpredictable. Maybe that could indicate that they'll be able to recover some of these rounds, but they don't start out at the advantage. You can already see Skimzy prepping to walk down the marble stairs, which would be a wild play to go for. That's exactly what I was talking about. Cruelty will try to make plays like this. OXG holding their positions, though, and they are standing their ground, expecting something like this out of Cruelty. Gomez holding the cutoff angle to see if anybody drops down the elevator, but instead, dropping down the first floor elevator to the basement is Skimzy, trying to make himself as unknown a factor as possible.
I don't know if they know Skimzy has dropped, so that could be a potential unknown. So far, Yaga's doing a good job. Pushes Mutombo out of Longus. You did see Skimzy walk up the marble stairs as well. As long as Ivan in stocks, but Oxygen are not going to push stock. This is a red stairs and overtake. There's Ivan for the trade. It's not going to be a trade for that entry, but it's essentially a kill onto Newers, and Yaga takes a lot of damage, and suddenly, I would say it would be Cruelty ahead, but no, we are dead even. 45 seconds left. Monty's still alive, but so is the Solus, and those two operators can make massive impacts.
Solus looking like she might go to that first floor. Nobody out there, or nobody down there for Oxygen. That could be easy case denial. With that live information from the scanner, you can still see Cruelty's primary focus is on trying to find some of these kills back. A player in square. That's Ivan jumping out, getting shut down for it, and no denial of the case is Skimzy instead going for a golden flank. Diaz watching for that, but Fatal goes for one. Fatal the jump out for a second, and now it has to just be Diaz. Skimzy ready for this gold play already, and Skimzy was actually about to play it. It's Diaz who's ready for the walk up the gold stairs. Knows two people have to come here and are already ready for the first. So close up to him. He'll shut that down real quick. Fatal coming around the corner, so loud, stomping his way forward. The flashbang out, the pre-fire from the mute is just going to prolong it a little bit more. More flashes from Diaz, and nothing to respond from Fatal. And so even though there was so much done by the mute to try to get him back in that round, it is still a round to Oxygen all the same.
There's two things that I think were big reasons why Cruelty were unable to really get anything done. One of them, why are you bringing the Solus if you're essentially using it as just a base flank operator? Solus had an amazing opportunity. Monty is planting, already low HP. Boom. Underneath, down goes the Monty. Suddenly, you have a player on red stairs and on the window who need to get that diffuser, and you have to give up one of those extremely important positions. For Cruelty as well, having that the 2v1, I think Skimzy waited way too long before actually engaging, or at least went way too early as well, because Fatal was still coming down from the drop down outside, and you just had so much disconnect in between that there wasn't any opportunity to trade for Cruelty, and trades are so good. We did not talk about that in the pre-show, but if you listened in yesterday, I swear, if you could like look up words in a broadcast, we might have said it like over 100 times, because it's that important for Cruelty, and it really wasn't there in the first round.
At the very least, they were able to respond to some extent, consistently finding answers eventually, but just not quick enough, and then so predictable at the very end. Back down to the basement, or not back down. For the first time, they go down to the basement. Cruelty do. Important to notify everybody that though they did get 7-0 the last time through this map, they had to attack first. So maybe that defense start just what they needed to get some momentum going on Bank. Even still, can afford to lose your opponent's map pick. Although apparently not in the games that we've been watching, as we're 2 series through our LCQs, and we've only seen teams lose on the maps they chose to go to, with map 3 always being necessary. And all things considered, it's Cruelty, who may not have the pressure on them yet, but pressure on Oxygen to close it out against the LATAM squad.
And Hat, player who does like the ace, especially after his performance, definitely landed more in a bit of a soft support role. He's going to be one of the first players in, as Ivan is tracked from the death mark and 2 players drop. And now that just leaves Skimzy, who was on the blue stairs and now is vacated completely into server. So Oxygen have total control of both the second and the first floor, which they are going to utilize. And now they have half of the round to use the 7 drones that they have in their back pocket, with all of the primary utility as well.
That's something you talk about a lot with Oxygen. They used a lot of that util really early. Not the case here. They've still got everything that they want to use in the late round ready to go. Team Cruelty, though, have everything that they want ready for the late round. Echo cams, gas canisters, and Goyo's only now getting popped. But Fatal, that is not a mistake you can make. The smoke overswings, oversteps his boundaries. Fortunately, it's Ivan to find a response immediately thereafter, and Diaz is taken down. Habana already dead, but you know what? That's just some hatches that you had already broken open. Flashbangs to be used to try and facilitate a red drop, but no drop just yet. They're waiting for the right time, and the cross not matched. They need some kind of answer. The echo cams do come through, and they're able to shut it down a little bit. They shut it down twice over now, and more echo cams still up. They're going to need to pop this next one, as Hat finally taken down by the pistol of Pyrox, but it's 3 for Newers, another for Yaga, and Mutombo has to do it alone. The plant going down once again, and there's no amount of concussive impact that he can have on this round that'll save him from the inevitability of Oxygen taking that round. I don't even know if they got the plant down, but it really doesn't matter. Kill found and round with it.
Cruelty are giving Oxygen way too much space. It's an issue where if an attack in the wildcard game seemed aimless and they weren't pushing, this is almost the opposite. The attacks have precision. They have a great idea of what they want to do, and Cruelty's defensive utility just is not enough to stop them. The presence in the first floor is not enough. Cruelty, so far, do not look like they're going to be able to contend with Oxygen, who haven't really been able to even flex their true prowess, I think. You have to think that every round Cruelty has been able to find trades. If they're not a little delayed, they're almost immediate, but they're not actually finding anything with that. They're not shutting down important plays. Oxygen are always around each other, and any impact that the defense has just is not enough, Happy.
5 seconds remaining.
Not having a lot of impact early in that round. They kind of gave OXG the control they wanted, gave away the smoke. Maybe some of those canisters late in that round to play that post plant could have been what Cruelty needed. In round number 3, Cruelty now trying out open area and staff room. If they can't make this work here, it will be a flawless site rotation for Oxygen as the attacking team, and never the way you want to start as the defensive squad. It seems like the defense start not necessarily making the fortunes on bank better for Team Cruelty, and OXG might try to get some fast control over Evox.
Irox, we're gonna be looking to him all match. See if he is the player who can counter some of the very good gunners that Oxygen have, like Newards, like Hat, Gomez as well. So far, real one-on-one engagements. It's really just a matter of utility. The Kiba barriers got countered by the Roteros, which are then countered by the sniper rifle of Cali, the Lance, as a smoke grenade goes off, but there's no actual execution from Oxygen. It might just be a farce and a ruse as Skimzy reveals his position, and Mutombo still stays behind this apple.
He's chilling here. No Kiba's up yet, but Monty de-shielding next to him needs to be afraid of this threat. Too far away to melee it. They can't quite kill the Azami here either. He's just alive, sitting a thorn in the side of the OXG attack. Flash out to try and deal with it, but Mutombo swings on a Newers. Yaga does manage the kill though, and with that, the plant can happen. Barely any map control established by OXG, but they're confident enough to start getting the plant down. Great play for Skimzy to get one, but he has to shut down the Monty, and just a little too late to do that. They've let Cruelty cross a little further than they might have wanted, though. And as Yaga taking some damage in the site, it may not be long that he is for this world. Good kill onto Gomez, a down onto Yaga. It has to be Diaz, but he's in a great spot. They need to expect this play up from Blue. 2 players staring at it, ready for this swing. And Ivan credited with the kill. I think it was Skimzy who found the knockdown. And Cruelty find a round win. Their first round on bank in their 9 attempts before. The 10th one, finally the charm.
Was really worried that with the Kiba barriers still up, the Azami down, the plant there as well, it seemed like nobody was helping Mutombo at all. They were setting up for that post plant. Players over in Archives able to win the engagements on the window and on the player holding just outside of delivery. So for Cruelty, I think getting your 1 round is okay, but overall, even a 2-4 on your defensive side does not look great. You want your defense to be your strongest part of your team, especially if you're Cruelty, because that is where they have found a lot of wins previously, and I don't think their attack is going to be able to hold up to what Oxygen has on their defense.
Good to at least see that Cruelty are showing they know how to work the map control they're starting off with. They're not just contesting parts of the map because it's what you're supposed to do. They know how to win off the back of the map control they have, because OXG just kind of walk in electrical, don't establish it themselves across the map as a whole too much, and then try to sneak a plant in. Yes, they do get the plant down, but the retake looks so great for Cruelty, and they work perfectly throughout the map off of the control they already had to shut that round down and finally get on the board. 3 rounds in with the side you chose to start on, a little later than you would have hoped, but still time to pull this thing back. Cruelty, slow to start against LIS, so still plenty of hope and plenty of time to see this team come into their own here on bank and throughout the series as a whole.
Diaz. Sorry, we learned after map 1 that it is
Yeah,
Diaz.
Crow came in and told him to call him Diaz, which helped really helped a lot.
Portuguese. It is Portuguese.
Yeah.
So it is Diaz, but Diaz getting open, some castle barricades, getting some line of sight for the players on the window. It's going to be very, very important. Even though Cruelty were able to get some kills on that, overall they just didn't sync up with each other. And so far, you have the player holding all the way back of Diaz, combined with Amonte and Gomez as well. I think if Yaga can just slip in, maybe push the player out of long death, it's almost going to be an exact repeat of the last time that we saw this site. Overall, nobody on Cruelty is really budging. They're not letting anybody find anything, as Skimzy seems to be potentially the main target for the other members of Oxygen who aren't worried about the site.
They've let Ivan get away. The breaching round opens up his wall, though, and Gomez is going to open up his head and open up the round like that. Hat with a good kill on the Mutombo as well. And Oxygen start to work their way forward and are finding no resistance in the process. Gomez has been down on a swing out stock and no reply, but Newer's eventually ready to deal with it. Fatal deals with Hat on the windows, but it just seems so strong, and he had to jump out of the building to do that. It'll be a long trek back for Fatal, and the Monty has spotted out Pyrox. It'll be tough, but he gets two! How does Pyrox do it? Just like that, they're back in the round, but he misses the opportunity on the DS. It has to be the 1 versus 2 for Fatal, but realistically, not too bad a situation, given how bad it just was. Case back in control for Yogg. He's got to work his way forward, with Fatal giving away where he is. DS with a nice angle onto him. And they're just waiting for the Wamai to give himself up. Not necessarily the safest spot to plant. Flash out towards 45. But he seems to be just walking straight through. Diaz knows exactly what to do about that. And exactly how to bump OXG up to a 3-1 lead.
What we saw on the game against Wildcard versus Oxygen is that hero plays are not going to be a path to success. Stability, good team play, good utility, most of the time will be able to get you over the hill and stop any really big hero plays like we saw from Pyrox. And so far, Oxygen, they have set a really good foundation for their attacks to go off of. The space that Cruelty is giving them is far too much for Bang. This is a decently wide map, both horizontally and vertically, and yet it feels like Oxygen are able to take so much space incredibly quickly, and the roamers that Cruelty have set out, like Skimzy, aren't doing a good job at actually stopping Oxygen from taking that presence. I think even now when you're going to have somebody like Pyrox on the Vigil, which is a bit of a rare sight, we usually don't see him on something like the Vigil, or potentially Ivan as well. If they are going to play open area, they need to put up a much better wall, fortification to stop the Monty and now the blitz of Yaga from pushing him incredibly easily back into the site.
And a really incredibly easy push straight into server as OXG yet again are going to take some really early control, but Newer's downed by the Boss G insight from Pyrox. No finish yet, so they will be able to pick the buck back up. Even with the impact nades out, not quite getting the finish, but Cruelty now adapting to this, and they are sandwiching these attackers in, making it as miserable an experience inside of server as they can, and this looks straight out of a ranked game. Yaga barely on any health. Skimzy lowered now as well, as Gomez bleeding down thanks to the gas. Yaga knocked down. Can he get finished off? Yes, he can. Opening pick to Cruelty, and it looks like they've protected their site on server. A minute down, and OXG now down a player. The rest of the map clear of Cruelty members, so OXG can establish themselves across both the first and second floors. Was it worth the death?
Oh boy, this is what this game is gonna be.
That was fun.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just get matches like that where it is going to be, you know, some really chaotic fights, maybe some small mispositioning can really cost you. Like, Yaga is so separated from his team there. There's nothing he can do, combined with the low HP and the smoke grenades of Fatal. Ivan's going to collect onto Newers, so The only thing going for Oxygen in this round is that Fatal did use all of those smoke canisters, but he just holds blue. Gomez is shot, and it seems like this round overwhelmingly in Cruelty's favor.
Defend Mind even going to spot out Hat and Garage. A flawless round of Team Cruelty right when they needed it most. And a nice shot by Pyrox to close it. Heavy control over his cursor, and it's Team Cruelty back on the board at such a pivotal time, but I feel like that round is what it looks like when Cruelty control the tempo. It has looked very controlled out of OXG on these attacks so far. But right there, that's what Cruelty want. They want you to 3-man rush server. They want to be able to quickly adapt and adjust, and all at once, 4 people are pressuring you out of server and forcing you away, winning some early fights, dealing damage with the canisters, and just spamming util in one area of the map because it's chaos. And that's where Cruelty thrive. They were thriving against LIS in a game that it didn't seem like LIS had the structure to really punish Cruelty when they wanted to get a little bit too crazy. OXG had that structure, and I think they're kicking themselves now over letting Cruelty control that pace right there again. So, OXG, time to slow things down a little bit more and try to play to your strengths within this matchup. And the strength is definitely not to try and TDM inside of one room on the map, because I feel like that's what Cruelty wants you to go for.
Yeah, but Oxygen gave Cruelty the opportunity to take that.
Yes.
That's the difference, is that it wasn't Cruelty kind of taking it on their own. It was a very weird push into dirt where you had Yaga, who got separated from everybody else, and everybody like were stuck in dirt. It's odd, and I think Cruelty are a better team than that to let something as miscalculated a push as something like that able to defeat them. So I don't think it's Cruelty using that tempo, taking that advantage, but more just Oxygen lending that to them and making some small mistakes. And I think that's going to be the difference in this round, is that Oxygen holds everything in their hand. They control the tempo, they control the mistakes that they make, and it's up to Cruelty if they can adapt to all of those, or if they're just kind of gonna eventually be swallowed up by this team.
Sounds like Oxygen should take up some meditation. I am in control of my own destiny. I make my future, I make my present, and I make sure that nobody's inside of janitor closet. They've done a good job at that. C4 does take a lot of health off of Newers, though, and Skimzy, and then Pyrox with 1 kill each. Very, very fast. Pyrox abandoning ship down to the basement. They had that planned as an escape route for him to make sure that he has no risk of dying, and great that he didn't. Because now, with half the round to go, Oxygen working out of a 3 versus 5.
Interesting to know, Happy, currently, all the entries have been 100% converted. So,
Wow.
one would think that Cruelty getting these 2 entries, or I guess 1 entry multiplied by 2 with the kill on both Hat and Newers, that they would win this round, which isn't too surprising. We harped on that in their game against LIS. We talked about that against Wildcard for Oxygen, and so far it's pretty standard. But Gomez fires back with a kill into Pyrox.
Odds against him, he wants to step up. Blue in the foot of Yaga, though, and it down to the DS, a finish off now as well. And Gomez so low, if the AA-12 even gets a sight of him, surely it'll be a round over for Gomez. And 1v3 on for Yaga. Basically no health left, with the case very far away. Wants to just pre-fire headshot Matumbo off of that angle. But I don't think it's going to work out for him. And so now the Blitz in a very tough spot. Obviously, with just the pistol. You gotta win 3 separate fights or make some kind of a plant scenario work. And he's doing the tango. Teammates probably talking this over, as this is probably second nature for Yaga at this point, just trying to tap away at some heads. But as he advances too far forward, it'll be fatal to close it. And Cruelty, down 0-2, lock in and manage to salvage the half to a 3-3. So they get back into it. I think my friend Light Rose is struggling with the internet just a tad. And back into it for Cruelty. Very excited to see them move forward and get back into this game, because all things considered, exciting games, far more far more fun to deal with. But OXG yet again kind of go for a little bit of a quick play, and it feels like though they might have had the information on it, I'm not 100% sure if that was the play, because yet again, right, it feels like we're kind of leaning back into that chaos, that lack of structure on part of OXG, and really excited to see that Cruelty can make the comebacks and can punish Oxygen for making mistakes like that, but I just don't really feel like that was a sustainable kind of way to win a round for Team Cruelty. They get into the attacks, though, and now they can kind of control the tempo, so maybe we see things get a little more chaotic. I mean, they're bringing a Ying. That seems like it'll be a fair idea, although I have just committed the... Instantly, wow! I commit the Cardinal Sin, and he switches off of Ying immediately as soon as I mention it. I mean, that is a world record for me. But into round number 7, no Ying, no problem. Yeah, I think you're back
I disappear for like 5 seconds, and suddenly you're doing what I've been doing. Really? Is that how you're gonna take my job?
I'm even cursing the what's it called? Jinxing the operator picks on attack too.
Attacker
just
picks.
like you.
Yeah, it's like
just like you.
It's like there's a clone of me suddenly. That's crazy, but yeah, internet is being very, very weird. But overall, I mean, I didn't exactly get to hear what you were saying, unfortunately. But
felt like it was a more chaotic round out of OXG. It's kind of what I was talking about. So that's what I meant. I didn't mean to cut you off. So I was just kind of mentioning that.
No, it's okay.
What?
No, it's okay.
Dude, don't do this. Don't do this now. Sorry, I thought you were doing a bit there. All good. Hello? Oh, I think she might have gone again. All right, well, first pick found. Gomez dead. Good job to Cruelty yet again. And like V was talking about before she departed, it was a perfect conversion rate. It has been a perfect conversion rate every single time a team has found the opening kill. They go on to win that round. And Cruelty now establishing themselves pretty well here. It is a basement hold, but heavy contest over the first floor, and Hat gonna make good on that contested map control, as he'll find a kill into Ivan. That's very good timing. Player on the Princer window trying to cut these players off, but that first entry going so poorly, not a good sign, but Skimzy still gonna course correct in a good direction. This cutoff angle nearly established well, and they almost find a kill because of it. It's 2 players stuck in staff room getting flashed out. I don't see a good future for them, and certainly not for Hat as he's down. Diaz lurking up the marble stairs, needs to make something happen, and he does manage a kill into Pyrox. Wants to go for more, but is spotted out, barely missed by the player inside his staff room. And now a 1 versus 3 with Diaz now going up the marble stairs. It seems like Cruelty want to go straight for the site, and Matumbo goes straight for the head. Great cutoff angle, and all things considered, that is a great round from Team Cruelty. And they do such a good job adapting. I mean, even at the end of that round, right? We go from it's crazy, it's chaotic, it's a team deathmatch inside of open area and staff room, and then suddenly it gets turned on a dime to Cruelty are going to move straight towards the site. They're so quick, they're so adaptable, and I feel like that's something they've consistently done really, really well with. They're doing a wonderful job to spot out what they want from OXG and then make the play, and normally that's happening when they get that first kill. They've converted every single round where they find that first pick, and even though there have been a couple of shaky times where it doesn't feel like they're going to be able to make it work, they always make it happen. That last round, Ivan kind of walks into staff room, not totally sure now. It's a 4-on-4. OXG kind of know how to play this scenario, but Cruelty, they chuck the flashes in. They try to make it crazy, and they try to throw Oxygen off balance just a little bit. And I do kind of worry about OXG. I think this is the perfect time to take a timeout, because it may be true, or may be true, that OXG, the mental, might be collapsing just a tad. So do want to see them start to make a comeback soon. As obviously, I'm not, as an unbiased viewer, I would like to see some very even matchups. I think I heard you there, Light Rose.
Yes.
So I think we are back. There we go.
I don't know what is happening, but what I was going to say is, do you think Cruelty are going to be able to use this to kind of surf their way towards the map victory? Or is it Oxygen, now that they've used that tactical timeout, are we going to have just that one brief pause and then Oxygen return to format?
Yeah, that seems to be what we're looking for out of OXG, that pause, that time to just take some deep breaths, meditate like I was talking about just a couple of rounds ago, and get back into it, because you are still the favorite, but a few rounds in a row for Cruelty, and all of a sudden being the favorite feels like a burden to shoulder, rather than something to be freeing, and like, wow, we don't have to worry. We're considered the favorite. We are probably the better team, you know, at least in the minds of many people. I say probably because I don't know for sure. Still haven't finished the series yet. Still remains to be seen, but now all of a sudden it feels like OXG, oh, we were supposed to be the better team. We got to get back into it. We can't let them do this to us. We got to keep going crazy. Get back to that structure. Get back to that strat book we all know you have. We all know how deep it is. And don't let Cruelty make you worry about whether or not you still stand a solid shot.
Whether or not Cruelty can actually spot some weaknesses, some small gaps that they can exploit against their opponents. They're using Ivan to spot out some of these black eyes so they can be wary of them as well, along with the Roteros that are very, very popular on this site. They do a great job of clearing out the shields, Kiba barriers, black mirrors, frost mats. They're so valuable. And right now, that shield still stands. And I worry that with Cruelty unable to get rid of that if they are going to try to fit in through stock, that they're going to be unable to.
You got the Osa shield on board, so it seems clear that they want to go for a stock square-sided take, but you can't just do that. There needs to be some pressure from the windows. That seems to be the job of Pyrox for now. But halfway through this round, and Cruelty yet to walk into the building. Haven't really made their way through. Good job to deny that mirror window, staring into the bomb site that will be your focus later on, with those Osa shields being on board. And the stock wall getting opened up by some Habana pellets too. It's taking its time. They're taking their time, but Cruelty are finding their way through.
Time isn't always the worst thing, as long as you just don't let it get the better of you, as we've seen from some teams that takes so long to get everything done. Last Rotero is going to be used. Should get rid of both Kiba barriers, I think. Saw one explode. There is one in Gomez's pocket, so it's not really going to be the end of the world, and there is one in, but Skimsy's still going to hop in. Doesn't really matter, and I think that's the entry that Cruelty were looking for, at least entry into the building. They're still looking to actually find a kill.
Yet to really pressure anyone out of these power positions from Oxygen. Still a player in Janitor Closet. They're still nearby towards top marble, and Hat is still in front desk with 2 kills in for him. But the plant can start to go down. They may have a player in first floor square. It's Gomez walking up on the planter, and from right behind, in from the own side of the attack, it's 2 kills for Gomez. He jumps out the window for 3. And from deep, he makes sure that he locks in the 3K and locks in that round to Oxygen. Perfect timeout at the perfect time, and we're back to even.
We saw it in the game against Cruelty. The timeouts felt like they didn't really do anything. Like they led to Wildcard getting, I think, a flawless round happened after a timeout. And overall, Oxygen didn't really make much use out of it. But in that specific instance, obviously, we saw some good changes by Oxygen. They slowed down the tempo, relied on their utility and Cruelty's mistakes, because Cruelty is not a flawless team. We saw they took a lot of time, wasted a lot of utility trying to clear out the stock utility, and still really couldn't get the plant that they wanted. It was to put down the Talon shield on near the right double wall and get that down, and you saw there was so much pressure from the defense that just wouldn't go away, and Cruelty didn't really do anything to make it go away.
And that's what it feels like Oxygen need to get back to more and more. This is what we're talking about when we say play that structure, don't let it get chaotic or crazy. that looked like a round we would have seen out of OXG when they were playing their get best against Wildcard. Not just because they won or killed people, but because they were sitting, waiting for Cruelty to force them out of position, rather than getting over-aggressive, rather than trying to contest too much map control at once, and giving Cruelty ways in, allowing gaps because they're so extensive in their defense holds. Instead, they're playing to hard anchor and playing off of crossfires. And what do we see them do going into round number 9? Exactly what we've been talking about. They're all in the basement, they're playing off of time denial, they're playing off of crossfires with each other, and they're not overextending, contesting too much map control, and giving Cruelty the gaps into the site that they need.
It's good old Oxygen. What do you expect from a Pro League team? The expectation is that for Cruelty to win, they would have to match what Oxygen have on their defense. A minute's gone by. Open area has been taken control of. There wasn't a lot of actual map control that the defense of Oxygen held beside the basement, but you can see with Gomez playing near Elevator and Vault that they're wanting to spread themselves all around the basement for Cruelty to actually pick an area to go for, and they would have to go for a pinch because otherwise the Oxygen members who are in Garage as well, there's just so many areas that right now the Cruelty attack doesn't seem focused on.
Cruelty focused on getting rid of that bulletproof camera very early on, but it hasn't worked out. Hat still keeps it up. 2 more Goyo canisters in the mix as well. So you burn 2 frag grenades. You don't burn either Vulcan canister. Instead, you just take that BP off the board with plenty more still to help. Interesting use of the fuse. Now the cluster charge is going to go in. It won't flush anybody out. Hopefully it doesn't get rid of the drone. But it will break a couple different Vulcan canisters at once, as well as a lot of other utility that may be sitting close to that doorway, such as perhaps Echoes. Echo cameras, that could be important. 40 seconds left and so much util prepared for Cruelty. They have the perfect lineup to deal with exactly what OXG are doing. You're dealing with a hard anchor, bring the Senzes, bring the Ying Candelas, bring the Grim Bees, and get going. Bees down, but with his Bees out, Pyrox drops, but he's fine. He seems to be okay for now. All the ROUs are down, though. They're not up. Pyrox not safe here, and he'll get punished for being so far forward. No plant attempted just yet, as Fatal still has to work his way forward. With Skimsy watching the hatch, no attempt at trying to pressure these far back defenders out except for Ivan. He needs to go huge. Matumba with another, but the C4 denies. They have to play for the kills now, and there's not going to be enough time. Diaz with 3. And what a wonderful round for the Warden.
Chaos controlled by Oxygen. They held their positions. The ROUs were coming through. The drop with the Kawan Hive launcher. Cruelty tried so much to get that plant down, but it seemed like every single thing they threw at Oxygen, it just wasn't enough. It wasn't providing enough coverage from the plant. The C4 is still available after everything, and that is the one thing that really blows up, literally, Cruelty's designed play. And Oxygen, they do look like they've calmed down a lot since that tactical timeout. Even among all that fire and smoke, they still maintained that calm composure that we do expect from them. And now they've retaken the lead, go over to open area, and just are face-checking Cruelty, saying, hey, you cannot match what we have brought to the table in these past 2 rounds.
And a big mistake there from Pyrox. You said he was the player to watch coming into this game, whether or not he'd be playing well. And he has been good. Top fragging so far for Cruelty, but there, a massive mistake. It seemed like it was an error to fall down the hatch that fast, but falling as he did, and then the ROUs going down and dying for free without really damaging anyone, and not being able to use the rest of the bees he had in pocket was a huge loss of utility and loss of a gun, and also loss of a presence of a lurk later on. If they had timed that play better with the plant, it maybe could have gone down because they can't get into red and pop the C4 that ended up killing Fatal on the diffuser. So that loss of Pyrox ended up being huge, and they didn't have enough time to re-up the position properly. Through the wall, Hat pretty much shooting right at the player outside. If walls were all breakable, maybe he would have landed a headshot, but alas, that's not the case. Is Oxygen looking to make this a full site rotation as they head towards open area and staff room.
Have the shield. Which, remember, if you watch the game against LIS, Matumbo was really good on the Monty as a sort of entry, surprisingly. Like, he would engage with whoever he saw, would bring out the P9 and get the kill. It is incredibly surprising. As now he is a little bit alone, but he also isn't making any sort of movement besides electrical, as there is a lot of time that Cruelty have decided to drone it on out. They smoke off the main area, and Matumbo pushes on in. He does spot, I believe, the leg of the player, and now it's just a game of cat and mouse, hide and seek, and there's a great little combo. Pyrox onto Hat, thanks to the assistance from Matumbo.
And Ivan with another. He's into Printer now. He'll duck back out because he doesn't want to overextend, and wise of him to do that. Cruelty, when they win these first fights, seem to be at a much better chance at winning the round. They have dropped the conversion a couple of times now, or at least once now, and Skimzy will get dropped soon thereafter. Matumbo now putting pressure onto Diaz as Newers gets his second, and they just can't work their way to the site. They're maybe going a little bit too soon, and Newers is punishing them for being too far away from each other. Smoke out onto the Monty, and nice shot from Pyrox to maintain that advantage, or at least bring it back for Cruelty. Newers opening up some new holes to possibly deny that plant, but it has to be the shutdown now. Otherwise, Newers, that kill's gonna be in vain, because it was a plant still down, but still impressive. He's feeling himself, and if he gets hot at the wrong time, Pyrox might just be a dead man on the other side of the reinforced wall. The plan from Printer ready to come through. If Pyrox can get a kill, this could be huge. Around the corner, nice shot into Newers, and ready for the last one to come through. Archives, a triple kill for the Twitch, and just running away, playing the time. Knows that Ivan deep in open area can hold a crossfire, and together they cannot die unless they go way too far forward. Starting to worry about a small office presence, but the pre-fire gives it up, and with almost no time left, Ivan locking it out. And Team Cruelty going round for round on bank with Oxygen.
I'm really glad Matumbo kind of reinforced my point. I highlighted how good I think he is on the Monty, and just as I say that, I finished that. They have the push into Archives, use the Monty as a distraction technique instead of a way to kind of force a player into the ground, which was what Monty was originally designed to do, and then they pivot that into entry onto the point, which is that Azami, once again, you're using the Monty as a distraction. Pyrox on the stairs is able to get a good little cross, gets the kill, and suddenly when the plant goes down, you're in such a good position to hold. It's Cruelty who take a timeout, and I'm not too opposed to this. Definitely calming down all the nerves. This very heightened tempo game, you would have to expect that with this being a do or die BO3, that nerves would be a little heightened, probably more so than yesterday, at least for Cruelty, considering who they're playing.
And the closest map they've had against either NAL team thus far through the LCQ finals. Last time they played OXG, a lot more like this. It was in the 4th place match, once they had both qualified in the lower bracket, to see who advanced on to play for top 3 seeding and who would be stuck in 4th. It was 8-6 and 8-7 the score of both maps. Neither one of those maps actually getting repeated through this series, as we did not see Bank nor Consulate nor Lair between these two, and I don't think we've seen Lair all closed wall, so that one's going to be very exciting. But it was Border 8-7 and Labs 8-6. So history may be repeating itself as Cruelty managing to keep up with the NAL squad, but that isn't quite enough. They've kept up before, they're keeping up now, they might even keep up again in the future, but it's about whether or not you can show up in the rounds like these. 11, 12, and maybe even OT should that lie ahead, and prove that you deserve to be here.
Gotta show up when it matters. When you're at max regulation, is Pyrox still going to be the guy that you can look to get that entry? With Matumbo by his side, those two have been very, very good. I think last round is a prime example of that. Now they've got to attack CEO, and the last time they went here, it just did not work. The idea to use the OSA to force the right wall double plant did not work out, as now they've actually used the Roteros over by Skylight and have swapped the OSA on over for a Monty, which I think is going to be a lot better with the type of style of attack that Cruelty like to use. We'll have to see if it works out for them, because whoever wins this, they get to go on map point, and that is going to be oh so crucial.
A huge advantage to have, that map point threat. Could put even more pressure on a Cruelty team looking to prove themselves, or an OXG team now down 2 players early because Ivan and Fatal got to work real fast. C4 out the janitor doorway will only take a little bit of health off Mutombo, and way too far forward is Newart. He'll die. DS with a trade, and the C4 gets another. But now they know to expect him here, and they still have a one-man advantage. Cruelty can reset this. 6 drones left alive. The nade out onto the mirror window to push DS away. I don't think it opened up below his feet, though, so he might be able to retake that position, but they're into the site. Pyrox has such far forward control. DS with a wide swing out, but he is shot in the process. Pyrox with a kill into his only remaining teammate, and it would need to be an ace, and he's not up to the task. Cruelty back in control. They control the pace, and now they control their own destiny on match point for map number 1.
Entries. Happy. I feel like a broken record just saying over and over how much the entries matter, and they've still stayed pace. They've still, ever since round 8, which I think we've had 1 recovery, but Cruelty in the last 2 rounds, they've gotten those entries, and they've snowballed that as well. In the previous round, they were able to get a couple off the kill in the archives, and then now they're able to get a couple off the players on the windows. Oxygen are just in the slightest of bad positioning, and I think it's really, really costing them, because Cruelty, while they're not playing lights out, they've fixed some of their issues. Putting Mutombo back onto the Montaigne has kind of put them in the mindset of yesterday, where Mutombo was always on Monty, so they could rally around him to do these types of things. And as the Observer has noted, there is a defensive shield in play, a clash on open area. A bit of a rarity, but not the weirdest thing in the world. We'll have to see if Hat can make it work to keep Cruelty from winning Oxygen's own map pick.
I know Clash has definitely stepped up since her introduction in terms of pick rate, because I know she was just never picked for a while. But I feel like as the game progresses, it feels like she's picked more and more. That's just a vibes thing. I don't have statistics to back that up.
Going on to more and more sites as kind of like a second and third choice, depending on how teams want to actually play the site itself.
Yeah. And it feels like a great adjustment in this case, right? Because OXG, they want to hold hard on the site. They don't necessarily want to extend super far out, and they want to make it difficult for Cruelty to pierce the veil of the site itself. And Clash can be very good for that. Standing in a position, slowing the takedown, literally dealing some chip damage, and giving information to your teammates that they can act off of, enabling those guns better and better. However, Team Cruelty looking to lurk all across the map. Ivan up marble, Ivan dead. Skimsy up gold, hit by barbed wire, and could possibly get spotted out. Second floor is free, but a man advantage for Oxygen. And it feels so clear that we might go to OT.
Unless there's somebody who can pick it on up, because there's no trade. The Cruelty trademark, and what almost seemed like a misthrown of DS eventually does spot him, as Cruelty, with the help of Mutombo and the rest of the crew, seem like they're positioning over by square and could kind of do what they did in the previous round, which is push into archives, get rid of the player hiding in there, and then pivot on over to the site. But I think Hat is actually going to be a bit of a counter to that. He can give off the information, say, hey, the Monty's pushing down the square stairs. There is another player there, but he is not there to actually witness that. And it seems like Diaz is going to be all by himself trying to hold off the French Mountains.
All these barricades. So clinical, so planned. to deny exactly what Cruelty want right now, which is to find a way back in by lurking someone through an angle that Oxygen aren't watching. Just wooden barricades, but it's all that Oxygen need to let them know when someone's walking through somewhere. But a great spot from Pyrox, and they find that way back in anyways. And a way found into Archives, everyone forced out of Tellers, and control for Cruelty. That can enable a take here. But what kind? They've got the case in Janitor Closet. So it might drop into Small Office, but even still, this is turning into a bit of a choke point. And the gas gonna make this tough. Mutombo has to jump straight through. A heroic effort from him, but it's Gomez and Newers to take 1 kill each. Mutombo needs a kill with the pistol, but he's shot from behind. Pyrox with 1, but it's in vain. For the 3rd map in a row between these 2 teams in this circuit, we need overtime to settle map number 1 of Bank.
Like everything, it's just coming down to the nitty-gritty details, the fine plays in each round. And for Oxygen to start off the round with a kill onto Ivan and make it so that Cruelty, as good as their reposition was over towards Square, it was with diminishing time. So eventually, when they are able to get into Small Office, they hadn't really cleared out the Clash, nor had they cleared out the half-wall area. They had to rush themselves, and that led to sloppy positioning. Oxygen are able to punish that, and it leads us into overtime with Cruelty attacking. I wonder how this is going to go, considering that it is on the basement. There is the Vulcan canisters, the smoke, the yokais. They are tripling down on plans now. You could say quadrupling down with Gomez on that C4 as well. And Cruelty flashing the sends, which you would expect to see from the open area hatch. That has been... I don't think it's the one thing you want to rely on. And it kind of makes me scared because it's just been incredibly inconsistent in a time where you need something that is tried and true to work.
And it feels like that is what Oxygen gonna go back to. You have the smoke, you have the echo, you have the Goyo, and it works all really well. It is interesting to see the... Oh my gosh, Oryx, there we go. That's a very unique pick, possibly just for creating rotates, possibly to counter maybe a Montaigne, as we see him brought for that purpose sometimes. But we see everybody still in the basement. Important to note, because it shows that Oxygen want to go back to what works on this objective. And a couple of slight differences from Cruelty, notably the EMPs on Pyrox. You may think, oh, well, they're not bringing a Cade. They've never brought a Cade. He's actually banned. Why would you bring it? I'd have a sneaking suspicion that it's to deal with the C4s that they'll possibly throw out, or the gas canisters, or anything like that, to try and deny the plant. So I like this switch up. Can you get the garage control, though? That feels like it's going to be the first fight.
Could have information on Newers. What are they going to do with that? Like, Ivan, you're sitting on here. Well, okay. No, nothing's happening because of this. Is somebody rotating on over to garage? Are we just going to essentially hold this position for however long it needs? Because I think that could be the play, Happy, where the rest of Cruelty take this time, they open the hatches, they go for, you know, the destruction of utility, whatever, and then at the end of that, in comes Ivan. But with that drone being shot, now the expectation that somebody would push through garage is there, and Mutombo just throws the ROU. It's incredibly bold. Are they actually going to drop? Doesn't seem like it, though.
No, not yet. Now that you can re-enable those later, it's good to set that up fast. So Oxygen can't just see it go in and thus think, oh, okay, you know, we'll be just fine. We can wait. Or, oh, they're going to go for a play, you know. Now not sure what to do, because they already have that line of sight destroyed for now. Vulcan canister's still going off, with an 8 out to try and deal with the bulletproof camera. Drone hops away, so Mutombo can keep that info alive for later on in the round, and Ivan desperately looking for an opportunity to lurk. Nade down the hatch to try and hit the bottom of the elevator, but it just doesn't quite hit. Instead, OXG just waiting. Flashes will go in, ROU's in as well, and the Warden can't see through those anymore. That's going to be important later. Gas canister's out, but they found a safe spot. No, Fatal can't. He can't find anywhere safe. He's gone down with the case. and 10 seconds to fix this problem. Skimzy wants to be the first one to find a solution, and Ivan's lurk has worked. Skimzy with 2. There's still Echo alive. Diaz with a kill from the hatch. They can't get the plant down. They get it, though. They get it. And even though the vert against them, even though they have their own man count, it may not be just quite done. As Diaz wants to work his way back down Marble, Ivan on the ADS, but he gets in at the right time to trade his teammate on a hat. And it has to be Diaz in a 1 versus 2. Just around the corner, they'll heal him jump through. And he knows that someone's just around him. Ivan ring around the rosies. He's content to do this, and the shotgun out, not clean enough. Ivan gets 3 kills, and such a huge round for the Nook to lock that out for Cruelty. Match point for them yet again.
There's something about basement that just the tides turn in a matter of seconds. Fatal goes down, Diffuser is dropped, and now there's just smoke particles everywhere. But thanks to the EMPs and the ROUs, they're able to use the chaos, something that Oxygen really thrived in the last time we went to this basement, and get that Diffuser down, pivot from there, and just force Oxygen to retake an incredibly difficult post-plant position. And Cruelty have answered. There was Oxygen after their timeout. They won a couple rounds, and it seemed like they might just swing that momentum all the way to a map win. But Cruelty have made some changes. They've got some entries. They've made some trades. And Pyrox on 15-8. He is leading the charge for this team. It's kind of crazy because into the game against LIS, Cruelty were able to make it work without Pyrox. Is this the peak form? Happy. Right now, it seems like they're firing on all cylinders with Pyrox doing as good as he should be.
Still remains to be seen whether or not it will be the peak form, but they certainly look close. As against OXG, I don't think a lot of people gave Cruelty a shot. This is the map that Cruelty got 7-0'd on yesterday. The map that Oxygen wanted to go to the most of the 5 they had to choose from after their bans came through. And Cruelty 1 round away from taking it away from them. For round number 14, we go to open area and staff room for the Cruelty defense. And Mutombo back in this so pivotal position that he was able to live out of for so long last time. We've seen OXG lose this attack 2 times. What adaptations do they have to try and change that fate?
Terra goes out, destroy the Kibas, and no matter who is attacking and who is defending, the Kibas in this position are just always a mainstay. It's kind of just a back and forth of Rotero destroys the Kiba, Kiba gets deployed. Rotero destroys the Kiba, Kiba gets deployed. But Oxygen really do fancy themselves the Cali. So you also have that destructibility as well, which presumably would be all the way from blue. They can kind of use all of their util destruction sparingly. That should destroy some of the bandit batteries, which will be able to get open. And now Mutombo has such an important position to play. If he can somehow repel this attack, maybe even get a singular kill, I think that might even open the door wide open for Cruelty win.
Oh no. He has another Kiba, it's just fine. The Lance almost broke both of them. It actually did. He has another, does he have another one? No, he's gonna get flashed out. He's going to die here. You need to shoot him, Yaga. He's actually just gonna get burned out, it's fine.
Oh my
Look at Mylade back into the fire, and everything's okay. Plant can go down now, and Newer's with another. I almost thought it was deja vu for Oxygen, but we might need 15. Ivan, though, back in. From Square, he gets 2. Another in Jet, or another in Electrical. Is he ready for this fight? He'll need to be, otherwise Newers with that triple has just locked the round out, and not a chance in the world that he's ready for Gomez prone. A 15th round needed on Oxygen's map pick of bank.
Fun game. So enjoyable to see Cruelty and Oxygen just bounce back between each other. Razor thin margins, able to get that Kiba barrier up or not, allows the Capital Firebolt to go through, getting bounced back into the fire. Bullying the Azami is what you need as the attack, honestly, because that is the play to bully the Izami, kill her, get the Kibas down, get the plant down, and then use the positioning to win the post plant like we saw from the Cali, the stairs that Ivan was able to kill. That almost started to tip toward Cruelty as breaths start to lessen. We start to maybe quicken the heartbeats. It's overtime match point on map 1. Happy. It's really getting so tight. This is Oxygen's map pick. Remember that. And Cruelty, they're leaning onto the IQ, the Ace, the Lion. There's no Monty so far. They're kind of deciding in between, and I think whatever they decide on is going to be incredibly crucial. It's going to be on that Monty, the Capitao, and the Flores. And the Flores for Fatal needs to be spot on. Utility destruction cannot miss a beat.
And give it up for round 15. It's the second floor defense for Oxygen. I don't really think we saw them do an awful lot good last time through here, as I believe it was Cruelty walking them down and taking it out, but this is their secondary site. They won their first defense. They got to go back to the basement, their site of choosing, when they could pick from any one of them. And now Team Cruelty with the opportunity to adapt of a structure they had that worked before, but OXG have made some changes. Notably, I don't believe the Frost was here before, and that ACOG could possibly get enabled towards that stock shield. Dangerous, especially given that it's Gomez. Was the MVP in map 2 of their first series of the day, and would be the MVP in terms of impact if he could have a big round here. And Cruelty, slow start, not how they normally do, but they're trying to make sure they do not mess up in this such a pivotal round.
When he goes out, Firebolt is there, Newers falls, Ivan with the kill. He's been so good in this map, and getting that entry, it might mean that Cruelty are going to be able to clinch bank. Entries have been the game changer in this entire series. Whoever gets that most likely goes on to win the round. And it seems like Cruelty, they're wanting to go up red, which will ignore this stock shield. So Mutombo, as threatening as his presence is, he needs some help. Somebody has to be there for his flank. And so far, it doesn't seem like Cruelty are really even close to getting their execute started.
Not at all. They want to leverage this advantage. They want Oxygen to try to force their way back in, but OXG know that they win these rounds when they play it patient, when they play it safe. And Cruelty not even really united on one part of the map. Mutombo's walked up the gold stairs, but that's about all that they've really done in terms of contesting Oxygen on map control. But with Newers down, the Kiba barrier's no longer a problem, and I think they might just go in the windows. Flash is out, and here goes one straight in. It looks like it was Ivan to try and make it. He's out towards Banana now. Wants shots on the player in front. Deskin, that's another kill. Hat down, and Cruelty one kill closer, but they can't get thinking about that yet. You need to hold it. You need to maintain the advantage. Ivan with a triple. It might be an ace from him. Gomez finally back into it, but DS is so stuck here. There's no chance. How's he fought his way out? Pyrox down into the 2 versus 3. The plant's yet to go down, and they can't quite see him either. And Mutombo might just be able to sneak that. No, Diaz! Big kill! Traded by Skimsy, but can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. They tried to cross in front of him. He can hide! The case going back down, though. He can run back up on it. Skimsy isn't alive any longer. What a clutch for Gomez! It was the Frost after all. The impact player at the end. And so close for Cruelty. But we need map number 2 to keep Cruelty's hopes alive after dropping that one.
World, that was an insane final round. Convinced that Cruelty had it. They had the first 2 opening kills and an absolutely ridiculous comeback there from the jump. This one was good. Did not expect Cruelty to just be so locked in on their opponent's map pick, but boy, were they. V, that was exactly what Cruelty had to do to make this happen, and they came up just a hair short at the very end.
There's something I said. I don't know if it was at the beginning of this series or like in between map 1 and map 2, where you can have these setups that work perfectly. Utility is all there. Everybody's working in unison. And then some guy will just go on a massive 3K, and there is absolutely nothing you can do to prepare for something like that. Gomez and Diaz, when it seemed like all was lost, they just turned it around and, quite frankly, steal that map away from Cruelty.
Oh, it was stolen. It was right there for Cruelty, and that just, like, one too many gaps, one too many kills allowed too soon. They didn't have anyone watching the walk-up from Diaz. The case is dropped, and it's just panic, and that's been the problem for Cruelty. When they get in positions like that, they can be very adaptable, but 1 or 2 players dying in the wrong spot, and they just panic.
God,
and it happens at the worst possible time.
It was wild. I mean, we saw so many moments like that round there where it just got... Everything came down to those final few moments, absolute chaos on this site, and it seemed like, for a time, Cruelty were thriving in that very chaos until the very end. That's the kind of experience, that is the kind of play that we know we can see from Oxygen. I just felt like we weren't seeing enough throughout this map. It was indeed the play that ended up winning them the game, that clutch potential, that experience to stay calm under the pressure. Did it get a little too close to comfort? I'm sure Oxygen fans all feel that, but they still pull it out at the very end. And you see it again right here. DS insanely getting out of the closet. Gomez clutching it up in the 1v2. It was simply an unbelievable finish to what was a back and forth map the entire way. V, I mean, I came in here wanting to gas up Cruelty, and frankly, I'm doing it anyway, because you just see Ivan, 18 kills to his name, I think it was. Pyrox, over 15 kills as well. That's the lethal combination on the Cruelty side that is sometimes unshakable.
I questioned whether it was peak form. That we saw everybody working together, the trades were there, Pyrox was finally getting kills, but they weren't able to win the map. Is that peak form? Getting so close to your target, but barely missing it. Cruelty, unfortunately, they've done this time and time again where they've set themselves up for success and then just at the end, barely miss the mark.
It was, I think, the same outcome, a very similar outcome in their closed qualifier matchup when these two teams combined. It was a 2-0 from Oxygen, but both of the maps went to overtime. I was shocked when looking at that result, but I saw here in front of us now exactly why that happened.
And it feels like whoever wins that first kill is just able to control the pace, and they were just going back and forth, going band for band in those opening engagements, quite frankly. They were consistently answering each other when it came to that aspect of the game. And then from there, Cruelty were able to press up really fast and try to make things quick, which they stopped doing as much towards the end. They were really, really hesitant. And maybe that did come back to bite them with no time left on the clock, but I digress. OXG, when they would win the opener, they could sit back, play their crossfires, play their structure like we all know they want to do, because they have that confidence as the NAL team with more big game experience than Cruelty have. And it just felt like it was constantly just, whose round are we going to see? Which style are we going to see this round? And that drastically tilted the scales. That last round, we still saw it get chaotic, which, like you had hinted at, we thought would mean it was going to go to Cruelty. But Oxygen, just that bigger, big game, that more big game experience is all they needed to hold their nerve in the right moment.
Slim margins, so very close. We'll take a look at the stats to see how this rounded out from a map standpoint. We called attention to the kill count from both Pyrox and Ivan. You see it here confirmed. 18 and 9 for Ivan, 15 and 10 for Pyrox, but Oxygen went toe to toe between Diaz, Gomez, and Newers, dropping 15, 14, and 12 kills respectively. V, every time Cruelty had a flashy play, it seemed like Oxygen had another big moment to match.
They set a foundation. That's something they did, where when in their game up against Wildcard, I think they had trouble enabling players like Diaz, Gomez, and Newers, apart from these real solo plays. But in this game up against Cruelty, the way they played around each other helped each other get the kills instead of just like surprising moments where suddenly Gomez would find a 3K. It is consistency that you want from a team, and it was consistency that OXG provided.
And it was that really did it towards the end. Too many low side performers for Cruelty. We talk about Mutombo. He's impactful. He's very good. And we love talking about him helping in ways that aren't on the scoreboard. But between him and Fatal, just not quite enough on the rear end to just barely boost Cruelty with that one extra kill. That one last OXG player that remained alive. They just couldn't quite handle it.
We still don't know who is going to be the overall victor in this series. There's two things that we do know. Map 2 is going to be one to watch, and you bet that Wildcard are sitting back watching this just going, oh baby, this is exactly what we want to see. Either a Cruelty victory or a tired OXG. Wildcard will be happy to take either in the grand final. For now, though, it is Cruelty who look to bounce back on Map 2. That's coming up next. What a start. Map 1 going the distance, and Cruelty and Oxygen going toe-to-toe in an overtime matchup yet again. We saw the same thing in the closed qualifiers here in the LCQ Finals. Well, these two teams do not want to go down easy. It was, of course, Oxygen who snuck out that first with a victory. Now map 2 is Cruelty's pick of Consulate. We'll see how this one shakes up. V, I want to go to you first here on general expectations, because I know we talked about Oxygen, in theory, having a fairly heavy upper hand going into this series. Are those expectations maybe a little bit changed now that we just saw how that first map played out?
So there's a couple things. One of them is that this has been a series, or I guess this has been an entire LCQ, where it feels like map picks don't really mean a lot, because a lot of times you're going to have your opponent win your map pick, which is very weird. And the other expectation is that, well, Cruelty picked this. There's a reason they picked this. They must have known that Oxygen won this against Wildcard, right? I have the expectations that they would show up on this map and send us to a map 3.
That's the thing, and it's a crazy pick, considering we just saw Oxygen beat Wildcard, and this was Wildcard's pick when they went to Consulate. Why do you think Cruelty picked into the same thing?
I think they saw something they want to take advantage of, but I'll tell you what, the mental feels shattered right now, and Oxygen starting on defense. I don't know if I love this for Cruelty.
Well, we gotta send it into our game here. Map number 2. Oxygen hoping they can get out of this one quickly. Cruelty hoping they can take their own map pick. Aiden, V, have fun.
Oh, we will. Never a doubt in the world about that. You can tell us any other advice and it might apply, but we were always going to have a good time. Don't you worry, Jonah. As into map number 2 we go, and V, it hasn't been just an LCQ thing. This has literally just been for us. As LIS won their own map pick over OXG, OXG won theirs against LIS. Wildcard just smoked Cruelty in their first matchup through. But we have never seen a team in our time on the LCQ,
so
us
weird.
literally casting it, win a map they chose to go to. But this feels like it will not real. Or actually, no. We just saw Oxygen win back.
Yeah,
Never mind.
I was gonna
I don't know
say.
why. I have no idea why I totally.
Because it
blanked on
feels
that,
like
but-
Cruelty should have won. How about that?
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. There we go. Also, Oxygen did so well in this map earlier, I still just couldn't fully believe that Cruelty really picked into it. Because, like, OXG defense start just seems so sketchy.
Okay, so I will say,
Uh-huh.
Cruelty played Clubhouse against Friendship Team twice, lost it twice, and then picked it a third time. Or I
don't
guess
think they
let
picked
it
they
let
left
it
it, yeah.
through a third time. So I don't think the map pool is one of their biggest strengths.
They played Consulate once in the closed qual for this event. They beat Washington Wizards on it 8-6. They ended up winning that series 2-1.
Wizards?
Washington Withers. Yeah, it's a Minecraft reference.
Minecraft.
That was not their team name, though. It was named after the basketball team. I know that may be a foreign concept to some of our
Defenders protect
some of
your
our chat
bombs from
room.
being defused by
But
attackers.
anyways, Team Cruelty attacking into Consulate now.
Bomb located by
And
attackers.
we go piano and exposition for the first round. Not what I would have been expecting.
I mean, we saw Oxygen go here against Wildcard, and Oxygen seemed to be the type of team that they don't go to the primary, then the secondary, then the tertiary. Sometimes they will throw a curveball at you. They will go to something, I mean, like a tertiary site or a secondary site to get themselves off to a good foot, catch the attacking team by surprise in terms of what you're ready for as an attacking team, and not strategy-wise, because you can always just attack or repick. But it does have its uses, and we'll see if it actually works here, as Cruelty found themselves with a blitz and a glass, and you think that they would have to take the top floor as well.
Attackers recovered the
I
bomb.
was thinking about the last thing I said, and I actually just realized, given the international audience we have, I would not be surprised if more people were familiar with the concept of a wither in Minecraft than the Washington Wizards basketball team, because not everyone watching this stream is American, and not everybody watches the NBA.
There's
all
a
things considered.
significant Mexican portion of the
Yeah, 100%. They are probably watching the Spanish stream, though. Unless they're not. Shout out to anyone who's from anywhere in South America watching us. And we'll get into map number 1. I know who you're rooting for. You want the Cruelty win. That last map must have been heartbreaking, and hoping that Cruelty not too heartbroken themselves as they get a minute into this round and they are slow. They're into the basement only because it wasn't contested, but all things considered, as Cruelty move their way forward. I cannot stop saying all things considered today. I need you to hold me accountable. Oh, wait a minute.
That is a nasty angle. I do not think Cruelty are aware of this. I definitely know that there are some holes that have been made, but so far, Cruelty's attack, they went from basement up and then have kind of done a basic map control grab from Oxygen. Like, they took yellow stairs, and then they took yellow hallway. There is a smoke, 2 smokes going on out, and there is a plant going down, so clearly Cruelty just want to direct.
And he's into Expo, getting the plant down, and they can't do anything about this. The Warden's in the wrong spot. They got 2 kills, though, and now Matumba won't get out of the site safely. Pyrox is on yellow stairs. It has to be Skimzy making a big play. He's in for 1, and a great jump down for Pyrox, and the pendulum has swung back once more. Not necessarily in favor of Cruelty, but now it might just be as Pyrox gets his second. The last member of Oxygen on this side of the map gives away where he is. The other one, Yaga, walking towards Spiral, caught out by Skimzy, but doesn't win the fight. Good trade for Pyrox, though. And he knows where the last one's coming from. Damage dealt to him around the corner. Pyrox, the star in the making for Cruelty, shines brightest when the lights are brightest.
He is just so good, Happy. Throughout everything, the LIS game aside, he has just been such a beacon for this team. Like, he always is showing up. And to have something like that, round 1, where it seemed like, yes, Cruelty would be able to get the plant down amidst the smoke, that Oxygen having the second floor control would simply be too much, and that they'd fall to the side. Pyrox shows his face and makes magic happen. And there's a lot of theories in the air of like, okay, Pyrox has clearly shown his skill, and Cruelty have been incredibly hit or miss overall throughout like the stages in the year, everything. Does Pyrox go to a better team or stick for Cruelty? Because part of it is like, when Cruelty are working as a unit, they do a really good job of enabling him.
Absolutely, and you saw it right there. They left him in the perfect position and said, do your thing, Pyrox. And he did his thing, all right. Jumping down yellow stairs. For a moment, you think, what on earth is this guy doing? He's not really helping the team. He's kind of just baiting, but the whole plan was for Pyrox to just be enabled to go crazy. So fluid throughout the map, they could never get a hold on him. And he just looks so clean in the process of doing it. And I know what you're talking about, right? Pyrox has proven himself to be a very talented player. And when Cruelty are there to enable him, it is just such a wonderful team system. And that is exactly what you needed for Team Cruelty, right? The mental feels shattered after a heartbreakingly close loss. Who but Pyrox to step up and bring them back into it when they needed it the most? He was there, the hero. And just like that, I feel like the boys are so excited. I'm not sure if they have a team house together based on the interviews they've done with Fatal. I don't think they do. I feel like they have in the past, but I digress. The mental way back now for Cruelty as they just saw their star on the Twitch save their hopes and dreams right in front of them. And this series is not over yet.
And that's a round where you kind of put yourself in the shoes of a player just watching Pyrox do this, and he hits that final kill, and you hear the VC erupts, and everybody's like, all right, we got 1 round, we got like 6 more to go. And now we have a rehost because we unfortunately had another crash for OXG. And while you're saying that, I was realizing the time. It is currently 9:40.
It doesn't feel like that at all.
It does feel very like it should be like 7. Yeah. But remember, there is another BO3 after this. So we could go all the way to round 15, and then we go to a map 3, and that goes to a round 15. And suddenly Harrison and John getting on the mic. Surprise, guys. It's 11 p.m. Enjoy.
Yep, that's kind of what we walked in on yesterday, but we had a wonderful time anyways in the lobby, ready to go. So we are back into it. Nice and quick. just a little bit of extra time to let that sink in for Team Cruelty. You know, they got to get up, go to the front door, open the door so the sync can come inside. It's quite a lengthy process, so you had to give them some extra time. And Team Cruelty, that was a banger, I don't care. Team Cruelty now really just let that clutch resonate with Oxygen, and let it resonate with themselves. The 1-0 lead attacking into a map that you wanted to go to, and instantly proving that this was a very valid map pick.
One thing you cannot say about any of these games, you know, as late as they may go, all of them have been incredibly exciting. So fun. And I've said that a lot, just because it's enjoyable to be here in the booth with you and to see what is a pretty high stakes match, because you win this best of 3 and the next best of 3, or even if Wildcard wins the next best of 3, they get to go to Boston. They get to go to the Siege Invitational and fight for a Brazilian
you just call it
dollar.
The Siege Invitational?
Is that what it's called? What?
The 6 Invitational.
Oh my god.
There is no way you just did that.
I cannot believe I did that.
How did you just do that?
Insane.
That is crazy. The check stealing is insane.
All right.
I'm just messing. It's Freudian slip, or not Freudian slip. I'm just saying words too now at this point, but we all understood what you meant.
It is called Rainbow Six Siege, so.
Yeah, you were one word off. You were right there. Right acronym. You still had the acronym correct, so. You're still good by my mark. I don't know if chat's going to be nice to you anyways, but minute 10 into this, and Cruelty yet again slow, but last time we saw them do this, they ended up doing it really well, but they want to go for this console side take, and this always a little bit of an issue when you see teams start to go for this, especially with the lineup that OXG are bringing. Smoke canisters and Vulcan canisters, as well as even Ella mines that could possibly be thrown at a plant to stop it. There's so much in the way for Team Cruelty getting a plant down. Something else has to come in to be a difference maker, as the EE1Ds and the Bs go in, but I don't think they're going to be able to get a plant down just yet.
Newer is finding the kill onto Matumbo as well. Hard to see where that exactly came from, and you saw Skimzy take a little bit of damage. Don't really know exactly where that came from as well, but so far Oxygen have maintained really good composure amidst this. Skimzy hops on up, the smoke cloud is there, he's gonna hop right on out, and now is taking even more damage as Ivan clears underneath. Can they get the kill onto Hat? Cannot. Yaga through the floor, and that might send this one down to the grave. As with the kill onto Fatal, surely this one is out of Pyrox's hands.
He worked magic in round number 1. See if he can do it again. He's in a similar area to where he was last time. And a shotgun for Skimzy with the case in hand. Will have to do big work, but Yaga not expected on that angle. And Pyrox can't even get one. Flawless round to Oxygen, as they emphatically respond to that big Pyrox clutch with a 5-0 sweep.
Ivan underneath is a big playmaker in situations like that, where we have seen him on the buck play, just destroy the defense by kind of shattering their ability to push forward and play these aggressive angles, but he doesn't really have any help. And that's a very thin line that he rides, simply because if Ivan goes down, there's nobody to then apply the pressure onto that defense, and because it happened so quickly, there's also no chance for the players on the windows to also get anything done. It's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, where if you throw somebody underneath to help Ivan, that's going to make the execute less impactful because you have one less player watching that. But if you don't help Ivan and he dies like he did, then you just kind of tossed a player away for nothing.
10 seconds to go.
It is kind of what happens sometimes, but sometimes that is just the best play you have on that site. It can be very hard to get in through admin. It can be just generally hard to get in the building at all, especially if they're pressuring you on those admin windows. It's tough to find a gap in that second floor. So the pressure downstairs from Ivan. Maybe you would have liked to see a Davos on top, but Cruelty had to bring that extra util just to try to break through, and even still, it was all in vain. Fortunately, though, no going back to that site now for OXG. They go down to the basement with a heavy presence. One player upstairs, all the way upstairs, but Gomez will fall back down the service stairs to the first floor instead, so nobody actively on that second floor, but OXG have shown early that they're not unwilling to lurk all the way up to that second floor of the map. They will contest Cruelty for whatever control they try to take.
And how are Cruelty going to play around each other for this clear? It's going to be required. There's no way you could just commit to a direct take on a site like this. As Fatal did spot Gomez by that main door area, and pushing through the main door would almost be a death sentence at this point. And I don't think they know that both of the Oxygen defenders have actually backed off, leaving only Yaga in Visa. And that gives space for Cruelty, and Pyrox in particular, to use that boogie drone, clear out the floor, and start what you should be doing as the attack. But there he sits, all alone. No drones, no friends, just himself and a dream.
And an F-Not mine on the doorway in to let him know when to pop up. That dream obviously helped by that lone F-Not mine, but that's kind of it. Like you said, no one else nearby. They've all fallen back to the basement. But he's stuck around. He wants to make this play. Not really any flank watch. No claymores, no flank watch operators. Call answered immediately by Yaga because he doesn't want to give up where he is in his prone position in Visa. They're not really going to contest him here. It seems like they just want to play the vert upstairs and walk down through the garage. And I don't think that includes a kill found onto the Fenrir. At least it won't yet. Fenrir obviously going to make a late round play later, but Cruelty still need to properly set up for this execute.
No matter what's happening, I'm just keeping my eyes on Yaga. I think he has moved up the stairs. Could get a massive kill and diminish any chance that Cruelty has. And you could tell they have no idea that he's here.
Not a clue in the world. The cap bolts do go out, but Yaga is caught out. Skimsy knew. He didn't even let us know that he knew, and we can see everything. Matumbo getting a plant down, but shut down by the C4. Newers with another one. They bring it back to OXG's favor, and though Pyrax is far forward, he'll only get one. Fatal needs to restick the plant with Ivan covering from upstairs. He can't drop here, but he does right into the line of sight of Diaz, but he's shut down. Fatal got off the plant for it, though, and you can't do that, or else Hat's gonna kill your teammate, and your chances at the round with it. No case down and 0 on the clock, so it's Oxygen in their first lead of Consulate.
And it seemed like maybe with the one player off of the site that Yaga putting so much emphasis on the huge late round flank that might be enough to cover the plan, to have a lot of eyes on any places that Oxygen could be, but it just wasn't. Oxygen is able to find critical kills, dropping the diffuser, forcing a lot of repositions from Cruelty. It's reminiscent of Bank Basement, where you would have Fatal die and somebody would have to pick up the diffuser, go in a brand new spot and put down the plant and pray that nobody would shoot them. But in this specific instance, Oxygen is able to cause enough disruption that Cruelty just cannot readjust in time. And I think that simply is because Cruelty didn't really shut anything down from the defense. They didn't shut down any lines of sight. They didn't get any kills besides Yaga. And I'm not really counting that because he wasn't actually part of the defense itself.
5 seconds left.
And it feels like that kind of a setup almost often favors the attack so much, but I don't know if Cruelty had their lines of sight ready on the right angles. And that makes it really unfortunate, because post plants like that, we've seen Consulate go single-handedly, very handedly, to teams who can set themselves up on the right line of sight. I'm thinking back to a game that I casted of Space Station Academy versus the Bay Harbor Butchers, where SSGA would set up on a lot of angles upstairs, and BHB would have like no way back in. Oxygen able to force their way through some of those lines of sight, and maybe some of them missing for Cruelty. Great adaptations by OXG all the same, and we get into round number 4. Where Oxygen have to go back to Piano and Exposition, the only site they've lost thus far. So, maybe not the best indicator of future success, but Cruelty, on such a defender-sided map, not off to a bad start, all things considered. You could definitely get a really solid half here if you just maybe sneak out one more round.
The actual defense on the round, though, was good. They only lost it because Pyrox hit a nuclear 1v4. But I don't think Oxygen really needs to change much. you hold this second floor, and Cruelty haven't shown that they're actually going to push you off of that second floor a lot, and then just wait for the success. Make sure Pyrox doesn't do that. And already the Warden doing his job, planting in a position that I don't think he's going to be able to be spotted, but still Oxygen find the entry.
And Oxygen have caught on to this. They know what Cruelty are doing. They've played these games before, but the plant is still down, and Fatal gets a good kill. Pyrox is also snuck in through console window. I think all that chaos and noise made it so he wasn't heard, and he gets the kill at a Yaga. Now vert control established for him, a drone for Pyrox, and nobody can stop this man when they're attacking Piano. They're trying to retake up, but he just fades back into the corner. I mean, he doesn't have to do anything extra. Wide swing on a Newers to establish himself on the angle, but Gomez back on the counter defuse. Hit off of it, and Fatal with a kill onto him. It has to be Newers. Good kill onto Fatal, but now with a shield to retake against and Pyrox and an air jab, he's on the wrong floor, and there's not even any time left. A calamity of errors for the second time in a row on this site. And Newers trying to take his pride with him out of the round. At the very least, he'll take that, and his KD not ruined. But Cruelty even us out on Consulate with their second Piano rush.
Oh my, it was almost the exact same thing. They get the plant down. Oxygen have top floor control. They even have entries. And yet Pyrox, it's always Pyrox. When you're not least expecting it, it's Pyrox. Evens it up. And now Oxygen go to the second floor. It's almost, it is, we're just seeing the exact same things again. And the Cruelty have the chance to adapt what they do, because most likely, like, we are going to projector, and after that would probably be another basement defense. So Cruelty have the chance here to change how they want to attack, and we saw how ineffective their previous attack was, just holding on the window, throwing Ivan underneath and hoping that he could get the job done when he couldn't all alone, and Yaga shut him down. But so far, there is no Amaru with an asterisk, and an office admin take is potentially where this team wants to hint, but the glass is showing that there could be some smoke in play, and Oxygen have not brought a Warden.
Well, the glass, the Capital, clearly an emphasis on smoke. Yings, as well as 2 flashbangs brought in someone's pocket as well. So we do clearly have a lot of utility on the attacking side. I don't think it will be, excuse me, an Amaru play, because obviously they don't have it, but I don't even think it'll be similar to what they did last time. Something they have done on this site in past games, in Element, they liked to fake executes. They would throw a lot of util in one side and try to make a play somewhere else. It didn't really work so well, but it's something we know they like to do. And at this point, it's better than just trying to brute force your way through the console window. Fool them into thinking you'll do it again. Clearly heavy emphasis on that console window as again this Goyo, again this smoke. Both of them brought very similar defensive comp for Oxygen. Cruelty have watched them do this defense before the game. Something has to be here.
There's a Candela combined with Frag Grenade. Another one is going to be thrown. Newers for 2 immediately traded, and the run out finds massive success, and it seems like Cruelty, without the Ying or the Glass, 2 pivotal operators for the attack that they want to do, they're left sputtering and turn, of course, who else but to Pyrox, but to potentially change things.
Ivan needs to kill the top yellow to even things back out, but he can't find it. And Diaz lives a little bit longer. Pyrox dropped down, but Gomez heard it. Gomez onto him, almost gets 2. With the second onto Ivan, now so low, and now the last alive. Skimsy dead, and Ivan eventually falls as well. Cruelty, hard as they go on the Piano Expo attacks, they just can't get anything going anywhere else.
Tried an adaptation, and it just did not work. It changed, you changed it from main default window to spiral window, but the run out just completely blowing that up to pieces. And instead of going to basement, well, they are going to basement, they're doing the split site. Basement and tellers, or I guess server and tellers would technically be the proper name for it. And this site is always a risk, because whenever I've seen teams run this, always crucially forget about the team planting above. Either there's chaos happening, their Solus or Pulse are in improper positions to actually shut down the plant, and it just goes completely awry, and then you're left wondering, okay, why did the defense go here when you still have basement, which you technically won? It was very close, but it will be a risk, and I think it's daring Cruelty to try to actually fight back.
And the Amaru brought out for this attack, and a spawn peek for Gomez, looking eager to find a first kill, but was just a moment too soon. On that swing, you can see Ivan now tentative to get out of spawn, but they will all get out of spawn with all their HP on them. Gomez, his health all intact as well, and we now look to the round itself in a full 5-on-5 with 5 players full HP. Cruelty trying to establish control over admin early, and it's only Diaz on the second floor who could do anything about it. Walking his way over to managers, or rather, Gomez actually walks up a staircase and makes his way over to managers. And Oxygen adapting really quick to try to meet the entry from Cruelty.
One thing you always got to keep in mind, this is Cruelty's map pick. Oxygen chose to start on the defense. So most likely wanting to get that advantage they were able to get against Wildcard, and then use that momentum to win the map. Cruelty so far haven't really initiated so much. You see 5 drones have gotten disabled. Clearly are wanting to get rid of some roaming, but I don't think they've actually put any pressure on the roam. Skimzy finally hopping in. Might be a player down below that he could potentially find, but Hat just has his number dead to rights. And if the call is there, could have a player come just take his head off, and yeah, you can directly see barely avoiding death there.
Skimzy just wants to skirt back away. There were 3 people here. Everyone.
All right, is that? I don't know if that's needed.
Fiending for the kill. Hat gives great comms, and everyone's like, oh, I want it. And they think they deserve it more than the last. Me personally, I'd give it to DS. He could use a bit of a boon, but Ivan, another player who could, also stuck on 1. Neither one on the bottom frag, but Temple on 0, but Ivan barely on any health. And that's significant, as Cruelty have barely taken any control. They have a lot of different people in different spots on the map, but they're not necessarily going to be significant towards making an execute happen. This control above the site can help, but you have to eventually decide what you're going to do to get the case into the building and into the bomb site. If they don't cause chaos on that basement, those players downstairs could easily just shut the plant down, but Pyrox so perfectly timed, and when he comes to life, it normally means a site win for Cruelty. It is a good start, but it isn't over at all. Oxygen still so comfortable downstairs with that pulse, and someone has got to do something about it. And who but Pyrox to step up when they need it. Plant starts to go down. Diaz with dead. That's Ivan with a kill, and he's pressuring downstairs. He will die, but that took the attention away for just long enough to, like you said, divert the attention and get a plant down. But it has to be Matumba with Skimzy in the 2 versus 3, because Oxygen found 3 in a row, making 4. And the verticality's good, but I don't know if Skimzy good enough to stand up against 3 North American League professionals in a 1-on-3. Spots 1 at the bottom of Visa, and it's Yaga with a clean headshot to make it 5 kills in a row for OXG on the retake. And they salvage that half to make it a win for them all the same.
They're able to get the plant down, but they still haven't solved their issues of being Pyrox's team. Pyrox, so far in this map, has had to do so much of the heavy lifting that I called them Pyrox's team. They feel like Pyrox's team with everybody else just being supporting cast and barely putting up a fight. And Oxygen, they're able to muscle their way back up to that floor, able to trade a couple of bodies their way up, and now up 4-2. Cruelty need to win this map. They are done. If they lose this, they chose Consulate, and here's where you would probably think of why they would go here. Because the attack can be so-so on this map, no matter who's on here. But the defense, surely, this is why they chose to bring Oxygen, a team that had one Consulate against Wildcard in the BO3 prior, why they would choose to bring them here.
And we saw such a similar start for OXG their last time through this site, or through this map, rather.
Attacker's objective is to
As when it was
defuse the
picked
bomb.
against them by Wildcard, it was a 4-2 defense start for OXG,
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
and then they
Attackers
won
recovered the
3
bomb
attacks out of their 5 tries. So they showed a lot of good on the attacking side of this map. Scary to bring them here, but Cruelty did. And like you said, they had to be cooking something. They had to have seen something. But I don't know if they've seen this yet. Grim, Sens, Nook, Deimos, and Blitz. All the makings of a very fast play towards Yellow Stairs as they enter in Diaz towards the west corridor. He's going to walk up Spiral with it. And a loud noise is made to try and mask the Nook walking this fast up Spiral. I don't think this is going to be expected. And he could find the gap in his sight, but so much utility to possibly let them know. They've got barbed wire and banshees that can tell them when Diaz is going to make the play. He can't walk up yet. He has to wait for someone to walk into him. And for now, we wait for just that.
He did walk into the Banshee. So the Banshee did activate for about a second. That should have activated Cruelty's fight or flight response. Nuars to strike first. Ivan down. And it seems like Ivan is not having the nuclear game that he did up against Bank with Oxygen. They get that entry. A lot of times that spirals toward a round win. Can Cruelty change fate?
If it was Wildcard, they would have followed off that extension contently long ago, but Ivan overstays his welcome just a bit, and that's a problem. Now that's the man advantage given away to Oxygen. They never quite had it themselves, Cruelty, but that 5-on-5 on this site can be so crucial. And I was actually wrong in my pre-round assessment of this. All this util, the plan to use it towards meeting instead. Goyo popped to try and prevent the walk-up now. And Pyrox just waiting to try to come to life again, the only one positive or even close to it on his team. And he has to be pivotal here.
Just waiting. Could cut the silence with a knife. Could decide whether or not Cruelty still has
walk
a
up.
fight in this game, but letting them walk up. That's big. With Gomez going down. C4?
Pyrox! He gets 2! How does he do it? They had no idea that Gomez was gonna walk up there, and yet he kills him and then doubles down. How does he keep amazing us with these plays in big positions? The wall to try and cut off the lines is sight, but now the whole team's activated, and Skimsy the next one to get a kill. Yaga in no man's land, but he somehow kills Pyrox, navigating his way through the smoke, the fire, and flames, and he gets a second. The plant going down, they need to shut him down, but first you gotta get through Yaga, and it's not that simple. What a hero play from the man himself, and he wants to go back to land bad.
It is just a man and a shield, and he himself will part the ways between smoke to kill Cruelty and turn the tide of what seemed like with Pyrox kill. This should have been Cruelty, but just like in round 1, Pyrox, he himself got the round win for Cruelty. Yaga was there for Oxygen, a 1-for-1, if you will. We're all even. And Oxygen, what a beautiful time to get that. Up 3 rounds. Cruelty will take their timeout. Is it too late? Have Oxygen gained the momentum? Have they gotten the true confidence that they need to go 2-0, avoid a map 3, and rematch Wildcard for the chance to go to Boston happy?
I think Cruelty have come full circle. They started this tournament off getting owned by Wildcard, and it was only Pyrox to show up, and now he has more kills than I believe the rest of his team combined. And I don't want to say they've gone full circle because you want this to be competitive. You want to feel like they could come back, but that just feels like the round that just solidifies it. That it's Pyrox doing what he needs to do, and then the rest of Cruelty just can't quite get it done. Yaga with an insane individual play, don't get me wrong, that was outstanding from him. But Cruelty, the rest of the team has 9 kills combined, but Tumbo hasn't killed anybody yet. And that's how they started this tournament. Pyrox went even in their game against Wildcard, and nobody else was even close to going neutral. And I hate to see them in that form again, because we wanted this to be competitive. They could have made history, but Oxygen are just so good right now.
Matumbo is a flag. Whatever way the flag flies, it shows you just how Cruelty are playing. If Matumbo is 0-6, a lot of times that means that they are not playing around him in a way that can actually contribute for the rest of the team. Like when Matumbo was on the Monty in the previous maps, not only is he able to get kills, but everybody else is able to get kills around him, including Ivan and Fatal. But when he's 0-6, he plays scared. He plays weird as well, makes really odd mistakes, and a lot of times becomes almost fodder for the enemy. They've placed him on the pulse inside of construction down below to spot anyone walking through. CTS on the drone. I don't know if they truly know that Ivan is here, but clearly they have an inkling, and Yaga to strike first. Pyrox is there for the trade. Lucky he is, but I don't think he's gonna live very long.
No, not a chance. Another player top spiral, and they seem to expect this. Ivan, though, just tucked in a corner, hoping that they don't expect him here. If it's another kill for Cruelty, I think it will have fallen too far. But they're waiting for him to make the play. The Fenrir targeted. Now Ivan has to get away, but a C4 from Matumbo. He's on the board, and at a big moment, Ivan now ducking back down the spiral stairs. He's getting chased, but what a shot! And the whole team comes to life. This is what Cruelty needed, and now Oxygen, a man down, and need to try and pressure for this vert and work their way into this site with only a little bit more utility left.
Heartbeat sensor deployed.
Have one C4 as well to use. Keeping the pulse alive is incredibly vital. And it's Skimzy who does hold the C4. Have both the ace and the can openers to open these hatches. The Newers with the skeleton key, but Skimzy holds such a tight angle, barely mistimes it, misses the headshot, and if he gets that kill, surely it would have been Cruelty's round, but instead lives to fight another day and still haunt Cruelty's dreams. Cruelty need to win this round.
Ivan barely escapes death for the second time in a row. Harry Houdini inside of the server, and somehow, under guise of F-Not smoke, he gets away from death for the second time now.
Bomb located by attackers.
Diaz is plain known, so he'll have to rotate. The lurk was spotted, and Matumbo spotted and neutralized in just a moment by Newers. And that's the man who's been on the team for so long. You said it earlier today, they've built it around him, and they want to build it to go to lands. Skimzy, on the other side of the hard wall, could do something about it, and with the red pings, he could possibly make a huge play! Possibly the biggest play of the day! This shotgun out for two! And Cruelty, hold on! No chokes there, and everybody had a piece of the pie in that round, just when they needed the guns to start to come back.
Signs of life. They're alive. It is still looking grim. Oxygen have not reached map and match point just yet. Cruelty head over to Piano. That's going to demand a top floor presence, something Oxygen have been very, very good at. Getting onto the same floor as the roamers, eliminating whoever is there. And even though it's sometimes taken a body, you think of Pyrox killing Yaga, they immediately trade him out. So suddenly, it's a 4v3. Oxygen have gained the top floor control, gained what they needed, and then move on from there. How are Cruelty going to respond? Which clearly they've brought the Castle, the Malusi, and the Fenrir designed to help them hold this top floor as much as they can. But Yaga was such a nightmare on the Blitz. I don't know if they've got the tools to really deal with him.
He's been a nightmare all map, no matter what he's playing. 11-4, only beaten out in terms of kills by Newers of his own team, and tied with Pyrox on Cruelty. And that's exactly what Cruelty wanted that last round, to get the guns going across the board again. And they've got a lot of information here. The Fenrir, the Malusi, and the Castle, like you highlighted, even the Legion to an extent. Those will be great for letting you know when OXG are going to try and walk through gaps, when they're going to try and make their presence known. But will it be too fast for them to do anything about it? This Fenrir has been deadly for Oxygen, and the Blitz even more so in that first attacking round. And I think the idea for OXG is to try and make some fast presence known, but they'll have to give up where they're going because of these castle barricades, because of even more utility behind them. Cruelty want that info so they can posture themselves correctly.
How do the Amaru as well? Where is he zipping in? Seems like it's going to be the default plant window bookshelf. Setting up for a 3-2-1. 3-2-1 and go. The entry is there. SMG-11. There's so many bodies. It's a tie.
Oh my gosh.
4-4, and somehow we end up at peace.
How does Pyrox get one there? How does he get two? Flashed out by the Blitz. He needs help from below. He doesn't quite get it yet, though. Yaga with another, and that's advantage now, Oxygen. How on earth is he supposed to be ready for that? Ivan is, though, and he can possibly get the res. No one on top. Spiral, it's two players in Secretary. Trying to regroup, but they know their last two are in Spiral, and so they try to go right to the site. Diaz needs to cover, breaks the bulletproof camera behind him, and the walk up from the side, out over to Checkers. Skimzy known, Skimzy dead. It has to be Ivan. He's all the way upstairs, and I don't know if they know he's here. If he works this soon enough, he could possibly take one down, but the smokes are going to make it difficult. They expect him up top, and Diaz just barely holding off. The smokes are confident enough to Ivan, so he wants to hit on the case, but it's just not good. It's not the right time. Yaga right around the corner, pops out, and nightmare fuel out of Oxygen's attack is Cruelty on the back foot again. It's match point.
Oxygen just looks better. I'm going to admit, Happy. When pushing the top floor, getting rid of whoever is up there, they are so patient, waiting for the perfect opportunity, droning it out, setting themselves up so that when they do 3-2-1 go, everybody is in position at the right time. And as I said, you're gonna lose a couple bodies, but Oxygen have the man advantage, they have top floor, and that is all they need in those specific instances. And for Cruelty, I thought that maybe there was a chance that they are somehow surviving through all this. Last round probably should have went down. Or excuse me, 2 rounds ago probably should have went down. Last round should have went down, and it did. Oxygen need to close it out, but Wildcard struggled to do that on border. Oxygen, there have been specific instances when they played Wildcard where it seemed like Wildcard might be able to mount a comeback on Consulate.
5 seconds left.
It's almost here. Just take a deep breath and finish out.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Very much in control, with match point in their own favor. 3 rounds of buffer room, too. And Cruelty might just get punished the same way that Wildcard did for picking this map into Oxygen. 2 attacking rounds already won by OXG of the first 3 that we've seen. And Cruelty would now need to make it flawless. With OXG already having the recipe, they have the solutions. Ivan runs out, but he's dead! He missed 1 bullet away! Newers nearly dies with the case in hand, but instead the rich get richer, a 13th to Newers, and Oxygen now with a man advantage on top of everything they already had going right. Skimzy desperate for a response, but you're not going to get it like that. Too disciplined to give kills away or Oxygen, and I think it might just be done.
That seemed like a break glass in case of emergency. That's so unusual of Cruelty, who usually do not go for that type of play, and it almost works out, but Ivan has not been hitting his peaks that we've seen in the previous matches, and unfortunately, in a very critical moment, just misses a bullet and might be sending Cruelty to the depths, unless there somehow is a trade, a very late one at that, but oh no. It's looking
The
so
Zoto.
bad, Happy.
The Zoto just missed. Fatal ends up getting 1 back on a Newers. Fatal with 2, outperforming his expectations at the perfect time. C4 out. Fatal with 3. How does he do it? Good trade for Diaz, though. And he has another unmarked. That's Pyrox. The Grim Reaper of this half for Cruelty. The track goes away, though. And so Diaz can't make the play yet. Pyrox safe, no longer tracked down. Hat with the case, Diaz to cover, and Skimzy stuck inside of Pro Balk wall. It's Hat now sticking it. Diaz needs this cover, and he needs it now, but nobody's here to try and help. Skimzy can walk up on this guy. He wanted to stick it, but Diaz came through at the right time. It has to be Pyrox. Who but him to keep them alive? It's been the story all day, and he wants a reset. He's up against the Deimos. They have another track left. If there's enough time, they'll get it back down. But they're so far out. They're waiting. They're forcing him to make the play. And he's made these plays before. But all day it's been, can someone help Pyrox? Now he has to help himself. Otherwise, Cruelty goes home. The crossfire established. The contact ready to be played off of. And Pyrox getting shot from angles he can't even imagine. Crumbling right before our eyes. 3 tries in. How about a 4th? It'll be Oxygen versus Wildcard to see who goes to the 6th Invitational in Boston.
Cruelty 1 round away, probably 1 kill away on their first map from winning that, and that would be a map 3, but Oxygen just have not died. They've shown so much tenacity, and it feels like a rematch was destined from the beginning.
Oxygen persevere. The definition of perseverance, especially after that first map, but they go to map 2, tighten it up, and shut Cruelty down. Pyrox was looking for help all map long, and he just could not find it. What a matchup. But Cruelty, that energy that they had found against Loyalty is scarce. Yesterday, the energy they found and the battle that they put up against Oxygen in that first map, it just ran out at the very end there, Aiden. And it was quite a journey for this team. We've mentioned it a few times, a chance to make history as the first Mexican roster to go to the 6th Invitational. They could not make it work, although we did get to see some big moments. These names, no doubt we're going to see them down the line. They just could not close it out. Going to Consulate after all, maybe not their best plan.
And they thought they had a gap spotted, but at the end of the day, their defense half even worse than Wildcards. So whatever they thought they could see to take advantage of out of Oxygen, we didn't see it today. I'll say that. And we saw Pyrox do really well. I hate to keep highlighting that, but even still, it just bears repeating that was what they had to depend on. Those hero plays, those individuals, but I feel like it's that round there, round 7, you guys just got to see. That I feel like it just kind of crushed the mental for Cruelty. They were still playing aggressive. They were still getting big picks and winning some of these rounds and going toe-to-toe. But at a certain point, the story within everybody's heads just became, how can I help Pyrox? Why am I not helping him? Or can I get some help? Because there is only so far you can go into a map where it's just, the story is one guy. And you hate to see it.
I think one thing that changed from the game against LIS was that Oxygen punished Cruelty's mistakes a lot more. And Cruelty have never played a perfect game, so there were lots of chances where Oxygen could find a very small gap or disconnect between 2 players on the roam to wedge themselves into, and suddenly Oxygen have the entry like they always have almost the entire map on Consulate and work from there.
Big notable change for Oxygen. We've seen Yaga performing well, throughout the LCQ so far. Big difference though, gotta give it up to Newers for really stepping it up and making a difference. And I think that is a big reason why Oxygen, that margin between them and Cruelty here, Aiden, just felt a little bit more substantial. Not only did you have, 1 or 2 guys contributing, but Newers kind of came out of the woodwork there and really stepped it up.
Absolutely, and that's what big-time players do. They show up when it matters the most. He was the guy who has been on this team for a long, long time. I believe he's been with the org the longest. I know Yogg had a stint on OXG before. Maybe Newers was around, but it has been Newers kind of the team, the player the team has kind of built around, and they've built this sort of system, and he is the guy, right? He's been with his team for so long, and you don't stick around in Pro League on a notable organization unless you got it, and he showed everybody that he got it right there with the big plays in the big moments, and really happy to see that out of him. Problem is though, the job is not done yet, and so can we see him and everybody else on Oxygen bring it to another best of 3?
It's a difficult question, Happy. It's kind of been a new person every map. for OXG. They've never been able to transfer one person's success on over to the next map, and they need everyone to show up against Wildcard. Clearly, having just Newers or having just Gomez is not going to be it to take this team down.
It is crazy to see how it has transformed, how all of these teams really have gone through this LCQ so far, but even crazier to think that Oxygen still have another best of 3 in front of them. They've been grinding so far this entire LCQ. We had an insane matchup against Loyalty is Scarce yesterday. 2 best of 3s down, 1 best of 3 to go, if you can believe it. I want to shift gears briefly to Wildcard before we take a look at the match statistics and the matchup coming up. I'll start with you, Aiden. I want to know what you think we could possibly see here from Oxygen to take the win over Wildcard. How can they, after 5 maps, rematch the team that just beat them and become the victors?
I don't know. I have no idea. I would love to be able to give you an answer, but it just does not. It feels like so inevitable that the same thing keeps happening over and over again. And I want to be able to tell you that they could just maybe play confident, play in their face, and I think that's going to be the key, right? Like, ride this momentum, ride the wave of momentum you've just gotten, and play in the face of Wildcard. Don't let them set up executes. Don't let them get into the building easy. Play to the individuals, because you have 5 of the most talented individuals in North America. Let them feel that wave and just ride the flow state. Don't let Wildcard set things up and punish them for trying to set stuff up by getting in their face while they're trying to set that stuff up. That's the best thing that I've got. And we saw them do that occasionally last series. Obviously, Wildcard good enough to know how to adapt to stuff like that. But I do just want to see OXG really just try to go out there and just out-aura Wildcard. Just walk right at him and see if they can win those fights.
I love that. Out-aura your opponents here. We'll take a look at the stats to see what we saw in this series between Oxygen and Cruelty as things stand. V, it is Newers who makes it work as the MVP, especially after that performance on map 2. But looking at a well-rounded performance, Hat the only one going negative overall, but for the most part, you're looking at a team that was really settling in and finally finding their stride.
Yeah, Newers, I don't think he actually stands out that much. All of Oxygen have just kind of raised the bar, and Newers is just above that bar, going 4-2 on the entry and having the best KD spread out of the entire team. So that is what you want to see from a team, is everybody having really good entry stats. Nobody goes negative, and only one person, 14 and 18 of Hat, and I don't even think he really had that bad of a series, to be honest.
I'm looking at him, though. I'm looking at Hat, and I'm saying, what can you do next series? Because Bay was calling him out big time in the interview after OXG took the loss to Wildcard. He was saying, Hat was the MVP for us. He did the most work for our own team. What can Hat do next series to step it up? Because it has been a rough day for him. He's negative here, the only one negative, and that is unfortunate. He'll have to step things up, but very fortunate that they had Newers on board to take the reins when they needed it most. Like I was saying, big-time players make big-time plays in big-time positions. The next series, though, about as big-time as it will get for this roster.
Well, overall, it was funny to see. Newers, the match MVP, had Cruelty won, it would have been Pyrox. Even after Cruelty ended up losing those 2 maps, he was still the best rated player in the entire 10-man lobby. That's saying something. Pyrox hopefully will get some eyes both in region and out. He's clearly a player to watch. Unfortunately, the team could not rally behind him enough to close things out there on that second map. It has been a wild ride, and I thank you two so much for joining me over the course of these 2 days. And unfortunately, I know we're gonna have to say goodbye in just a moment. Finally, any last words here? Your first LCQ experience, V. I know this one had to have felt good. It was such an incredible 2 days of play. Anything before we close it out?
That's fun, honestly. Like it's been really enjoyable. In Element, we've avoided any map 3s,
wow.
And in this one, it felt like we just could not escape them, and I'm okay with that. Happy, you and I think we had fun. That's all I can really say. Enjoyed it.
Oh, definitely. I know that's what we said before that last break that you threw us to, Jonah. or not the last break, but the last map you threw us to. No matter what, we're having a good time. Very blessed to be here, so thank you guys so much for having us on. Really excited to listen to Crow and Fellow, take a little bit of a break myself, but it was just a wonderful experience. So super, super happy about all that, and I think it's time we send it to the break.
Amazing. Well, thank you both so much. For those of you watching who didn't already know these two incredible casters, now you do. It's been V, Light Rose Kohler on the color, Aiden Happy Connolly on the play-by-play tonight. We will be joined shortly by Crow and Fellow for our grand finals, so stick around. We'll be right back. teams entered the LCQ and only 2 teams remain. It is just the 2 Six Invitational hopefuls of Wildcard and Oxygen fighting for the 20th and final spot at the Six Invitational in Boston this year. Jonas Willinger here now alongside Harrison Crow-Broder, Jonathan Fellow-Seach. We have our grand final upon us now. What this entire weekend has been all about, a best of 3 for all the marbles. You win, you're going to the Six Invitational, and that is what it's all about. Oxygen, well, Harrison, they've had the hard run of it so far. They lost a wild card. They squeaked out a win against Cruelty, and now they have to do it all again. 3 best of 3s in a row. Can they make this happen?
I certainly hope so. I hope it's at least a very close game. Playing this many maps of Siege, especially with the most important one now starting so late, is certainly tough. And OXG have not been able to beat Wildcard yet. They've played, what, 3 times now? This is their 4th in just the qualifier for SI, and OXG have not won yet.
Given the fact they've played so much, Harrison, you're going to expect at least a little bit of map overlapping going into this map ban phase, and it looks to be the case. You've got Clubhouse Bank and Nighthaven Labs, which is almost identical to the map series that we saw in the closed qualifier between Wildcard and OXG, other than the fact that you had Bank being played first. That was the all defender-sided Bank that went to a full 15-round series. Then that was followed up on Clubhouse, where OXG did a fantastic job on their attacks, setting up for those bomb site executes, and overall doing a pretty phenomenal job on their roam clear as well to get those early round entries. And then Nighthaven Labs, that is when Wildcard had a major resurgence to win that series. So overall, boys, I'm extremely excited for this match.
I do think, though, that Wildcard have looked a lot more improved on Bank than OXG did, with OXG just now being taken to max overtime by Cruelty on Bank, whereas Wildcard had beat them 7-0 with basically 0 mistakes.
I love that you both brought this up, though, because how many times these 2 teams have faced each other just within the last few days, it seems like. You know that Oxygen have their work cut out for them here, John, because they just haven't been able to win one of these matches yet.
Doesn't really seem like, though, for OXG, they've had a weak link necessarily once they refaced against Cruelty, once they had that long withstand against LIS to still keep themselves ahead in that upper bracket before facing Wildcard. It seems like Wildcard has been really the only challenge to them in this series, but just like Wildcard, they've had plenty of fine shooters throughout their day for the SI LCQ. You really got to look out for Gomez, you got to look out for Diaz, you got to look out for everybody on this team because they're firing on all cylinders, and you can say the exact same thing for Wildcard. I mean, we talked about this earlier, Harrison. Bosco's turning back the clock, finding all these kills on support.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, he had he had a little bit of a slower game the second go around against OXG, but before that, in the 3 maps he had played, he was like 38 or like 28-9 or something, like something absolutely ridiculous. We're seeing 2020 Bosco all over again.
Starting out on Clubhouse, though, we look at Oxygen as the team that needs to prove something here. They haven't won this contest yet in a while. This is the map they won in their contest in the closed qualifier. They picked into this. John, if there's any place where they're going to succeed, the great equalizer of maps here, it's going to be Clubhouse.
Absolutely. And again, they cracked the code against Wildcard when playing on this map before. Sure, they lost it in their best of 1, but to preface that, it didn't seem like they didn't really mind losing that game. They were picking crazy ops like Maestro, Caveira, Alibi on their defense. They didn't really seem too worried about that best of 1 series, but in the best of 3, they gave it their all, and I'm really looking to see the exact same thing from them today on Club.
Well, here it is, a best of 3 for all the marbles, a bid, the final spot at the Six Invitational Map 1 Clubhouse. Harrison, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And already, John, in my opinion, a little bit of a surprise. We just saw how against Cruelty, Oxygen were masterful with the Deimos, especially with that final round, the 2v2, using the Grim and the Deimos together perfectly. Kind of interesting that they're the ones banning it out themselves. Wildcard immediately following up with the Maverick and the Tubarão, basically necessitating that a Thatcher is going to be played, because with no Maverick, Cade is probably going to get picked a lot unless OXG take it off the board here, but probably Valkyrie or Azami. No Mira? So Cade, Valk, and Azami are all still up. That's kind of surprising.
A lot of utility-focused operators. Given the fact that for OXG, I don't believe they really played a lot of Mira on their basement floor defense, so I guess it's not really a big deal that they have it taken off the board. They focused, again, a lot more on that Azami, like you mentioned, on more of those roam extensions up above, utilizing the castle to create these stronghold positions. That way, Oxygen could A, waste a lot of time, and then B, if they felt a lot of pressure from the roam clear, they could fall back down into the bomb site and still play for a pretty strong anchor against Wildcard's attacks. And for Wildcard's defense, they still have plenty useful operators, like you mentioned, and what they're bringing for that first church defense. They've got a lot of utility with those Banshees. They've got Legion Goo Mines, Vulcan packs as well, but still an emphasis on that roam, bringing out the Vigil, bringing out the Mew, and of course having versatile ops, like Legion and Melusi. You could put some of their utility up above as well to help assist that roam by gathering info and slowing down Oxygen.
It's actually kind of funny too. Now that I look back on it, these were the exact bans on Clubhouse from last time these two teams played, but reversed. In fact, every time, John, that OXG has played Clubhouse in the closed qualifier so far, they played it against Washington Wizards, they played it, of course, against Wildcard, they played it against Loyalty is Scarce in the upper bracket final in the closed qual. They banned Maverick Tubarão every single game. So for some reason, it's flipped now, I guess. However, we do have a familiar sight from both Gomez and Yaga, especially from the previous map, Blackbeard and Blitz. The latter being an operator that Yaga was incredible with on Consulate.
Dirt wall not being reinforced, that allows Newers into the building, but with that barricade being deployed, that will at least give away the position of Dirt from the get-go. Of course, OXG later in the round can rotate back to that position, and if there isn't anything like a Vulcan pack or a Goo Mine to slow them down, that could be an easy lurk hit to assist a site execute, like for example the kitchen hatch drop, which is one of the most common ways to hit the site. But you gotta focus on this roam clear first and foremost. Logi bomb goes out, shotgun close quarters, but Gomez will win the tussle. Cans it on the response as he looks to fall down this main staircase to avoid the rest of this clear. But Hat, he's got the cutoff, and OXG having zero issues with this roam clear with the help of that blitz.
Yeah, they lost their Blackbeard, but he's pretty much done his job. And again, you have the redundancy with Yaga on that blitz. All in all, an incredibly successful clear. Hat in perfect position to cut down Kansan as he attempted to escape. And it looks like Bay and Spiker, I was about to say, might start feeling the pressure and be forced to fall back. Finally, Bay does as the blitz comes in, but another cutoff from Hat positioned inside Wolf. Two players dead to the Dokkaebi, just watching an angle and waiting. Leave it all on Spiker and Bosco. Spiker armed with the Boss G. Bosco, the TCSG on Goyo, a site that we don't often see after the TCSG got that famous recoil nerf. Typically, the Goyo, you rock with the Vector just because that fire rate is something you can't really pass up most of the time. And especially against a shield like Yaga, Oxygen are in a fantastic position to lock this out, and I like that they're not getting ahead of themselves either. They are doing their due diligence, make sure every single step is checked off.
They've got that Banshee to worry about. Yaga tossing the smoke in case someone's playing by the dummies. Newers will drop the hatch. Spiker good for one, walking up main. That makes things a little bit easier here for Wildcard, but once again, Yaga is still alive, and he's got site control.
Oh! But Bosco cuts him down! Yaga didn't know he was playing all the way back Arsenal! Spiker knows about the player in blue. He's got pings, and this Boss G will put down the Grim easily. Diaz is the last man standing, but Bosco and Spiker begin the map with a statement 2v4.
What a recovery by Wildcard on the defense. I was going to commend Oxygen for their moment there where they took time to gather info. But in the final 20 seconds, they had really nothing to work off of except just player callouts. They had nothing but their own comms to work off of rather than a drone. They had a perfect stall. Their cutoffs were great in the mid to late round, having Hat get those 2 kills whilst Yaga and the Shield were playing up above to clear out that roam. But again, it just seemed like OXG were not only very disjointed, so they couldn't necessarily work off of trades that well with the shield being by themselves over in dirt, kind of as that lurk play. But on top of that, again, they were kind of walking in blind. They didn't realize that there was someone deep arsenal, like you mentioned. They didn't realize there was someone behind the shelves over in church, and neither of those positions were dealt with correctly by Oxygen because they were kind of stalled a little bit for time and were still trying to focus on their primary goal of clearing out one of the 2 bomb sites to get that plant down.
And it's something that OXG struggled in their loss against Wildcard, and even on specifically Bank against Team Cruelty in that max overtime game. They really struggled with closing out these advantages. Sometimes, you know, if they were able to get a really early amount of kills, like again, 2 or 3 kills, if they can just all guns blazing enter into the bomb site and force that trade game, they tend to win. But when they have the slight stall outs, it gives the other team ample time to reposition and recollect themselves, and OXG have struggled against some of the clutch potential from people like Bosco and Spiker and even Pyrox back on Bank. So a round that I'm sure they would love to have back, especially with how well Hat was doing on those cuts. You still have the Blackbeard in play, though. This time it's Yaga playing him rather than Gomez, and things, of course, are going to start off on this cash CCTV clear. OXG want to get all these players out of here before they work on Master.
Plat wall opened up. You've got 2 sets of nades for that red shield. Newers is down below. He's going to wait for Yaga to enter the building, and they'll both collapse on this player by the top red position. I'm wondering if Wildcard still have that spot on lock. It seems to be Spiker holding it down as the Wamai. Those magnets could be a real big deterrent here for OXG, but they're still trying to take this challenge. Gomez good for 1. That's someone spotted between the cash and construction wall. A lot more pressure being applied on this extension. Newers walking up red, good for 1. Had another from the Plat open breach, and 90 seconds to go, and Oxygen up by 2. It seems so complex for Wildcard to come back from this. Bay at least collects a kill. Oh, good for 2. The resurgence from construction will slow down Oxygen, but now Bosco's stuck.
1 versus 2, armed with the shotgun. Newers looking like going back outside so that both players aren't coming from the same direction. They can easily pinch this mute. Like you said, he is basically stuck here, but he's going to make the mad dash out. Bosco alive and no longer in the corner of Cash. Now playing close on the door with the shotgun. Can't decide what weapon he'd rather use in a situation like this. Oxygen can take it slow. Bosco, all he needs to do is sit and wait. He no longer has a C4. Flash goes out and he'll back up. Way up, back into the bomb site. But again, playing close on this door with the shotgun is likely his best bet. Newers still with the drone. Will take the time, send it up red, try to confirm the position from Bosco. He may have heard it and is going to reposition and hope to make any information that OXG is able to get stale immediately. Down goes the drone, in comes Diaz, and out duels Bosco's shotgun. This round not getting out of OXG's control, we're tied up.
And this is something that we've seen Oxygen go for several times against Wildcard's extension by Cash and CCTV. They always have Newers with a set of grenades, play down below for that lurk to assist the Plat player when it comes to clearing out that red stairs position. Once they deal with that threat, you can put 2 bodies to focus over on the cash side of the map. That clears out a second point of the extension, and now you only have to worry about those horizontal angles leading in from the bomb site, leading in from construction, maybe even some logi pressure occasionally if you have someone by that rotate hole, for example. But in this case, Wildcard, they were trying to fight back, again, using those horizontal angles that work both ways. They slowed down Oxygen to an extent, but because not only Gomez found that opening kill and there were trades from top red and the open double wall, it was enough to keep the man advantage for Oxygen and give them enough time to reset in that 2v1.
Yeah, if you allow Oxygen to keep trading players out, that tends to be where they shine, and Wildcard need to take control of the early game. Oxygen thrive when, like I said, they're able to play that trade game and when they're able to get that early footing with the opening pick, something that they struggled with, again, against Wildcard were those openers on both map 1 on Cafe and the final map of Border. Wildcard were in full control of the entry game. They cannot allow that to slip against a team like OXG, who just proved not only in the one map win against Wildcard, but the whole series against Cruelty. You give them that early advantage, and they're going to convert 8 or 9 times out of 10.
Wildcard now having to face a new opponent, Yaga on the Montaigne. We saw a lot of blitz from him back in Consulate just a little while ago, Harrison. We were watching that stream. There's a really big force. Cruelty not having a response to that position, or that operator, my mistake. And it looks like Spiff almost had an angle on the Montaigne's foot, but it'll be Bosco.
There we go.
To shut down someone from down below. That team killing Newers. All of a sudden, Wildcard have a man advantage almost gifted to them. Spiker may be injured. Sure, there's garage control to an extent, but I mean, Wildcard, they got a 4v2.
And there's that early fight from Wildcard. That's what we need to see the rest of Clubhouse as Cans and Domes Diaz. It's all up to Yaga on the shield in a 1 versus 4, and this is never a situation you want to be in. Probably one of the hardest kinds of operators to clutch something like this out with is a shield. You're so loud. Your position is basically constantly broadcasted to your opponents just by being a shield. Yaga now maybe looking to recover the case. I don't think he'll have any opportunity to plant, though, with so many players closing in on him. 1 on red, 1 in con, 1 in A. Another player maybe looking to flank garage while Yaga is distracted as well. We saw him on red, and I believe he has since ran down. He's able to find Kansan right above the cash box. A nice shot for Yaga, but how much will it matter? Still 1 minute left. The cap can of Bay holding still inside of construction, now dropping down. Maybe even to play for a C4 once Yaga inevitably attempts this plant. But down goes Bosco through the floor. Another beautiful shot from Yaga. And Wildcard are playing this so poorly. You cannot be giving up these 1v1 engagements. He may be a shield, but he still has a gun. Spiff wisely has backed all the way off, now teaming with Bay as Yaga attempts to get this plant down with 30 seconds left. Bay probably trying to play with that C4, but now up they come from red, both of them, and as Yaga tries to ADS, Bay finishes him off through the wall before he can even peek.
The early round aggression denying Oxygen from getting comfortable in that round. I don't even think the plat wall got opened up all the way, Harrison, before we saw that kill between Bosco and Gomez, or that might have been where the first gunfight happened, and I was so tunnel visioned on Montaigne getting garage control that I just didn't realize that. I was like, man, where did the hard breach die from by Bosco? It could have been that first plat engagement, and that also alleviates some of the pressure they were also facing from garage. You can play in tandem really well. Once you get garage control, you can start to threaten a post-plant position, and because that plat wall literally cuts the bomb site in half, it makes retaking for a post-plant almost impossible unless you recapture garage control, which against a Montaigne, I mean, there really isn't any better way to put it other than just GG go next, right? So I got to commend again Wildcard going for that early round aggression and just denying Oxygen for setting up for the win condition playing off the Monty.
Yeah, again, it's the early round hiccups that we need to see Wildcard force on Oxygen if they want to take Clubhouse and continue to take the series against them. It would be their, what, 4th in a row? Maybe even 5th from the last time they played an NAL, I think, actually. So Wildcard looking to continue that streak, yeah. OXG dropping the double shield once again just in favor of Yaga on the blitz. Last time they sent him through dirt, and it was Bosco from back Arsenal that was able to take him out. They had a very good start to the round in clearing the roam that Wildcard don't seem too interested in doing this time. So they adjust, seeing how adept Oxygen were, and again, those cuts being set up by Hat, being able to kill 2 players, just trying to get back to the bomb site. I think it's wise that Wildcard decide to completely forego it and stick everyone on the site.
Seems like for Oxygen, though, they have an idea that there isn't really any roam presence in that in this round, I should say. For the most part, OXG, they have a really good drone structure. It allows them to get map control early when no one's really contending for it. Again, allowing that superior positioning when it comes to fighting for the execute if they don't lose bodies early in the round. So instead of spending about a minute 30 on that top floor, they're already putting pressure on bottom main at that minute 50, minute 40 mark. Sure, Spiker's playing here with smoke. You've got to worry about that vertical you can get through this kitchen hallway. And luckily, there aren't too many ops that can actually facilitate vert in this round. You can maybe use, you know, a couple of breaching charges, which they have 0 of actually. So they've got a bailiff. That is it. They're primarily focusing on, I guess, maybe a moto execute because they have 2 sets of hard breach. They can get all the hatches opened up. Maybe get somebody to lurk down, you know, blue or dirt, for example. They could still go kitchen if they want to, but you almost always want to get vert if you're going to go through here.
Yeah, kitchen hatch is being open, like you said, with no vert. I think kitchen hatch getting open might just be a formality. I doubt anyone's actually going to be going through Arsenal, at least probably not the planter, who I guess there is none just yet. There we go. Okay, hat now with the case will likely be that operator, the planter, that is. 50 seconds now left for OXG to try and convert, and there's still plenty of utility from Wildcard to chew through. C4 goes out, but I think it was shot. Maybe by Yaga. No, there it is from Bosco! And down go both Hat and Gomez. Yaga still alive, but not much HP to speak of. And again, the utility from Wildcard, the Goyo packs, still in play. And so little time remaining for OXG to just simply walk up long haul. Yaga now in back Arsenal, looking to take enough control to get a plant down. He spots Kansan, who's still holding this kitchen hatch as Diaz picks Spiff off across the map. Make that 2 for Diaz before Newers is traded out. 3 for Diaz, going crazy, but his entire team is crumbling around him. Now having to stick the plant behind Black Box. 3 seconds left. He's able to stick it. He's able to get off. Now he can defend himself against both the players trying to come in his direction. Spiker getting lit up. Not finished off just yet. Diaz is stuck in the corner. He's good for 4, but not 5. Kansan shuts him down, and Wildcard are up 3-1.
Fantastic try by Diaz there. Almost winning the ace post plant for Oxygen to tie us up. Heading past round number 4. I love just the small backstab from Moto. You see all this attention diverting from main hall, going into the Arsenal side of the map rather than trying to double down on that church play. And it almost worked out for the Habana, especially because she had that diffuser and was able to plant while all that pressure was being focused in on the blitz on the opposing bomb site. But from the get-go, that was just a round Wildcard were prepared for when it came to that execute. Again, you talked about how they were primarily focusing on holding for the anchor. They had a lot of ops focused on stalling. They had smoke, Warden. They had Goyo Vulcan packs as well. Lots of utility like those nitro cells and impact grenades to deal with anybody rushing down bottom main. That C4 entry kill by Bosco, which we saw so many times against Team Cruelty back in day number 1, reared its ugly head against Oxygen. Not a brand new opponent, but something new brought out of the prep book there for the bottom main players. And sure, it didn't kill the blitz, but that got 2 opening kills for Wildcard. They still had 5 active guns for that anchor. And with the Vulcan packs going off as well, that stopped any presence by Moto until the final 10 seconds where Diaz hit that last second rotate. So that forced the hand of Oxygen to go for an Arsenal attack, which they weren't really prepared for. They had no one playing in dirt. I don't think they had anybody on kitchen hatch. If it was, then it was only one person who probably ended up rotating to bottom main anyways for a cutoff. So again, just Oxygen having their hands tied and a man's advantage, try to make ends meet. And the only thing that really worked out was Diaz because he had the element of surprise.
Still, like, shocking that he was able to get 4 from that position.
Almost 5.
Anyway, yeah. That was way, way closer than it really should have been. But, you know, hats off to Bosco for yet another opening kill with a C4. How many? That has to be like 8 now in the
close
LCQ.
to double digits.
Yeah, it's crazy how consistent he's been with those explosives. And now we find ourselves on Jim, and once again, Wildcard adjusting. A completely different lineup. The only repeat, in fact, being the mute, John. So still we have some drone denial, but now we've got more delay in the form of the Azami and the Wamai. We've got Bosco on the Bandit to help lock down those breaches too. Hopefully Wildcard don't put all 5 people by Cash because they had lost 4 bodies just on that hold alone. I imagine, again, with all this extra utility, Wildcard will play a little bit closer to the site and probably give up Cash a little bit more easily. But there's a run out from Kansan. He can hear the repels and kills Newers. That's your IQ dead. The player you were talking about whose whole job is to lurk below while the rest of the team clears Cash, now that's no longer available to Oxygen.
And it's crazy, Harrison, because I think Oxygen was the team to do that exact same run out against Wildcard when OXG was defending all the way back in the close qual. It was either Gomez or Diaz to hit that run out. It was honestly crazy the first time I saw it, and then when I had Kansan and Freezer there with the impact out, I knew exactly what was going to happen. Really lucky for them that the Azami wasn't the one to die. They still keep those Kiva barriers for the red extension, but like you talked about, Newers being dead, that's half of your nades now down the drain. You've got EMPs to maybe burn these with my magnets. You could throw it from that plat wall, and it could surely get most of that utility to then help Yaga clear this top red position. But first, they're going to be used to stop the bandit here from Cash Wall. But
that's his last one.
Not getting caught. Is he out of Selma's?
Yeah, he's out.
He double opened up plat wall. He's out of Harbreach. They got to use the thermite charge, but they were saving it for Jacuzzi. I think they're going to give up on this clear.
I mean, they have to. There's literally no other way to do it. Thanks to that Wamai and thanks to there not being any clear, maybe if you still had Newers up, he would have been able to identify that those magnets were in play. Plus, again, you got to deal with this Azami. You've got to deal with the shield that Bay brought that maybe could even be rotated over to the bomb site with only 1 set of nades. Kansan is almost dead, but all his Kibas are out. Bay playing close in bathroom. This defense knows that OXG really only have 1 avenue into the bomb site. Gomez trying to hit Cash late after the defense has rotated away, but there's still 2 players holding on. I believe it's Spiff and Spiker here, still tucked. Spiker just waiting and daring someone to push that doorway. The flash is coming in to try and blind Bay. Yaga does take down what little was left of Kansan, and now it's a man advantage for OXG by 1. Spiker and Spiff, the last 2 members alive, were both the ones holding Cash, and now it's just Spiff. OXG, despite being forced into the rotation, still come away with the frags. Forcing the trade game is what they do best.
Good adjustment there by OXG, not committing to that plat clear going through Cash and CCTV. They instead managed to get the Jacuzzi wall opened up. They kept someone highway, and that applied so much pressure against Wildcard. You can hold almost, I guess, half of the map from that top floor spot playing over by highway. You can look through all of Gym. You can look through all of Master Bedroom. You can look through all of Con, and being able to work off of that highway position, they managed to make their way in through Jacuzzi, hop in from Gym window, and sure, Oxygen didn't have info about there being someone still left in Cash, but with that push being pretty slow going in from Cash towards Red Stairs, Wildcard wasn't able to really work off of that player in Cash, so it kind of turned into a man advantage inadvertently into the bomb site to also help facilitate that plant, kind of forcing Wildcard to go on that retake. So great recovery there by Oxygen, not wasting any time once they realized how futile it was to clear out Cash.
10 seconds remaining.
The fact that they were allowed in so easily to be able to force that trade game to begin with, I think is a little bit shocking as well. Wildcard had 3 people inside the bomb site, and they were only able to get, I think, 1 kill out of it. Now OXG tasked with attacking Cash once again. Wildcard continuing the rotation. Bosco with the first bit of damage in the round. It looked like some spam through the barricade. Softens him up a little bit. We've got, I believe, yes, the same, or no, similar attacking lineup. The main difference being that instead of being on Monty, Newers finds himself, or sorry, Yaga finds himself on Blackbeard, and we've brought a Grim as well, though it's Hat, the Thatcher, to get the opening frag. Kansan dead early. That's the Azami on a run out from Master Bedroom. After already playing incredibly aggressively in the previous round, OXG expect it, and now all those Kivas die with her.
Hat throwing a drone, maybe to bait if there's another run out. Doesn't seem like Wildcard's going to risk a second body to that spot, so it'll just be info for Oxygen as of right now. Maybe they're going to focus more on a con side execute. They've got plenty of hard breach to go either way, it seems. Diaz gathering intel, spotting a couple players inside of cash room. That plat wall, I'm sure at some point needs to get opened up. I don't know if they have enough hard breach for it. They've got a secondary pocket charge they can maybe put over there, but it seems like, again, the focus is going to primarily be over on this con side of the map. But if they don't put anybody by garage, for example, that is an extremely annoying angle to deal with when you're trying to hop into the site to plant, as you can literally see from that Raptors position all the way through into the cache doorway.
They've got nothing to stop the bandit trick, though. They don't read into it. Diaz loses his thermite. I don't know if he's still got the second. In the meantime, Yaga and Newers are still trying to work con. Hat has rotated to this side of the map as well. They, again, might be giving up on this wall. Yaga opening the soft con wall to create an avenue into the bomb site. The time starting to run low. The rest of the Grim Bees coming out, but it's Spiff to frag Newers. Now a 4 versus 4. Hat will give his team the man advantage once again, and still that troublesome Blackbeard is alive. Yaga, the man with the case, trying to turtle plant backwards. There's no C4 to speak of from this defense, but there's 2 kills, almost a third. The Blackbeard gets off the plant just in time. Diaz and Yaga both stacked up now, watching this breach. This case can't be long arm since it's behind the lip of the doorway. Diaz watching the long angle, gets spotted just for a second by Bosco. The run out from the Wamai. Spiker going a long way, trying to distract these players, but Yaga still killing Bosco. Spiker finished off, and OXG shut the door.
Still holding on by a thread in that round. Luckily for their sake, Wildcard did not have a lot of utility left there to stop the plant from going down. It was a good bandit trick for Wildcard, so they could still play inside of CCTV room without that gigantic cutoff angle. But with the CC window in play, you can still apply pressure, pardon, as an attacking team, so long as someone is in that general, vicinity, which in this case, since they're going for a con execute, you almost always have to have somebody by that CCTV window. So again, I love their use of utility, given what little options they had left, using the Grim canisters to clear out a majority of red, having the cutoff angle as well, having the Blackbeard to ram through that soft wall to get into the bomb site to, again, force the win con of that post-plant position. What little tools they had, they used wisely, whereas for Wildcard, they were just as short on utility and couldn't make that same, thin piece of clothing stretch.
And it looks like we are taking a rehost for whatever reason. That'll give, again, both teams time out of the server to talk about how this next half is going to go. Wildcard, I kind of respect the attempt, again, from Kansan, trying to keep up that early aggression, trying to knock Oxygen, back a little bit, because we've seen, again, how often OXG lose the opening pick and then end up losing the round, but it wasn't to be. Oxygen, that whole half did a great job with the cuts. Again, those 2 rounds they won, or the round they should have won on round 1, Hat was able to get those 2 cuts, and then the linchpin of that attack on round 6, the whole reason why the Blackbeard was able to get into that breach to begin with, was Hat sitting on the CC window. He got a kill. He eventually got fragged, but by the time he got traded out, the plant was basically down anyway. So OXG, I'm really pleased with how they played that half. Last time these 2 teams played, again, in the close qualifier on Clubhouse, it was OXG ended up starting on the attack and took 4 out of the 6 rounds, though. So a slightly better start by Wildcard, but they still also fumbled in the attack. They were 1 for 4 in attempts when it came to the attacking side. So still a lot to prove for Wildcard heading into the second half of Clubhouse.
Other point as well, you mentioned the Kansan run out. Imagine if they had an Azami for that cutoff window. Just throwing a keep area real quick. That could have put some more pressure on the Blackbeard. Could have given them a chance to stop that plant. Makes you think if you didn't get caught with your pants down, you could have had another body and a lot of valuable utility. I loved how punishing Oxygen were once they realized that Wildcard were trying to play a little more aggressive towards the early round. They were a lot more reactive to it and ended up giving them an advantage on the attacking half, which is something they kind of struggled with in their past couple of games, Harrison, other than I would say against Cruelty on Cons, for example.
Yeah, they've been really slow, I think, is also the issue for OXG. Again, when they, especially when they lose that opening pick, it's kind of like what we saw. We were talking about it in Element with Joe's team, with TSG. It kind of reminds me of that, where if they don't get the opening pick, they spend so long setting up and trying to force an opening that if they're not given it, they tend to stall out. But if they get the opening pick and they're able to keep the momentum going, they just barrel in onto the bomb site, and it's pretty much just over. So again, really curious to see how things change from their last game now heading into the new half, whether or not Wildcard have improved their attacks. Because again, I mean, it was kind of like what we saw on Bank too, right? Wildcard and OXG were unable to win an attack on Bank the map before, and then Wildcard only won one attack out of 4. They've looked a lot better today, especially in their earlier game. So hoping to see some improvement. Something that is a little bit alarming, though, is, you know, we've talked about how much Wildcard rely on the early game in general, right? Not just against OXG, but how important it was for them to assimilate Spiff into the system. So far, he's like 1-4. He has not had a great start to the map, and he'll probably need to wake up as one of the primary space makers for Wildcard now on the new half.
Another thing to note for Wildcard on their attacks, they've got a serious problem with stalling out against OXG's defenses. Again, I mentioned how position-focused Oxygen are as a team that can, you know, correlate on both their attacks and defensive rounds. You can highlight it really well on their defenses, playing for those fall-off points, but still, you know, obviously extending throughout the entire map. They're not really focusing on getting that first entry. They're more or less just, you know, trying to poke and prod at Wildcard, waste their drone economy, waste their time, and then fall back into sight, especially on a bomb site like Church and Arsenal, where you can use the entire map as you wish to then, you know, play up above and then work your way back into the bomb site, have a safe anchor game for the late round. Wildcard, if they have a lot of confrontation in the early round, they can sometimes kind of hit the brakes a little bit. They're worried about losing that first gunfight. They're worried about not having enough bodies for that flood to go for the plant. So in this case for Auction, when they've got so many operators focused on that roam extension, I definitely am concerned how long it's going to take Wildcard to clear out this map.
Yeah, OXG, the roams so far in this LCQ have been really well handled. They tend to not overstay their welcome, which I think tends to be some of the biggest problems with roam-heavy teams when they're unsuccessful, is they just stay way too long. But OXG have done a really good job of knowing when it's time to fall back. Same can be said a lot of the time for Wildcard, and already we've got a kill. Newers finishes off the downed Spiff, and just like that, you've lost your buck, John. That's your main source of verticality. Clearly, Wildcard wanted to work their way into Logi, get the double floor vert down in through Arsenal Hat. Now the follow-up on Bosco, and like you said, the clear from Wildcard is worrying.
2 players now off the board. Your Thermite is dead. You've got only your ace as hard breach besides the pocket charges in Bay's back pocket. A lot less to work off of here, and that's Newers just wide swinging the hatch without a care in the world. He already did his job on the roam, and now he's just adding insult to injury. Bay might be looking for a hero play, but there's a Kiba right in front of the doorway he needs to use to get into this bomb site. He can't even prone around it either. He has to destroy it if he wants to get through that Moto door. Kansan looking to drop the hatch as well to follow suit. And it looks like they'll have to get their hands dirty, but Diaz is a little bit quicker on the draw. Now it's just Kansan and Moto, and he's shut down swiftly by Newers for a 3K on that round. Starts it with the entry and closes it with that final kill on the bottom floor. What a phenomenal start to Oxygen's defense.
It looked like Wildcard were operating at the beginning of that round with very little info. I mean, why else would Spiff just be dropping the hatch with no help? Because he didn't even get downed by Newers either. I think he got downed by the roaming bandit that Yaga was on, and then finished off by Newers. So I don't really... I guess Wildcard just didn't do their due diligence in the beginning of the round to see exactly how much of a roam there was and how expansive it was across the map. And again, a bit of a worrying start. That was not the makings of a competent roam clear at all. Oxygen now able to go on to Jim with Cash and CCTV, of course, being the extension. We've got Diaz on the Azami, who's going to try and burn time and utility with those Kivas, supported by people like Gomez and the shield from Newers. Yaga on the Bandit, also a little bit worrying for Wildcard. Really the only thing they have to stop it is that Capitao. Now, there is no Wabai being played, so Kansas utility is going to be free unless he switches off of it. And now they really don't have much to deal with that Bandit.
They could try to use some Zofia concussive blast to stop a Bandit trick. You can shoot it through the drone hole.
That is true.
And again, no magnets. There isn't anything to stop that. So it's a possibility. And with the cash wall, having it not be entirely reinforced, having some of it soft on the top, you can also shoot a concussive blast through that spot as well. They could nade it too. Those are your only options. It definitely would be a little bit safer to run EMPs given the fact that, you know, Thatcher is on the board and Capitao might have been a better alternative compared to the Zofia concussive blast. But either way, it's something to do the job. Not the worst case scenario so long as they coordinate this. You have info, don't use it, man. Spiff, you don't need to use it. Thank you. I'm glad they drone Platwall out first because they really need those Zofia concussive blasts for this cash wall, Harrison.
That's a good sign that they actually had the info there, but Bay solo walking up the main stairs. Dead to Newers and no refrag, of course, because again, he was solo. There was nothing there helping him. I don't even know how much info he had at that
just
point.
Droned himself in. That's it.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. Freebie for Oxygen. That's Finka dead. That's also a set of nades when your only backup is Spiff with those explosives. He's only got 2 as well to deal with, again, these Kibas and the shield from Newers that's placed on this extension. I think it's top red, if I'm not mistaken. Some flashbangs coming out, I assume, from Bosco. Maybe looking for burn just in case there is any. Drones to spot one player on red. Yaga's feet getting a little bit lit up through that drone hole as he attempts to keep these bandit batteries alive on the cash wall.
And they're still plat. It's a minute 10. At least when Auction stalled, they rotated Jacuzzi. For Wildcard, they just refused to move. That was a nice shot by Spiff. Got to commend that at least. C4 destroyed, but again, there's still red control, and Wildcard are just brute forcing their way into this extension where there's still Kivas to slow them down, and the main wall isn't opened either. This is such a fortress for Yaga to play in.
And now other members from Oxygen are coming to his aid. Gomez, Diaz, and Newers all repositioning themselves to try and stop this clear. Wildcard maybe reading into it. We have some people setting up outside the windows as Spiff takes out Gomez as well as Yaga. Spiff has woken up but shut down now by Newers. Spiker and Kansan last alive as Bosco's been down against 2. Newers and Diaz have been having a hell of a map so far, but Bosco is recoverable. The time has been wasted though. 10 seconds remaining. They've got to be wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below Gym Wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace. Wildcard make it close, but Newers shuts down the round.
And I love OXG not overheating there, Harrison. They give up construction control. They play for the time advantage. They play for the site control that they had because Wildcard refused to readjust in that round. From the jump they were stalling. They lost Bay, who's been really a star performer for Wildcard throughout this last chance qualifier, to say the least.
Yeah.
He was firing on all cylinders back in match 1 for today, which was coincidentally against Oxygen. But going into that round already at a disadvantage. Wildcard, they sat outside the map. They tried looking for cheeky angles through the drone hole. They tried finding a different way to get this wall opened up. They tried clearing out red without any grenades because Bay was dead across the map, and they couldn't do it. So they just waited for Oxygen to overextend their hand. They waited for someone to make a hero play like Spiff in that round, who sure, he found a fantastic 3K, but the rest of Oxygen, they found a couple of trades and they realized, you know what? There's only 20, 30 seconds left in the round. There's zero pressure by Logi, zero pressure by Main. The Jacuzzi wall is closed. The gym window was still barricaded. No one even shot it open in the beginning of the round, Harrison. So they just played in sight. And Newers hiding in that gym position, having to only worry about the con door and the master window hop in. He's got a long horizontal angle to work off of and that natural cover, and he played it perfectly with his teammate of DS, which sure, he died, but he also bought him a lot of time.
He did. It's always, you know, whenever you see a clutch like that, it's not only Newer's individual skill, but it's also the fact that Wildcard have more things to worry about than just him. Diaz, just being, by virtue of being alive, contributes to that clutch. Now we work our way onto Cash, where OXG look to confirm map point on their own pick. They won it, I believe, by the same score. If they were to just go on a streak right now, it was 7-3 last time these two teams played. Wildcard struggled on the attack then, and it seems like they're going to continue to struggle on the attack now unless we see a major shakeup. They've been slow. They've been trying to brute force. We haven't seen a lot of adaptation, but now we've got Bay on the Flores, Spiff on the Capitao to try and deny that bandit. Flores is certainly going to help out with those Kivas and castle barricades too.
A lot more utility in this round, as you mentioned, both for Wildcard and Oxygen, coincidentally. CCTV, the bomb site. Newer's down below in case there's anyone trying to go from underneath to stop that bandit from tricking the wall. But again, Sophia can custom blast. You can shoot those out through the drone hole next to that plat reinforcement. So that should theoretically deal with the bandit, and that saves the Capitao bolts for the garage clear. They can try to get rid of this power position of those Kiba barriers on top of rafters. The plat wall's now been officially opened up. You do still need to worry about those mine magnets, obviously, but having Candon on Striker, or actually, yeah, on Striker, he could maybe help with some of that burn. Actually, just kidding. He's got hard breach for Con and grenades for somewhere else that probably isn't going to be garage, so I guess he's just kind of doing his own thing in this round, but that's totally fine because I'm sure the rest of Wildcard, having those flashes in their back pocket, can use that instead for the magnets.
I'm not gonna lie, when I saw the both the stuns were gone, I thought Yaga got it. I thought it, like,
that would have been so concerning, man.
Yeah, I thought he had a decent chance, but he fell off, so I guess not. The castle barricades downstairs in lounge that were assisting Newers have also been cleared out by Wildcard. If they do want to full take below, they are going to have to hurry. About a minute left as now the final Flores drone gets used on yet another castle barricade downstairs. What I'm most concerned about right now, John, is not only the time, but also the fact that Hat is still lurking in gym, and he could probably pop out one of those windows or try to rotate back and cut off anyone attempting to come through con at any time.
Oh my goodness, Newers narrowly missing the opportunity on the player garage door. Here come the fire.
Oh!
Even for garage door, 10 million IQ. Blocks the line of sight. Spiff still finds an entry onto Gomez. No more Kivas in this round, but again, the lack of garage control and the angle you have on top of green box, it's going to make working that execute from garage very challenging, which seems to be the case here for Wildcard as they're taking these last 20 seconds to gather more info. But Hat, major play, you mentioned him earlier. That lack of info is going to be a real thorn in the sides of Wildcard as they lose the man advantage.
Excuse me, Spiff going down on the garage stairs as Diaz takes out Bosco, makes this situation go from bad to worse, and the C4 from Yaga! It finds both, even the man still in garage through the wall. Again, Wildcard, they had a much better start being able to clear out Gomez, but still, it was so slow, and they had so much dedicated just towards clearing garage. Again, Hat was left unchecked, gets a freebie, and by the time Wildcard can actually execute, they're just rushing in.
Oh, she kind of realized that wildcard, having no one else by Khan or Red, for example, they can go down below. They can play for that C4, stop the default plant behind the bomb chassis because they're only playing plat wall and they're only playing garage. They've got no one holding a cutoff for lounge either. So if they were to go down below, they wouldn't die for free, basically, focusing on that C4 play. Great last second adaptation by Oxygen. And again, that lurk presence too, or I guess the rat position by Hat, not necessarily lurking all that much towards the very end there. It did get a freebie for wildcard or against wildcard, and that did stop anyone from causing chaos while the rest of that execute is going down by the CCTV side of the map. And now we're at that potential 7-3 score line. It would take OXG one more round win to secure their map pick of Clubhouse, and it's on the best bomb site for this map. Spawn peek attempted by Gomez. He's 0-3, but he might try to go electric in this round to bring us to bank.
Not only are OXG just playing a lot better than Wildcard right now in the first, how long has it been? First, I guess, half hour of the game.
Yeah, give or take.
But it also, to me, at least, kind of looks like a map diff. Like OXG just have a way better understanding of how Clubhouse works than Wildcard do. I mean, again, just point to the fact, to the cuts. OXG had basically flawless cuts on their roam clears. Wildcard have been unable to get a single kill on their roam clears. So, and the setups for Wildcard, they take so much longer. OXG were a lot swifter when it came, and more confident when it came to those executes, etc. Even the mid-round adaptation we saw when OXG, went from the cash leader just going gym direct, we haven't seen that level of adaptation from Wildcard. I mean, you look at the record that Wildcard have on this map, they're 2-5 so far since the start of stage 2, also including Wildcard Restart. If we disclude Wildcard Restart, they're 1-5. So I'm wondering if maybe this was just, there were other maps that Wildcard felt were more important to take out from OXG, or to prevent OXG from going to, probably as a decider, that they figure that, if they get Clubhouse, that's a throwaway. We're way more confident on the other two maps.
And Newers is floating this map. He's 9-0.
Yeah.
Finding a handful of entries this game, but that's not what he's really been used for throughout this map, Harrison. He's been a huge X factor in the late round. Again, finding that ace all the way back on that gym defense, getting countless 3Ks as well. He has got a couple of entry kills as well in this game, but more or less, he's just been a real pain for Wildcard to deal with throughout this entire first map. Luckily for Wildcard, they only lost one of their hard breachers. They still have Spiff on the vertical. They've got Thermite and Pocket Breach as well. They just can't get triple all opened up because they don't have that range breach of the Selma charge. But other than that, they could go for a proper execute if they want to. They've got vertical to clear out deep arsenal. They've got the hatch and kitchen opened up. They just might need some more presence on the other side of the map. You see the Grim clearing out blue. He could maybe drop the hatch off of those hives, and maybe we could see somebody go down dirt, but I haven't seen any pressure from there just yet.
It's a dangerous game being played by Hatton. He will lose it to Spiff, who now has 2 kills on this round, getting softened up through that hatch. He'll avoid any further damage. Flashes coming in, able to get 1. That's Diaz, but Gomez swiftly refragged. Spiff is good for 3, but Kansan's now dead. Plant is still going down. Bosco able to complete it. Spiff a 4th. And now we're in a 1 versus 1. Newer's looking for 4 of his own, but he's so low on HP. 1 bullet from Bosco will give him his first death after the rehost. But Bosco here stuck in the site. He's gonna get aggressive, and it'll work out for him. Newer's clearly not expecting the Thermite to just decide to swing, and Wildcard have finally stopped the 5-round streak from Oxygen.
A much better roam clear overall for Wildcard. They had a lot less on their plate compared to the first time we saw Oxygen extend on that bomb site back in round number 7, where everybody was getting in Wildcard's faces. Azami Kiba barriers to stop cutoffs by the jail door. They had Newers running around like a chicken with his head cut off on Vigil. Sure, he still got aggressive in that round and found a different 3K, almost winning against Bosco if he had more HP. But at the end of the day, the step-by-step process was still there for Wildcard. They lost Spiker on that ace. They figure, you know what? We've got Vert. Let's clear out out Arsenal. That's one location Oxygen cannot stop us from dropping the hatch and planting. We've got blue control because of the Grim canisters, so they either have to fall back into church or dummies. We can find that angle if someone's playing on the open hatch and shut that down, which Spiff did, funnily enough. He was prone on the hatch to kill somebody by box 2, and then he dropped immediately after and found a triple kill. There was so much space provided by Spiff and his teammates backing him up by slowly clearing out every position he could not deal with for his teammtes to execute first.
Yeah, 4 kills from Spiff. He's having a great performance after that rehost. I have both a resurgence from him and Newers. Newers before the rehost, by the way, 1-5. Now he's 11-1.
Oh,
same scoreline. Yeah, same scorelines for Spiff. He was 1-5. Now he's 8-4. So, you know, Newers doing a little bit better, but makes sense. His team is kind of running all over wildcard right now. We work our way on to Jim, where wildcard, you know, you mentioned, John, we did not see the same level of adaptation as we saw on OXG's attack of this site, where wildcard just could not punch through this extension by Cash and decided that they weren't going to rotate. They just continued to try over and over and over again, and it didn't end up working out. They'll start to try and do the same clear, this time a little bit quicker. Wall already open. Ace getting the garage wall open as well for a deeper angle. Hat also looks like the only man on the defense actually in Cash, but still he's got a whole lot of support from his teammates in Con. Yaga makes his way back into Cash as well, looking to bandit trick that Cash wall and delay wildcard even further.
Newers looking to challenge this Ace. If he can win that gunfight, this Cash wall could remain closed, and again, you've got that fortress position for the bandit to work off of, but it looks like they're falling away. They've burned about 1:30. A lot of hard breaches now off the board as well for wildcard. I don't hate this play by Oxygen. They're trying to play for bodies again, realizing that wildcard, if they don't get an immediate advantage, can kind of stall themselves out. And look at this. They're still trying to gather info. Gomez is down below. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
he has info on yeah, he's got CCTV info. He can go for a C4 if he wants to, and I think he's gonna.
Probably have a teammate end up picking up this cam so he can get a properly positioned C4, and Newers rips the head off Bay. Like you said, I really like this decision from OXG, seeing that they've burned so much time, and just as importantly, they've burned so many drones. There's only 4 left from wildcard to scope out basically the entire site. The info is fully in the favor of OXG as Gomez continues to check his own camera. Kansan is a dead man standing if Gomez is able to get this off, but there was a drone just outside the secret door. It spots Gomez, and Kansan is able to read into the C4 thanks to the call from Bay. The next problem, though, is the jacuzzi wall. Wildcard can't open it. They've got to rotate. This is going to come down to just a window execute with only 20 seconds remaining and a Frost on the board. They've got to worry about the traps, but more importantly, they might have to worry about the Frost herself. Newers with a second kill, looking for another. That's 3 for the Frost. It's all down to just Spiker on a sliver of health. 4 kills for Newers, a flawless round, and a dominant map from Oxygen.
That's what we needed to see from Oxygen, punishing wildcard for their early round mistakes. We've said it countless times, they are a very slow attacking team, and this is probably one of their worst maps imaginable. Heading into map number 2, I think we're heading over into Bank. That's also an extremely large map where previously played against Oxygen, it came down to 1 round on the defense. There might be a chance that Oxygen bring this back and head to Boston.
This just got very serious for wildcard, because that map, Bank, when they played each other in the close qualifier, it went to overtime. This was a close, competitive matchup here on Clubhouse. It's very clear, though, that Oxygen had just really control of the matchup the entire time. Yes, wildcard, they got their 4 rounds, but that last round, Harrison, to end it on a flawless, there is no better way to close it out, carry some of that energy with you into map 2.
Yeah, especially with Newers. I mean, again, I highlighted it. He started 1-5 before the rehost, and after that 4K, I think ended like 15-1 afterwards. So an incredible resurgence, and again, a confidence boost, because when you have a player like that start off really on the wrong foot, especially on your own map, it can kind of get in your head a little bit. But OXG with a really, really confident map 1. That's what we needed to see from them, especially heading onto a map where they, again, we keep talking about the fact that against Wildcard last time they played, it was back-to-back 6-0 defensive halves. It was 15 defensive rounds won. But they both played Cruelty here as well. Wildcard 7-0'd them. OXG almost lost the map, if not for a 2v4 clutch on the final round. And again, I think Clubhouse really came down to being a map diff. I imagine we're going to see a completely different Wildcard on map 2.
Hopefully for OXG and Wildcard's sake, they find a couple of more attacking round wins since the last time they played on that map. But I do have to agree, Harrison, it's probably going to be a much closer showing. I am, again, still worried, though, for Wildcard's sake on the attacks about how well they're going to clear out the map, right? Bank is a really ratty map to play on. You can hide in a lot of corners. You can waste a lot of time on that roam. And clearly, based off of Clubhouse, Harrison, they are no slouches on the roam. I just imagine that, again, for Wildcard, one point you made out was their lack of proper cutoff angles to stop the roam. On Bank, they might have an easier time with that, given the fact they play it a lot more compared to Clubhouse.
We'll see what we get in map 2. Of course, to wrap up our map 1 stats, we'll bring the stats to you now, of course, and we know we mentioned this, the success that Newers had on the OXG side, really carrying this with him from that second map against Cruelty. We've talked about this all weekend long. When is Newers going to wake up? Well, wake up he did over the last 2 maps for OXG here. Harrison, 16-6, you called it. Diaz not far behind. It was really a one-sided matchup statistically. No wonder that Oxygen came out with a 3-round margin of victory here.
Absolutely. I mean, the information game throughout the entire map was always heavily leaning towards Oxygen. You could always tell just by the way they played, by the way they set up those cutoffs. Again, that's part of the reason why I think it really was just a map diff. The way Wildcard were setting themselves up was just not conducive to round wins. I don't know how else to put it. OXG were just setting themselves up so much better on those attacks. They ended up taking it 3-3, and then Wildcard, yeah, they got one on Church. It was down to a Spiff 4K. That was like the one saving grace of their attacking side, was that Spiff decided he was going to wake up for 1 round. The entire rest of that half was OXG playing either a masterful roam and killing everyone and getting an advantage that was basically insurmountable by the time all the roamers fell back, or knowing when the jig was up, knowing when they've done enough, and just going back to the site where Wildcard, by the time they're done with the clear and setting up for the execute, are exhausted in terms of intel and utility.
Not only were the cutoffs better for OXG, but the trades as a whole, it was night and day between Wildcard and OXG. You had Bay going in for a solo play up main stairs. You had someone dropping down the Logi hatch by himself as Newers without any prior information, pardon. Not only does the drone work need to improve by Wildcard, but the team play, it's got to excel on a gigantic map like Bank.
Well, Wildcard have been exceedingly confident this entire LCQ. We've heard it from them themselves, and with a chance for 2 of their players to go to the first international event ever, you bet that they're going to really want to make this comeback happen in map number 2. We'll see how this series wraps up after this. Oxygen have the opportunity to do the craziest thing here, because not only has this matchup been exceedingly one-sided over the last few days, the last few weeks, including the closed qualifier, we've also seen some incredibly confident post-game interviews from Wildcard, really thinking that they are going to win this matchup. No problem. To do that, Harrison, they need to find a way to win this second map. Oxygen looked very confident on Clubhouse to start off this series.
They did, but like we highlighted after Clubhouse, Bank is a very different beast. Not only just fundamentally in the way it plays, but also for these teams individually. Neither team was able to win a single attacking round. Last time they played it, it was 15 defenses in a row, but they also both played Cruelty on this map with literally polar opposite results. A 7-0 for Wildcard and an 8-7 clutch on round 15 from OXG.
Well, looks like our teams are rearing to go, so we're going to dive right into it. Bank, Wildcard's pick, they need to win.
As we head into the operator bans, already we've got something different, John, at least from last map. If we look to Bank, last time these two teams played, the bans were Hibana, Cade, Ying, Tubarao. So completely different to start off. Wildcard banning the Deimos, making sure OXG do not have the benefit of the revolver and those trackers.
A lot of info now removed. We see Cade up next. He is a phenomenal operator on both CEO and CCTV, especially if you want to play for more of an anchor composition. OXG, they do like to roam a lot in general, and Bank is another map they can play that exact same way because of how large it is. But if you want to have those hatches reinforced for defending Church, Cade and Tubarao combo is almost impossible to deal with in the late round if you don't have a lot of time to deal with it. So now you don't really need to be too focused about bringing Thatcher, for example, when it comes to getting those hatches opened up. That's an entirely new operator pool that you can pick from by just banning one person. And speaking of that roam extension we were highlighting, they're going to go for it off the rip on round number one. I think it was Mozzie and Vigil they had highlighted. Yes, you've got Mozzie, Vigil, Goyo, Legion, Castle they could use as well for the extensions up above. I mean, every operator in this pool gives them the benefit of roaming, and luckily there is a Twitch on the board for the Vulcan packs, but you know, if that weren't the case, it'd be a real pain to deal with those Vulcan packs as well in the late round when you're trying to execute.
I'd sure love to see where this... Oh, there we go. Did our observer go to the bathroom? He's back. And we can see what the setup is. Like you said, it is a roam, and we've got the open area set up, which means these hatches are probably going to be open and ready for fallbacks, while Gomez and Newers, the two intel denial ops, are upstairs on the top floor. Wildcard, seeing this roam, most likely, not bringing any, like, dedicated, I guess I would say, roam clear ops. The Dokkaebi is banned. I guess you've got the Lion, but, you know, no Jackal, no Flank Watch either from the Gridlock or the Nomad. They've got the Sens for Bosco, who's, you know, fully an execute op, so it's going to be probably up to the rest of the roster to try and clear out this roam. Kansan already on that north rappel, and Bay already making his way into the building through top square. Try and pressure these roamers. Newers and Gomez feeling it, but Gomez successful in his opening duel. Spiff now dead, and just like that, Gomez deciding that he's going to fall back. This was a highlight of Oxygen's roams and extensions on Clubhouse, knowing exactly when they needed to fall back, and Newers also gets away.
Literally perfect timing. Buck was getting vert above him from Janitor. He drops the hatch, and now that isn't a trade for Bay and the rest of Wildcard. There is still a roam up above. Wildcard will detect that via a drone, but everybody is again playing off a fall-off point besides Yaga. He's playing over in Kansan. That's the upmost left cubicle. Waiting to see if anyone will challenge him by staff, but now he'll also drop the hatch that Gomez just did. Actually, no. He vaults over the cubicle. That'll prompt a sound cue that's similar to a vault drop. However, he's still above. If they don't drone this out, this could be a free kill, and Newers is playing by Marble with Hat. Looks like they're going to re-aggress up Marble Stairs for a gunfight, but they back away, not wanting to lose that man advantage. Smart call.
I like this play from Yaga because, like you said, if he's undroned, or even if he is droned, it's a win-win. Either you get a free pick, or you pick off yet another drone before falling back to the bomb site, before Wildcard even have a chance to drone out the site. Once again, 5 drones gone. And only now, with a minute remaining, are Wildcard clearing those Volcon packs. There's still a bulletproof as well in the bomb site that Kansan can't get because his Twitch drone is out of shocks. And as Wildcard start to make their way down blue stairs, you can see a couple roamers from Oxygen going back upstairs, looking to wreak some havoc. Newers tussling with Kansan, dealing a little bit of damage to that Twitch, but still just wasting time, removing Kansan from the main execute. But down he goes to Bay from underneath. A beautiful pick from the Buck, but the time has been wasted. 4 versus 4 heading into the last 20 seconds. Spiker maybe looking to drop the hatch, assisted by the team with these smokes. Bosco sends projectors also still in play. Hat's retaking though. He's able to get one as well as the Twitch dropping the hatch. Diaz finishes the round, and OXG, thanks to some top floor retakes from a couple roamers, come away with the first round.
Having 0 utility, 0 info for the walk up there by OXG. It was a little light over by Marble Stairs, so not only did Newers get that top floor control by walking up through the staircase, but Hat got hatch control back for his team as well, which flatlined that execute. You've got the horizontal angles in the back of Gold, all the way through lockers as well, barreling down on those choke points over by CCTV, and then you add the vertical to the mix as well, just stirring the pot there for OXG's denial of that site push heading into CCTV. Wildcard, I mean, they were just like fish in a barrel, and OXG did not refuse to stop shooting there. Brilliant opening round for the defense as, once again, perfectly timed fall-off points and re-aggression on that top floor.
Yeah, a huge highlight for OXG so far against Wildcard is knowing exactly when they need to go. And Wildcard, it's still the prep phase, and they've lost 3 drones, John. I mean, obviously, you know, if you lose 1, maybe 2, I think it's pretty forgivable. Never mind, they respawn.
It's only 1. Yeah, so the drone UI is like really buggy. I think if you get off your drone and spectate someone else's drone,
it counts as being destroyed?
Yeah. I don't know why it does
All right, well, they only lost 1 drone then. My point is moot. That's fine. That's perfect. That's perfectly acceptable. All good. They are also bringing in that Hibana from Spiker so he can play out on the Kanto repel. They got the follow-up from Bosco, who's going to be looking to open those top square walls. Wildcard don't really have to deal with a roam this time. I'm sure they're thankful for that. Everyone on OXG basically on the bomb site, and you likely won't have anyone going below for a C4, as Newers and Diaz are both 3 armors. Looks like their first target is going to be Gomez here, just outside stock, playing with the Kivas, where you normally find a shield, and where you also normally find like some kind of backup for him, whether it be a mute to stop the Roteros or OMI to stop the projectiles. He doesn't have any of that. I guess, you know, he is a zombie, so he can just regen those Kivas over and over again. Eventually, though, he'll run out. He'll run out before the attack does, most likely, and then his position is going to be exposed.
I think Bay's down to 1 Rotero drone, so maybe not.
Already?
You've got nades, you've got Ash charges as well to use. It was either 1 or 2 left, so that's really concerning for Bay if I counted that correctly. Keep a barrier. Oh no!
Oh, he's alive!
But he lived somehow. He threw the Kiba too short. The stock walls opened up. That forced him to fall back once the Kibas were gone. And now he'll just go downstairs. He could flank up square in the late round. I imagine this angle from Kanto wall is just a cutoff. No pressure by ATM. No one droning out lobby stairs. Everybody else is by that square double door or close to stock / the window repels looking to CEO. So I think Gomez's call there is right. And again, given the lack of info that we've seen by Wildcard in the late round, that flank could pay off, but you got to primarily focus again on the execute at hand. Will these mirror windows stay alive? Will these horizontal angles work out for OXG's anchor? And if Gomez can hit this flank, how much damage can he do?
Bosco playing close on the wall. He's the man with the case, looking to be the first player in the bomb site, but Bosco and Kansan both line up for a kill. Newers and Hat is dead, but there's 2 more now for OXG as well as the flank from Gomez. A man advantage now for the defense. Wildcard unable to find a single trade. They might spot out the mirror here, stuck in the corner. Diaz goes down, but Yaga is there for the trade once again. Spiff makes it a 1 versus 1. Both players low HP. Gomez just has to run away. I don't know if he's got an open hatch to play with. This is going to be forced to come down to a challenge. Spiff, though, with the flick! What a shot from the IQ as Wildcard recover the round.
Spiff don't whiff, baby. He thought for a moment there he couldn't be behind the opened up wall, but thankfully, the insane reaction time from the young gunner strikes true. He only needed 1 bullet, and that's the Azami dead and Wildcard to tie us up going into round number 3. Off the back of insane timing by Wildcard there. They noticed the horizontal angles across the bomb site. Newer's prone behind a table. They had some other angles as well, I think, from either like Banana or a little bit closer towards the couch position. Wildcard ended up winning those 1-for-1 gunfights as well. So sure, Oxygen, not only was their trade game, you know, stabilizing a little bit towards the late round, and Gomez hitting that perfectly timed flank to kill 1 and cause a little bit of chaos throughout that position. It just wasn't enough still. Wildcard still had that man advantage by 1 person, and because Gomez was on 1 HP with still not enough time to burn out that clock, Wildcard come back and at least have a little bit more going for them on their attack so far.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Nice to see that Spiff is having some early contribution as well to his team. It took him a little bit of time to warm up on map number 1, but already round 2 starting off with a round securing 3K. Now Wildcard tasked with tagging open area staff room. Oxygen will keep the cycle going. No retry for them. Still got plenty of verticality from Bay. Oxygen also leaning a little bit more into those traps, bringing the cap can from Hat. Newers has also been promoted to Doc after the performance on Clubhouse. Can't hate on it. It looks like Wildcard already... I may have read the silhouettes wrong. It looked like they were already looking to enter the building. Oh, no, okay. I think I read the silhouettes wrong. They're still hovering outside stock.
Yep, making sure there's no horizontal angles from CEO. You can sometimes have that if you want to heavily extend above. That's a little more common on tellers, but that bomb site is also rarely played. So you can also see it for this objective as well. It's kind of the same concept, just less emphasis on archives tellers if you're going to hold horizontally on the top floor rather than from down below. You could maybe go for a C4 play here if Hat's the one inside of archives, as there is info over on the CEO side of the map. If they get Vert later in the round, there is Bay on Buck, but that is most likely going to be used to clear out the bomb site. You see a lot of executes relying on that hatch drop in the late round from the stock position, heading into open area to plant behind those cubicles, and having the Buck to clear out half of the bomb site there is so impactful. But he's the first one down, and this retaliation from Marble Stairs is going to cut through 2 attackers in the minute 30 mark. Wildcard scrambling in the building to try to find these trades, and Spiker is downstairs. He can't even get the hatches open. He's dead! Gomez just slaps him across the face. Kansan gets archives control, but it's too late, Harrison.
What a tandem upstairs from Yaga and Gomez. We saw Bay trying to track down Yaga, playing by front desk, playing by Banana, and just when he hears the Goyo of Gomez to his left and swings it, that's when Yaga decides to peek. And of course, Gomez has the follow-up as Wildcard attempt to trade it out. It's now all on Kansan as his teammate dies off screen. Barely any HP to speak of. Verticality now being established by Yaga as well, and OXG retake their lead.
It didn't seem like a heavy roam at first for OXG, but as soon as they pushed their way up through Marble, Wildcard were just scrambling for a response. Once again, very little trade emphasis as there for Wildcard. Although a majority of their player base was by top square, they were by stock. Because they weren't playing off of each other, and again, not playing off of active info, they were giving OXG 1-for-1 gunfights on their defense. They were kind of walking in blind, assuming they had top floor control, when that wasn't really the case. And again, just not having anybody to assist them. There's people above on the roof, not even playing by the stock window yet. There's zero chance of a trade. So Oxygen got 3 different 1v1 gunfights in that round, and confirming every single kill, they get a 5v2. I wouldn't say for free because they had to win all those gunfights fair and square, but still not a lot that Wildcard could do after the dust had settled because of that.
I do wonder, though, again, with how it looks like maybe we're going to have a repeat of the previous meeting here on Bank. How much is that one attacking round from Wildcard going to matter? Oxygen have looked confident on their defense so far. Wildcard, the only reason they have a round is down to a nasty clutch from Spiff. If Wildcard end up with a similar half, is that one round on the attack going to be their saving grace? Are we going to have another, like, a 5-1 half from Oxygen and then a 6-0 from Wildcard? We literally saw it in their previous meeting on Bank, as we keep highlighting. We've got a few more rounds to go, though, before we switch the halves. We go back downstairs to the basement. And OXG still looking to play the roam. They've got a similar operator lineup. The main difference here is that instead of the Mozzie, Gomez is now playing on Goyo. They also still had a Goyo last time.
No,
the difference is they have a Smoke. Yeah.
Yep.
So Gomez is now on Goyo instead of Mozzie. Diaz is now on Smoke instead of Goyo. So there you go. They're playing a little operator roulette. And that's probably a good adaptation, seeing that, you know, Wildcard have already seen this before. So instead of really cementing ourselves in this realm now, just have Newers cause a little bit of chaos, have Yaga and maybe another teammate set up like Hat, ready for his fallback, and then go back downstairs to play with the site, because we saw how late Wildcard were last time and how troubling the Goyos and the time waste was for them. Double down with the Smoke and they won't be able to do anything.
Absolutely. Utility-wise, Twitch drone, hard counter to Goyo if you can't break that drone, right? Now you've got an insurance policy of those toxic babes. So if Wildcard are able to hit the gas and try to plant, they've got one more piece of the puzzle to connect before they can at least get that case on the ground. There's Hat with the opener. Bay at least gets rid of Newers right beside Janitor, playing off that open hatch. There is still plenty of roamers, though, for them to deal with, and Hat finds another one. That's a second one-for-one gunfight with Wildcard yet to punish. And yeah, OXG just gonna fall down. Yep, they just leave. They wasted a minute 20. They broke almost half the drone economy in this round. They got 2 picks. That's IQ off the board. Not super helpful in this round because there isn't a lot of utility that she can detect with that scanner. But Ace being gone, they've got Pocket Breach, but those Selma charges make a lot easier access points when it comes to going in for that execute for the back CC wall, for example.
I would like to see if, again, with the roam being established, did they even bother reinforcing the default walls? Because we see a lot of teams just end up foregoing it because there's really no way to stop the hard breach once the attack works their way into servers. So you just leave it soft, work the reinforcements somewhere more important. So yeah, they are soft. That is a saving grace for Wildcard here, despite still suffering from the man disadvantage. Oxygen, once again, know exactly when they need to fall off that roam, and Diaz, he's got the lineup. He's ready with the smokes. 50 seconds remaining. Wildcard have to wait for these Goyos to finish burning, and just when they do, the smokes come out to delay even further. Diaz can spread these out and force the players off the plant over and over again. You can get more than just 10 seconds worth out of each of those smokes. And look, Wildcard, they've got no idea what to do. They're going to try and rotate a player over towards the hatch. The smoke might be missing. That's going to allow Bay to start the plant, but no, you can hear him start coughing. There's the final smoke. Kansan's good for a 1-for-1. That'll put the attack now in a 2 versus 3. Spiker is desperately holding on to this hatch, unable to out-duel Hat, who's good now for a 3rd kill, and Bay not feeling comfortable enough to secure this plant. He's got a tussle, but it's 4 kills for the Legion.
Already 3 rounds for Oxygen. Wildcard, it was a barrel knuckle brawl back in CEO. That was the only bomb site they were able to defeat Oxygen on, but the rest of these rounds, they've looked sluggish. They've looked really rough during the execute, and they've looked almost lost at some points as well, Harrison. Again, just not prepared for those mid-round retakes, for the hatch presence by the defense. Hat having a stellar early round, finding that double kill against Spiff and Bosco. Then he plays back down below. And with there being nothing like Claymores or anybody holding for that marble position, Oxygen is allowed to walk back upstairs and recontest the hatch for a second time. And those smoke canisters bought Hat a lot of time, too, to go back up above, right? Yeah. Having that 2K as well in the early round, it also forced the hand of Wildcard to pick between the two options of having more bodies to cover their planter rather than just leaving it as one person for that 50-50 gunfight, or do they play above to stop a retake? They went for a little bit of both, and it kind of
10
backfired.
seconds left before insertion.
I do agree with the decision
5
to
seconds
leave.
remaining.
I think it was Spiker upstairs because they knew, because OXG, that's obviously been their MO, retaking top floor. They've done it like 3 times.
Yep.
I do agree with the decision. Hat is just nasty, man. Like, he just destroyed Spiker there. If Spiker gets that kill, maybe we see a completely different round. I think it is a gamble. It's obvious, a gamble nonetheless, but I think it is one that they kind of had to take. Otherwise, Hat was just going to go upstairs and kill both of them, like, for free. At least Spiker was in a position to take the fight. Now OXG up 3-1. A decision, though, that, John, I don't know if I agree with, was the early timeout. Again, these teams went 6-0, 6-0 on defense. Wildcard, they've gotten an attack. I feel like maybe if they lose round 5, you take the timeout to see if you can secure a second. But being taken so early means that OXG, they'll be able to continue to run up the score here on defense, and if they get into a winning position on the attack, they've still got their own timeout, and Wildcard can't do anything about it.
I think those Kibas used to stop the Flores drone from going down the main stairs. Kind of a crazy use of utility there, but I can't really hate it, considering the stock windows aren't opened up yet. And if someone drops marble, they're going to have to break the Kiba first, so it's a bit easier of an audio cue, maybe an easier gunfight if no one's by the Kanto cutoff, which doesn't seem to be the case right now. Yeah, no, nobody is there. Ace is on the CEO rappel, and Gomez is caught shooting a Rotero drone. Okay. Kansas gets a freebie. That's really unfortunate, but hey, they still got mirror windows to worry about. Someone could also retake that stock position, and no one's entered the building yet. They got to worry about that flank from down below, potentially by Newers. He's hiding down below inside of Archives, and for the meantime, Wildcard, they're hoping that someone might want to recontest them on these window repels, but for right now, that doesn't seem to be the case. You know what? Maybe Newers even goes through lobby and shoots them through the little grates. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going for. But they're all playing underneath that position. Newers can't spot him.
They even have someone challenging. Maybe they had a drone on it. Spiker does leave with his life still intact. I also think it's really funny, John, that I think that's, with Gomez dying there, that's like the first instance all map of OXG overextending. They have been really, really good about not doing that this whole map so far. But is it about to cost them a round? Bosco is now in the site, going for the plant. Look at the coverage from his team. It is perfect. But Diaz comes alive for 2 just as the plant goes down. Spiker, he's good for a kill, but can't escape back out the window. Now OXG have the man advantage, and look, both wildcard players are in the building. They're not on the rappel. They can't easily deny a counter defuse. Bay goes down. Spiff is good for 1 refrag, but can't outduel Yaga. OXG come alive right after the plant.
Electric round by Diaz. Sure, Oxygen, or I guess you could say Wildcard there, they got the plant down. There was no vertical from underneath because Newers was trying to play above with his teammates for the trade game. He got denied by Kiva Barrier, which was kind of funny, but everybody else on Oxygen, they were firing on all cylinders. And both the square pressure and the window repel presence, well, the window repel presence wasn't even there, but the square pressure wasn't enough to keep Oxygen at bay. Janitor never got cleared out. There was still a mirror window by Long Desk, which they could get a lot of valuable info off of. There was no one that was really able to win those gunfights by the main couch position either. All those horizontal angles that Wildcard eliminated when they hopped into square to set up for the execute, they were all still alive and well back in round number 5, allowing for that, I would say, remarkable recovery there by Oxygen. I really thought once the plant went down, Wildcard would have had their second round in the bag, but now they got to go up against another open area defense where they couldn't even clear out the initial roam, Harrison.
Yeah. It was rough, and Hat is doing the same thing he did against Team Cruelty. He's hiding under the desk, trying to keep that clash pick hidden, and I assume it worked because no one from Wildcard is on a single operator whose utility can deal with the clash effectively. It's all, dude, that last round too, you really got to give it to Diaz, who I believe got 3, maybe 4, because I think he got the kill in stock. I don't know if he was the one that actually ended up getting the kill on Spiker when he tried jumping out the window. Like, the execute from Wildcard was basically flawless. Like, we had the guy stock, we had the guy top square, we had a window guy directly covering the plant, we had Spiker who, yeah, sacrificed his life, but swung into quad so that no one could shoot the planter through the, like, the overturned shelf. It was just Diaz that took the initiative to walk into Janitor and demolish the guy on the window covering, and from there, it's like the round just fell apart because Wildcard, without that repel guy, really had no recourse for a post plant. Now OXG looking for a 5-1 half. It's so close they can almost taste it. And Newers dome Spiker on Kanto. There is a response. Bay onto Yaga. That's killing the smoke. That's probably an equally huge pick as the Hibana at this point, especially with how slow Wildcard have been.
They still have the clash to worry about. Luckily for Wildcard, they do have other hard breach ops. They've got Ace Selmas. You're going to primarily use those for quad wall, I would imagine. You've got Bay with secondary hard breach too, so he could still get the hatches opened up. It would have been nice to keep Spiker alive, needless to say. He's had a lot of really high-end performances on a couple of maps here. He's got a good gun with that Type 89, utility of those flashbangs as well to maybe burn out some power positions. Good info gathered by Wildcard. They spot Diaz, but he's got to rotate hole to go back into sight safely without losing his life. Oh, and the Kiba to cut off this admin doorway. That way, if you get archives control, you don't have a cutoff in sight. Love this use of utility. That's going to force Wildcard to take a little bit more time to clear out horizontally, and they still have to worry about the flank of Newers. Because Hat is so aggressive here as Clash, he can gather info. That way, Newers knows exactly when to swing.
Impact as well from Gomez might just deny the rest of that Selma breach. One did go off twice, so there is an avenue into the bomb site through that wall for Wildcard. Spiff waiting for the drone. Might be looking to insert himself into small office. Could this be a hole that OXG have left open for Wildcard, especially with that clash on the board just sitting behind Kitchen? There is that Kiva, and that's going to stop him from immediately working his way onto the bomb site. Newers, though, finally makes his presence known, and that's when OXG come alive. Everybody on the bomb site getting aggressive, and OXG slam the door on Wildcard. 5-1 half confirmed.
Wildcard trying their best to ignore the clash. If you don't look like, or if you try to pretend it doesn't exist, it might be true, but that's not the case. Just focusing on the site presence there around the clash. They completely ignored the flank as well. Done by Newers. Perfect timing off his teammate. Again, the CCE shield not only allows for the clash to get info for free, it also stuns them a little bit. It slows them down with that electricity. Really a nice 1-2 punch there. Everybody collapsing on the bottom square execute. Wildcard, a 1-in-5 split. You know, it's better than an 0-6 split, but it's not that much better, Harrison. And what we've seen earlier back on Clubhouse for OXG's attacks, I wouldn't be shocked if they at least find one round here as well.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I thought maybe we were gonna see a completely different look from Wildcard on those attacks, just like we saw when they were up against Cruelty.
Wall reinforced.
I mean, you know, they only played one round of attack, but it was a really damn good one.
5 seconds to go.
But up against OXG so far, we've seen many of the same issues that we saw on Clubhouse. Lack of information, too much time being wasted, a lot of stall out. OXG, it's their turn to prove that they still have it despite how the last meeting on Bank went, and they are already in through dirt, seeing that it's free control. They are happy to take it. Thermite already looking to open that wall while the rest of OXG look for the upstairs clear. This will do one of two things. Either OXG find an opportunity to get a plant down, and Wildcard, in their haste to get back to site, get cut down by cuts, or OXG open this site and Wildcard just stay on the roam, and There's the plant. The smoke babe getting burned out. Yaga gets the plant down thanks to Gomez. An early post plant. Less than half the round expired. 5 versus 5, and now Gomez with the opening pick onto Bay. Smoke canisters come out in desperation, but now 4 kills in a row. Finally answered back by Kanzin, and OXG with a dominant rush to start their attacking half. 6-1, 1 round away from Boston.
Spotting the gap over in servers. Immediate rush from Dirt, gets the wall opened up, shoots the smoke canister as well to allow the plant for his team. That's the win condition, and there's no response from Wildcard. That wasn't met with a gun up by Oxygen. They've got series point on the line. It's been only 7 rounds, Harrison, and we might see a damn near flawless showing from the team in Foxborough. It's a short commute to Boston. They might make it happen if they close the series just shortly against Wildcard. It's defensive sided, of course. We've said that countless times now, but Wildcard, they've just been slow on the adaptation against OXG. You've got roamers, you've got a soft hatch. No one's playing off of that. The only util they had was the Toxic Babe, and once that failsafe was denied, they were so confused as to what to do next. It looks like OXG, they came prepared today. They did their homework against Wildcard, and it seems like after their cruelty game, they are fired up to punch their ticket to SI.
It's like I said at the beginning of that round, once they spotted the hole, one of 2 things was going to happen, and the one that I had just described came true. They go for the early plant. Wildcard, the smoke babe gets shot out. It goes down. And in their panic, trying to desperately get back to the bomb site, the off-site players from OXG just ready and waiting to catch them. As well as Gomez going huge on the thermite. Now CEO in office is where Wildcard hope that they can mount a comeback. 5 rounds in a row will be needed in order to push this to overtime. Not a single mistake can be afforded. As OXG, they're hungry. Yaga now on the Monty. He has been such a proficient shield player so far today, especially last map against Cruelty, looking to continue that trend and confirm OXG's spot at SI.
What do Wildcard have to slow down this Montaigne? In all honesty, not a lot. They've got a mirror window. They could maybe use the Yokai to open him up, expose him to potential gunfire. Castle barricades to cut off lines of sights that OXG could use to assist the Montaigne up this lobby staircase, but that's about it. Ash as well to hard counter the Mira. Ash to open up these castle barricades, create space that the Montaigne can capitalize off of. There's the Yokai. Where's the response? It does damage, but Yaga will persist. And now Wildcard, they're looking to get their hands dirty, but Oxygen, they find the entry as Gomez continuing to deal the damage against Wildcard. He has not slowed down since the second half.
It looked like the plan from Wildcard was to use that Yokai, pop the Monty's shield, and have Bosco play aggressively, but there was a response from Hat stunning him and preventing the castle's walk up. Wildcard do have a response though. Diaz, the top performer for OXG, is now dead, as well as the Hibana. Yaga, though, is the case carrier, trying to force it up main stairs. Hat now rappelling in through quad. There's nothing here to stop him, and Newers has killed Bay. Pings from the Lion on every member of the defense. It's not going to stop Spiff from killing Newers and getting 2 now, as Wildcard seem to have woken up in round 8. Yaga, the last man standing. We almost had a miraculous clutch from him earlier today. Can he find the magic now? With 20 seconds remaining, he knows the Echo is isolated in E3, but Spiker just bleeding away the time, toying with the Monty. Now the Azami coming in to assist. Yaga has no chance here. Spiker puts him out of his misery, and Wildcard, finally, for the first time, John, since round 2, have taken another point.
Thankfully, for Wildcard's sake, they were able to stop the Montaigne from pushing any further up that staircase. They were able to trade off of one another down that main hallway towards the vending machine and stock position. No one holding a Kanto cutoff. That at least worked out there for Wildcard. And like you mentioned, the Yokais trying to stun the Montaigne. Sure, it didn't get them an immediate kill, but it did give them plenty of info to realize that most of Oxygen were still on the window rappel. And because of those castle barricades and because of those Kiba barriers, they couldn't hold many cutoff angles. They had to hop into the building to deal some major damage in that round, which when that happened by Oxygen, they were still disjointed from the rest of their teammates by that lobby staircase, giving Wildcard ample time to recover and adjust against that aggressive take.
OXG no longer interested in bringing the Monty, it seems, now that they have to re-attack basement. I really thought we were about to see a Cali from Diaz as well. That might have been entertaining.
Crazy. Oh, yeah.
But instead, a much more typical lineup being played by OXG. The one odd one out might, I guess, just be the Ram, but Yaga's utility will be completely used on the roam clear rather than on the side execute, because, you know, this is one of the only sites in the game, one of the only basement sites in the game where there is zero vert. I guess technically, you know, Oregon too, but one of the only sites currently in the comp pool with zero vert on the bottom floor.
Activating drone.
30 burned away. Diaz spotting the pest drone. He's not going to waste his utility there. Wildcard trying to go for a roam extension as well. They've got a lot of nitro cells, so maybe they're not going to play directly on the top floor, and instead, once they hear some vert go down or spot somebody entering in through stock, they could pop a nitro cell. In terms of fall-off points, they aren't too far away from Marble, but I am concerned about their Teller's player. Okay, they got to rotate. That's good. So worst case scenario, if they feel too threatened, they could play back down below. I would like to see them still try to find an entry kill here, though, because at least they are wasting a fair amount of time. That is at least something for their troubles. They don't have a lot of utility to stop the plant besides those toxic babes, unless they keep these nitro cells for that exact reason. But again, falling off at the minute 40 mark with no kills, sure, OXG had that same time frame when they were clearing out the roam extension, or I guess Wildcard had that same time frame, but they were also down a player.
You know, most of the time, OXG were able to get at least one kill before being forced to fall back. Spiff, though, and as well as another teammate in Elevator, are still on the first floor, and Spiker is our first casualty. Hat takes his head off. I believe that was the player in E2 that was trying to duo with Spiff. And just like that, the Legion falls off, knowing that he can really do nothing else upstairs. Now a minute left for OXG to try and convert this man advantage as they now set up for this execute. Hat maybe looking to lurk down main stairs while the rest of his team pushes towards the backside.
They've got barbed wire, though. That's ample information for a swing by Wildcard. Bay and Bosco hearing him. Toxic Babe to flush him out. C4 through the open hatch. That's a nice kill onto Yaga, slowing down the offense here along with this Toxic Babe. But it looks like the main goal once again for Oxygen, getting this back wall opened up and going for the default plant. But again, with those hatches opened up, they could maybe hit a lurk from either Marble or the small elevator position. But there's not a lot of time to get this ball rolling, Harrison. There's one more Toxic Babe left for Bosco.
We've got the same issue that Oxygen are now facing, a lack of time. 13 seconds remaining. Last gas canister coming out from Bosco. Is it in the perfect spot to deny the plant? I think it may have even been shot, but it doesn't matter. Bay and Spiff deny the plant with their guns. A second now for Spiff. Bosco, a second kill on the board. And Wildcard once again prevent OXG's advance.
And you really got to feel for OXG on that round, because no matter what they do, because of father time in that round, it's going to be a challenging uphill battle to get through on Wildcard's defense. They lost the man advantage, and given the fact that they had a lot of options to pick and choose from, you might think, well, maybe they should just go for gunfights here. Maybe they don't want to go for the plant because of those toxic babes. Well, then at that point, people on Wildcard could just hide in Vault, for example. They could hide in Gold, play for that time. They could even try to go back over in a server if there was no clear by the Thermite from that position. So going for a plant, you know, it's what they were relying on as their plan A. But at the same time, because they didn't really have a lot of other pieces of utility to flush out those power positions, it came down to 50-50 gunfights that Wildcard just ended up winning. Although for OXG, they're still in the driver's seat, in this series. That's the most defender-sided map that Wildcard could have picked. Now they got to go either tellers or open area, and in this instance, OXG will opt for a timeout and hopefully try to close things out to punch their ticket.
The thing that's concerning now, John, is like I highlighted earlier, just before round 4, Wildcard took such an early timeout, and it did not net a single round win. For the rest of the half, they took the timeout on round 4. They didn't win another round till round 8. But now OXG, seeing Wildcard start to mount the smallest semblance of a comeback, they hit the brakes, take their own timeout, try to solve the issues, and OXG so far have had a pretty good success rate in converting these timeouts into just one immediate round win. John, that's all they need. Like we had said earlier, Wildcard cannot afford a single mistake, but OXG have just had 45 seconds to talk everything about this round out.
Interesting pick for the Cali. Maybe they're concerned about a clash being picked here by Wildcard. That wouldn't shock me. That was a huge win condition there for OXG when they picked this bomb site. Having the clash, square double door, to allow for that flank up blue stairs, and just in general for a lot of info and stall potential against Wildcard. But there are a lot of cutoff angles you can hold right outside the objective. You've got that entire square position. You can hold the quad wall. You could play by printer window. If you want to get crazy, you could go for like a main flank by ATM and go over beepers, but I don't think a Cali would want to do that, getting that active in the building, but it's a possibility, of course. Speaking of which, OXG already trying to open up this E-box doorway, looking in through square. DS is actually bottom blue, so it looks like he'll try to work his way over from that quad wall position, and having those explosive lance charges, if there's something, like a shield, or if there wasn't a zombie in this round, he can break it with that explosive utility. It might be focused more on the deployable cameras, because there are 2 in the pocket of Bay and Kansan, but that's about it in terms of what he can destroy. Oh, and barbed wired.
And the Monty already creeping up towards electrical. Lion scan goes out, but it's Bosco who's on the vigil, the old man picking up the boss G. Yaga taking a lot of damage trying to push his way through thanks to those footholds. And OXG have bled a lot of time, and not a lot of control has been gathered. Yaga now attempting to smoke out the wall so that the Selmas can go down, just in case there's anyone playing in archives, which there is. They won't be able to deny that breach. An impact goes out, but I don't believe it was successful. The Selma, I can still hear it going off. OXG with a very minimal control, attempting to push in through kitchen with this Monty. Are Wildcard close enough to be able to stop this? Gomez with the first pick. Spiker, the smoke is dead. Make it 2 as Gomez has found site control. Newers joins him in copy. This could be the beginning of the end as Yaga completes the plant. Wildcard not nearly in a close enough position to stop it. 3 now for Gomez. Can he make it? 4. Oxygen punch their ticket. We've got a newcomer going to land, but it's not Spiker. It's not Bay, it's Hat, and his teammates are hungry to get back on the main stage.
From his days in reality TV all the way to the biggest event in Rainbow Six Siege history, Hat, welcome to Boston. OXG, welcome to Boston. It's been a quiet year, but it's so nice to have you back in the biggest stage. They couldn't do it back in Manchester. They couldn't make it to Montreal. But at the very end of their Rainbow Six year in 2025, they got something to look forward to, Harrison.
Absolutely. If we remember way back when, Newers was part of that OXG team that were able to take 3rd place at SI 2023, I believe it was. Diaz, Gomez, and even Yaga very used to making events when they were back with M80. Remember that core when they had Spirits and Kino? That team made events really consistently. With OXG, they have not found the same success this year, but this could be the push they need. Being able to get back to land, back where they probably feel like they belong.
Absolutely. And again, I guess that little warm-up match, not only against Wildcard to have a little bit more info to work off of in their final best of 3, but playing against Cruelty and going lights out against them, it didn't seem like they were tired at all throughout this series.
Yeah.
They were phenomenal in the entry department. Their roam extensions were great, not only on their map pick of Clubhouse, but transitioning into Bank, where things looked a little bit more even between Wildcard and Oxygen on paper. They did not hit the brakes. They were full gas, almost running out of fuel there, getting on an empty tank towards the end. We saw a small resurgence by Wildcard, but they still managed to make it at the very end and not give too much leeway.
OXG looking like the best team in the qualifier in this match. I really thought it was going to be a struggle, again, with how great Wildcard looked against Cruelty, how amazing they looked against OXG earlier today on the 2 maps they won, and then with OXG, again, getting pushed to max OT on this map by Cruelty, and only winning because of a 2v4. I don't know how many more times I can say it. I really thought Wildcard were going to put up more of a fight. OXG having to play a 3rd best of 3 in a row. It sucks. It's definitely not ideal. A Wildcard got that break, got to sit back and relax and watch exactly how OXG were playing. But I guess that's just a testament to how resilient this team is, and it's going to serve them well when it comes to being on LAN and having to play all those games on the same day at SI. I believe the interview is ready, so we're going to call back Jonah, and he'll be able to dig in deeper into OXG.
We do have some stats to go over as well. I'm interested in seeing how well everybody performed here today for OXG, just on a statistical level. Again, I got to highlight another point too. You mentioned the closeness for Team Cruelty. I'm also surprised that they almost lost to LIS as well, Harrison. We might have that interview ready now for Jonah. Could be wondering to see who we play up against as well, but I think we're just waiting on him to get back as well.
Yeah, I know.
I can hear him talking.
There we go. Hat in the building, my friend. Give me the initial reaction. The comms must have been electric. What a day. You're going to your first international event, your first LAN. It's Invite. How you feeling?
I feel awesome. Couldn't ask for a better night, a better day, and a better way to spend this night with the best teammates I could ever ask for.
It's incredible, too, because Bay called you out specifically. I don't know if you were watching the post-match interviews, but they were talking their trash, coming after you, and you guys just delivered a swift 2-0 victory over Wildcard. Is it the revenge part of the good feeling? Is it just about Boston? Tell me what's going through your mind.
You know, for me, a lion never cares about the opinion of a sheep. So like all that talk doesn't mean nothing to me. As you can see, we show up when it matters. They're leaving. They're crying probably. So who cares? They can watch me in Boston.
Yes, they can. You'll be there in a very short time, in just a few weeks. Your first international experience here with this team. I mean, what's that going to be like for you?
You know, it's going to be amazing. As most people know, the 4 of the team are already in a team house together, and I couldn't go. So it's going to be an amazing time to see all of them. Just enjoy the time, because it's a fun group of guys. It's a fun team. It's going to be an amazing time, and hopefully we're going to do it good.
How do you keep the energy up over a day like this? I mean, we've been talking about fatigue all day long. 3 best of 3s in a row with some very short breaks in between. What do you do to keep the energy high and to get to this point?
Honestly, it's just mental. Like we talked about it for the past 4 months as a team. Like we just gotta dig it deep and find it in ourselves to pull it out of the fire, and that's what we did.
Incredible. Well, looking forward to the 6 Invitational. I don't know how much thinking you've done about this already, but your first opportunity to do this, so many big names, so many big teams. Is there any opponent you're looking to meet, to play against, anything that really is going to stick out to you?
There's just one guy who also talks about me a lot. His name is Cole, so I hope we play him.
Incredible. Incredible, Hat. Well, I'm going to pass the mic to you here. Anything else you want to say before we get you out of here? You qualified for the invite. The floor is yours.
Oh, I just got to say, some people type and some people in the game. They type to give themselves confidence, and it still didn't work, so they're all going to get dropped.
Incredible. Okay, Hat. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations. And we will see you in Boston. Unreal.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Amazing. Look at that. The full arc is complete here. Hat did not wish me good luck this time. He is love like to see him cracking that smile. He thought about it. He did. But love to see him coming out of that shell a little bit. And yeah, talking that trash back, but well deserved after what we just saw from him, from the team, and now going to his first international event. Harrison, I mean, for someone like that who has been grinding in T3, in T2, and been pushing for that moment, to get an opportunity in T1, and then to take that opportunity straight to the 6 Invitational.
Yeah, I remember seeing Hat play for the first time in 2021. I think it was. And this guy basically came out of nowhere. He was just kind of part of like, the first time I heard of him, he was just kind of part of like a shit poster friend group. And then out of nowhere, people were telling me, oh, this guy's the GOAT. This guy's the next up. And it's been a while, and he's slowly gotten better and better and better. I mean, remember we saw him with Mr. B on reality TV. We saw him first, even with Mr. B on Beast Coast. Now he finds himself on OXG going to Invite. And I think it's not just about the prestige too, but also look at where OXG placed in NAL. They placed 8th. They got $7,500 for that. Just for showing up at Invite, at least last year, if the prize pool stays consistent, you got like 35 grand. So not only is it the prestige, not only is it being able to see everyone, compete at LAN, whatever, you also get a significantly larger portion of money than just by playing your home region.
I had a great game today, but it's someone we talked about constantly throughout the show. It's Diaz again, top of the board. I mean, we saw that 2vx clutch back on the CEO round where they were able to retake the bomb site in the midst of a post plant. That was incredible. Him and Gomez have been lights out the entire LCQ event. Yaga right behind them as well in the Blackbeard hat. We talked about him in the entry game. Newers did incredible on Clubhouse, but in terms of consistency, Diaz had the most kills almost every single map, no matter what team they were playing against. I mean, our Cruelty match we covered as well, Harrison. Diaz was just running amok against LIS.
Yeah, well, after all is said and done, sorry, Harrison, after all is said and done, we finally have our full 20-team slate here for the 6 Invitational ready to go. Our 4 LCQ teams now ready to join the 16 teams earning their spot from the global point standings. And as you can see on the top right of your screen, Oxygen Esports now join a historic number of North American representatives at the world's biggest stage. Beast Coast, Dark Zero, Space Station, M80, Shopify Rebellion, and now Oxygen Esports. Harrison, an incredible moment for Oxygen and a big year for North America as a whole.
Absolutely. Like we already highlighted, this is the first time ever that an SI has 6 NA teams going to it. So our percent chance to win is slightly bigger than it normally is over the other regions. And I can't wait to see OXG back because, like I said, right, we used to see especially Gomez and Diaz at basically every LAN event when they were with M80. So it's been a little bit. I'm super excited though because especially Diaz, it seems like whenever Diaz is at a LAN event, he's one of the top performers. That guy lives on LAN as one of the best, like, he's not really like a flank watch secondary supporter. He's really a flex player. He's one of the best flex players, I think, in the business still with how consistent he is. So I can't wait to see him back on LAN.
And given their play style as well, I think as a whole, their understanding of Siege can work really well against other international teams. You see a lot of different play styles. For Brazil, they're very aggressive, love playing those cutoffs and having the huge mid-round flanks. OXG kind of play in a similar way from time to time. EU, very strat-oriented compared to the other 2 regions. So I think OXG now punched their ticket to SI. They could maybe go for another Silarenda run or like we saw back in number top 3, something like that, right? The princess with the glass shoes, Cinderella.
Yeah,
there we go. Third time's the charm. We got it. Third time's the charm.
Incredible. What a day. What a weekend. I cannot believe OXG have pulled off the run of the century to the lower bracket and back. And now to the 6th Invitational. Harrison, any final words before we close it out? I mean, it's been an incredible weekend. You guys have been knocking it out of the park all weekend long. I mean, another fantastic LCQ in the books for you too. Anything before we send this one out?
Thank you, Jonah. And not really, nothing much. Thanks for watching.
man.
Thanks everyone for playing. Can't wait to see OXG back at LAN. We've seen some great runs from teams specifically getting knocked to the lower bracket first and then coming back. SSG being one of those teams who did it multiple times. So I'm expecting good things from OXG.
John, anything from you?
No, I'm really happy I got to do this event with you guys. We've been inside of T2 and playing in Collegiate, or casting in Collegiate, I should say, for years now. You guys are extremely close friends of mine. We got to cover SI back when we had our qual run a couple of years ago. We got to cast a boatload of Element and still plenty of T2 before that. So this is our home territory, and I'm glad we got to see OXG make it all the way to Boston. I get to be there in a couple of weeks as well.
Yeah.
So incredible that we get to see Hat on his way to the 6 Invitational. For everyone who joined us all weekend, we want to thank you so much for tuning in to the 2 simultaneous last chance qualifiers been going on between Europe and NA. A massive thank you, of course, goes out to our Brazilian crew in studio who have been knocking it out of the park from a production standpoint and grinding their way through a full weekend of events. So massive thanks to the studio in Brazil, and of course on behalf of Light Rose and Happy and Crow and Fellow, I've been Jonas Willinger, and we hope you all have a fantastic night. Next time we'll see you, we'll be at the 6 Invitational. So long.